A guy had been lying in one of the hospitals in Tokyo for a long time. He has been confined to this bed for 3 years now. His body is completely immobile and only his mind is still functioning. The guy couldn't cry, laugh, or make any sounds. He could only think about what was happening around him. His name was Ben, and his only entertainment was watching the TV that hung on the wall, where only boring sports matches were constantly on. There were often people in his room, such as his mother, who often shed tears as she watched her son slowly die. That night, the doctor said some disappointing words to her, that his illness was progressing very quickly, and her son could stop breathing at any moment. The guy was very afraid of his death, but he came to terms with his situation and was already prepared for it. The device that showed his health status emitted a long beep, indicating that the patient was no longer breathing, and then before his eyes he saw only darkness. At that moment, he realized that his time had come. But suddenly he heard someone's enchanting voice, which told him to wake up immediately. She was a girl of extraordinary beauty. Her hair was thick and bright as the sun, and her body was in perfect shape. Ben slowly rubbed his eyes, not understanding what was going on here. And then he was horrified, because he couldn't move because of his illness, but now he could easily move his hand. But his shock was abruptly interrupted by the same girl, calling him master, which surprised the guy. She was glad that Ben had finally woken up, but the guy was surprised by the picture he saw and asked her who she was. And then the main character fell into a stupor for the second time, because he had just said the words out loud. But he was interrupted again by the beauty, who said that her name was Jenny, and that today she was his personal security. Ben didn't understand what was going on here. He was embarrassed by the fact that such a girl was sitting on him, who was also dressed revealingly. The main character sheepishly said that he was already 18, and Jenna was so beautiful that he could get an erection. And then he was shocked. Ben's scream echoed throughout the forest, and only a deaf person could fail to hear it. The main character was incredibly surprised that he got an erection and felt these painful sensations below. It all seemed like a charming dream. He should have died, but somehow he ended up here. And besides, his illness that had been tormenting him all these years had fleetingly disappeared. Jenna was surprised by the guy's reaction and asked if her master was okay. Having calmed down, Ben replied that he was fine, and he became curious about why the girl called him master. She briefly explained to him who she was and what this place was, as well as who Ben was in these parts. The protagonist did not understand anything from what was said, because the girl told him that he was the heir of the Protoss chosen by the heavenly Lord Kel. Jenna explained that the Protoss is the only surviving place inhabited by humanity, meaning the king of the Protoss is the king of the humans. The guy grinned and said, waving his hands, that Kel couldn't have reincarnated him from another world. It's not scientific and seems like nonsense. Smiling, the girl bit her finger sharply to make it bleed. Jenna said decisively that since the owner does not believe her, she will provide him with evidence. The smell of her blood should attract predators in the area, and then Ben, having met them, should understand everything. Suddenly, a loud roar of 1,000 souls was heard throughout the thicket. They resembled the growling of a pack of wolves, people and bears at the same time. Behind Ben, footsteps were heard, barely dragging along the ground, but at the same time quickly overtaking them. The main character turned around and saw a terrible picture. It was a horde of zombies who came here for the smell of blood. Seeing how horrified Ben was, Jenna said that these were the very same predators, and now they are filling almost the entire earth. Her face showed determination. She added that these pale faces have turned our world into a real horror. At this point, Ben believed what he was being told and stood in front of the girl, ordering her to leave. The hero resolutely went forward, saying that he would deal with them, because finally he could move his muscles, and it was time for him to stretch after many years of sitting still. Jenna asked if he was afraid of them because there were so many of them, to which Ben replied that of course he was afraid, and felt horror at the sight of all these zombies. But he was even more afraid of seeing such a beauty die at their hands. The girl felt pleased by the words spoken, and a smile appeared on her face. Suddenly, she flew up into the sky and said to herself that Mr. Kel had chosen a worthy heir. Ben looked at the pack of zombies again. He saw nothing in their eyes that reminded him of people anymore. Only an animal desire to dine on fresh flesh. All his heroism suddenly evaporated somewhere, and he thought that since they were corpses, they moved slowly, so the best solution would be to run away from them. But the corpses didn't think so. They were quite nimble, because their hunger gave them strength. Suddenly, everything disappeared somewhere, and Ben heard a divine voice inside himself that told him that he saw his courage, and that the guy should stop being afraid. Surprised, Ben asked what this place was and who was talking to him. The divine voice spoke to him again and said that this was his inner strength and that they had one soul. Meanwhile, Jenna, watching the battlefield, thought that if Kel's consciousness really still remained in this world, then it should manifest right now. The one and only power, the endless darkness, it must appear at this very moment. Suddenly, a purple light began to seep out from the crowd of zombies, illuminating the gloomy clearing. The zombies surrounding Ben felt the emotion that reminded them that they were human. It was pain. The purple ball that surrounded the main character began to scatter zombies in different directions, as if the wind were sweeping leaves from a tree. In the center of the crowd of zombies, only our hero remained, surrounded by a purple glow. This was his hidden inner strength. Ben looked at his hands, where energy was flowing, and thought that this was the feeling of rebirth. From the corpses that the guy scattered, only purple particles remained, which were insanely beautiful. In an instant, they all rushed towards him, causing the main character to freeze in horror. But there was no need to be afraid because each particle gave energy, and the guy felt a sharp surge of strength. The hero felt a sense of warmth in his body. All this energy is now concentrated in him. Suddenly, he heard something moving towards him. These steps were already familiar to him, because it was that same girl. She shouted that there was no need to panic, because this was definitely the owner's ability, namely, endless darkness. Endless darkness can not only absorb energy around, but also during combat from opponents. The hero was not very happy with what Jenna said. He thought that this world has supernatural powers. Apparently, his illness was cured thanks to these forces. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees in front of the guy and screamed that the Protoss would not last a day without a master. She confidently told the hero to return to the Protoss and inherit the crown. Ben thought that becoming the king of the Protoss was not the happiness he wanted. After some time, the guy saw dragons in the sky which were hovering over the city walls. Jenna asked why the master was not very happy about the fact that he was to become the king of the Protoss, but she never heard an answer. Ben's face was filled with exhaustion and he couldn't think of anything but food. The hero answered the girl that the most important thing they should do now is find a place where they can eat. When they approached the majestic wall, Ben asked if this was the city she had told him about. They looked at the huge wall, which seemed to have no end, which protected the city from predators. The guy was surprised that there was no gate in the wall and hoped that they would not have to climb over such a huge structure. Jenna reassured him by saying that it was just a Protoss security system and any citizen could open the gate. She put her hand on the wall and at that moment the wall began to shake, starting its internal mechanisms. The girl said that the wall is 700 meters high and 20 meters thick, which allows it to contain any predators. The door opened and a mechanical voice echoed down the hallway greeting Jenna. Although everything looked abandoned from the outside, inside the Protoss inhabitants can still lead a peaceful life. The girl explained that this is thanks to the Protoss guards who protect this city. The city itself is surrounded by a huge abyss and you can only get into it through 12 entrances that are guarded by guards. All guards are elite fighters who have passed a multi-level selection. In accordance with strength, they are divided into levels from strong to weak, a total of 5 levels S, A, B, C, D. The guy was tired of this story because he was still madly hungry. Suddenly, a rude voice called the girl, telling her that she had again violated the ban on leaving the city. It was a C-rank Protoss guard named Ethan. He was outraged that Jenna did not ask his permission to leave. The girl timidly answered him that he had misunderstood everything and that she was only looking for Mr. Kel. The residents behind the girl's back began to whisper among themselves that she was still looking for a master, calling her stupid. The guard just chuckled at what he heard. He said that her master died 3 years ago and his body has not been found for a long time. The whole crowd laughed after the leader, causing only embarrassment to the beautiful girl. She was angry at what she heard because she was already tired of enduring this bullying. She remembered that very day, how in the pouring rain she ran to that very battlefield to help her master. But it was too late because her Lord Kel died in battle. But then some guy called out to the guard. It was our hero, who advised Ethan to keep an eye on the gates. He boldly moved towards the crowd, wanting to protect the defenseless girl. Coming closer, Ben with a grin shamed the guard, saying that it was not nice for a crowd to offend such a nice girl. Ethan jumped up from his chair in rage at the impudence of some stranger, while our hero calmly began to stretch his muscles. The crowd began to whisper again, not understanding why some stranger dared to go against the main guard at this gate. The guard swung his fist sharply, saying that the Protoss was not happy with strangers. But, to his surprise, he missed, although the blow was quite strong and fast, because our hero turned out to be faster than him. Ben merely grinned in the face of his offender, his legs sparking from the rapid braking. The hero realized that his body had become so light because of his effect of absorbing energy from enemies. Immediately, all the guards' minions rushed into battle to teach the impudent guy a lesson. But to their surprise, they all fell to the ground and were unable to move. It was Jenna. She decided to help Ben by using a UR rank ability. She loudly told the boys that no one would touch Ben while she was there. Ethan was amused by this because it was the ability Force Attraction, which creates an Earth attraction in a radius, and it was too weak for his strength. He suddenly lifted off the ground, saying that he felt nothing, and headed towards the hero. At that very second, he was already over Ben, and thought that this fight had already been won. But Ben was able to hold back Ethan's blow with his palm. The force of the blow caused the ground under their feet to crack. But the protagonist didn't even move. The guard didn't understand what happened because the impudent guy was supposed to lose after that blow. And then he began to understand what was going on, because his strength began to leave his body. Ben chuckled because he understood how his absorption abilities worked. The guard was horrified and began to beg him to stop. But Ben decided to teach the bully a lesson. Jenna was scared for her owner, because she did not fully understand what had happened, and began to call him. The entire crowd, including the attackers who were watching this fight, were shocked that some stranger was able to stop the guard of these gates. At that moment, a red aura shone around the two guys and suddenly there was a bang. Meanwhile, somewhere in Protoss, in one of the mansions, a tall man in a red velvet robe was enjoying wine on the balcony when a girl suddenly called out to him. It was a Protoss A-rank guard. She asked if he felt what she felt. Count Dracula, S-rank guardian, looked at her with tired eyes and said that he felt this power. The power of Kel. Ethan fell to the ground, exhausted, and whispered in fear that it was the endless darkness, the same legendary power. The guard was exhausted and looked like a living corpse. Surprised, he asked the stranger who he was. Ben looked at the defeated guard and said that he was his daddy. The hero called Jenna, who was happy about her master's victory, and asked if they could eat now because he was dying of hunger. They quickly walked through the surprised crowd, talking about how Ben's eating power was enormous. To which the girl replied that he could eat as much as he wanted. The shocked residents only whispered about who this guy was that could defeat the guard so easily and use such powerful abilities. But then our heroes were confronted by two girls who were dressed just as beautifully as Jenna. The girl was surprised to see them because she knew who these girls were and did not expect to see them here. The first girl was dressed in a kimono and held a long katana in her hand. She asked if Jenna had any problems. Her name was Leia. The second girl looked more like a scientist with short green hair. Her name was Sarah. Ben was surprised that Jenna had warrior friends. The girl suddenly pressed herself against the guy and said that there was no need to worry because her owner had already helped her. To which the guy became embarrassed and told the girl not to do that, because he remembered what happened the last time she sat on him. Leah was surprised that Jenna called a stranger a master because the last time she called only her master that. To which the girl confidently said that there could be no mistake, because this guy was chosen by Kel and he is the heir to the throne. The girls were shocked by what they heard because they, like Jenna, were also Kel's protectors. And this means that Ben is now their new master. The hero was stunned because now in this world 2 more girls will follow him. After a long day, the newly formed team headed to Kel's residence. The girls finally fed Ben, and the plates of noodles were gone one after another. Leah and Sarah were amazed by the guy's appetite. They hadn't seen anyone so hungry in a long time. Jenna watched Ben's meal with admiration, still remembering how he stood up for her today. The hero put the last plate on the table and informed everyone that he was full. Ben's new protectors wondered how many years he hadn't eaten that he could eat so many plates of food, and Jenna asked if the guy liked her dishes. Suddenly, Leia stood up from the table. All this time she was thinking about the guy's abilities and wanted to talk to him about it. She didn't understand how the hero inherited the ability of endless darkness and who he was anyway. The girl told Ben that if he really was Kel's hope, there would be no mercy for him, and his life and training would be harsh. Sarah supported her friend and said that being the owner of these girls is not as easy as it seems at first glance. After all, the guy has to fulfill the last will of Mr. Kel, namely, to become the king of the Protoss and destroy all the corpses. Ben was outraged by yet another reminder that he had to become king, because he didn't want to be. After dinner, the hero went to his room, thinking about what the girls had in mind today and what destiny awaited him. In his room, he started training, because he had not felt what it was like to train for a long time due to his illness. After 100 push-ups, Ben thought about how everyone in this city was telling him that he should be the king of the Protoss. After all, why should it be about him? Suddenly, he heard a familiar male voice behind him, calmly telling him that it directly concerned him. The guy turned to the stranger because he was sure that he was alone in this room. The picture he saw amazed him. He did not expect to see this man here. The stranger had long white hair and was dressed in gold-toned clothing similar to what nobles wear. It was the Protoss King Kel, the same man everyone mentions when they see Ben. The king told the boy that he was not so stupid if he could recognize him. The hero was shocked by what he saw because Kel had died long ago and shouldn't be here. The stately man, smiling, answered the guy that this was true and his physical body had long been dead. But at the same time, his soul is alive and right now it is in Ben's body. The hero realized that in this case, it was not a physical body that was sitting in front of him, but only the ghost of that very king. Kel said that this is true, because now he is completely powerless and can only be in the form of a ghost, and also only the hero can see the king, because he is directly connected to him. Ben was outraged by what was said, because the man brazenly pulled him out of another world, and also placed his soul into the guy's body without asking. The hero approached the king and was filled with anger. He assumed that the ghost wanted to use his body for his own purposes. Kel's calmness was astonishing. He didn't even move. He reassured the guy by answering that he wasn't interested. The king then suddenly disappeared and appeared behind Ben, saying that he had not called him into the Protoss for this. The guy saw that the man calmly settled down on his bed, and just as calmly he said that he had called him only to make one deal. The king explained that he gave the boy the strongest ability in this world, namely, endless darkness. He also allowed the hero to possess the endless wealth that Kel had, allowed to have the highest status in this world, and also that Ben would become the king of the Protosser. And after he becomes one, he will need to find those who staged a palace coup 3 years ago and killed Kel. After listening to the king's touching story for a long time, the hero replied that he didn't care and he wouldn't do it. The man didn't expect such an answer, but he reminded the guy that he was in such a position that he couldn't refuse. Ben decided to have a snack and took a banana from the table, assuming that since the king had summoned him to this world, he definitely had a method to subjugate the guy's will to himself. While he was peeling the banana, he asked Kel to tell him what trump card he had for subduing the hero. The king jumped out of bed and grinned, and replied that the guy was smarter than he thought. After all, the man put a seal in the hero's body, which can only be removed after fulfilling his condition. Ben was not pleased with what was said, and he asked again what kind of seal was installed in his body. Kel explained that this seal is quite tricky, and every time the hero has an attraction to a woman, he will feel unbearable pain. It is better to die than to live like this. And if the hero refuses, then his life will be like that of an unsuitable man. These words struck the guy to the depths of his soul. His body felt like it was pierced by 1,000 needles. He really didn't expect the Protoss king to blackmail a pawn like that. Ben wondered why Kel chose him, because he was an ordinary guy, and the king could have chosen a more suitable candidate for revenge. He also suggested that apparently the man could only choose him and not anyone else. Kel was amazed at how the hero guessed everything, because due to an incurable disease, the hero's muscles completely atrophied, and he was like a blank sheet of paper. The guy was the best suited for the endless darkness. Ben continued his conversation. He said that he was very grateful for the man who gave him a second life. But he is a living person, not someone's toy for revenge. After listening to the guy, Kel, with a smirk on his face, said that at first he greatly underestimated the hero. Meanwhile, someone's silhouette was sitting on the roof of the house right above Ben's room. It was Leia, who was surprised that the main character was talking to himself in the room. After talking to the ghost, Ben went to bed. He assumed that it was not a fact that the seal really existed, because then he would wake up in pain every morning. Suddenly, the door to his room opened and an unfamiliar girl dressed in fishnet tights appeared on the threshold. She was wearing a rather revealing outfit consisting of a bright jacket, unbuttoned wide open, and a cheeky collar around her neck. Also part of her outfit was a large minigun that she held up to Ben's face. Feeling something was wrong, the guy opened his eyes to see what was going on. The picture he saw shocked him. In front of him stood an enraged girl who was ready to kill our hero at that very moment. Ben knew what a bad situation he was in, so he decided to try to talk before it was too late. He asked what the girl wanted to do with him right now. An unknown beauty with pink hair asked him if he was the owner of the power of endless darkness. The hero didn't understand what to do. He asked the girl to calm down and put away this huge gun, but she was against it, ordering him to shut up. It was Kel's sister, Lucy, who was nicknamed the Little Demon, who said that she was not as naive as Jenny, and that the protagonist used some kind of dirty trick to take over her brother's power. The guy was struck by the girl's words, and he assumed that since she was the king's sister, she must be his personal guard, like the other girls he had met before. Suddenly, shots rang out, and the hero tried to dodge them, although it was useless in such a situation. The pillow Ben was lying on now looked like a sieve. The guy started yelling at the girl because of the adrenaline in his body, because she could have just killed him. But the girl didn't slow down. She demanded to tell her how he got her brother's power, otherwise Ben would end up like this pillow. The guy briefly told the whole story of how he arrived in this world and how he got that legendary power. Lucy burst into tears after hearing this because she thought her brother was dead, and now she finds out that his soul is still alive in this guy's body. Ben hissed like a snake and told the girl to be quiet, because if anyone found out that Kel's soul was in his body, the king's enemies would kill the guy. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lucy threw herself into the hero's arms, calling him her new brother. But her sudden outburst of love was stopped by the guy's hand, which confused the girl. But the girl didn't stop and tried to hug Ben, to which the guy told her that he was not her brother and she shouldn't cuddle up to him. If Lucy really wants to help the hero, then tomorrow she must take him to one place. Surprised by Ben's answer, Lucy asked what kind of place it was. The next day, the girl sat outside the establishment, which was emitting pink neon light, and told all visitors not to enter if they still wanted to live. It was clear from her face that she was very embarrassed to be here. She promised herself that if the hero dared to order such a thing again, she would turn him into a sieve. Inside the establishment, there were very beautiful girls who asked the guy if it was his first time there. One of the girls, slowly eating fruit, suggested that Ben relax and give free rein to his desires. The hero was surrounded by a crowd of beautiful girls who wanted the guy to pay attention to them. But he, judging by the expression on his face, was very reserved. He restrained himself, for he supposed that if he did not give in to the attraction to the girls, the seal of Kel would disappear. He prayed that he could pass this test, but the girls surrounding him did not slow down. The guy just kept repeating in his head that he had to be strong and not give in to his emotions. Meanwhile, the girl's passion only grew stronger. It seemed that even the most persistent guy would not be able to resist. And Ben gave in, shouting that he couldn't stand it. A heartbreaking cry came from the establishment, filled with pain and despair. The door swung open and Lucy saw Ben quickly coming out. She smirked and sarcastically told the hero that he was a dirty pervert for losing heart in front of the girls. There was only despair on the boy's face. He cursed Kel for putting such a painful seal on him. On the way home, Lucy asked if Ben would participate in the new selection of Protoss Guardians, to which the guy replied that he did not know what was needed for training, and he did not want to watch the gates. The girl explained that in order to become a Guardian, one must fulfill one condition, and at that moment Ben turned to her. She thought he was interested, but in fact the guy said he wanted to go to the toilet because he drank a lot of water. The hero retreated to the nearest alley because he would not have made it home in time. And then a strange ball fell in front of him, similar to a baseball, which also had a mouth with teeth. Ben picked it up and thought it was some kind of strange toy that looked very unusual. Suddenly, a similar ball fell next to him, but this time of gigantic size, which scattered all the urns in the area. The hero was stunned by this sight. He did not understand what was going on here. It was a demon devourer, a demonic-level predator, who was about to attack the boy at that moment. At the same time, Lucy, who was waiting for Ben, began to speculate about what had happened to her brother that he decided to make this weakling his heir. Suddenly, from the alley where the guy went, loud screams and noise were heard, which were hard not to hear. Lucy decided to see what that boy was doing there that was making so much noise. But what she saw there shocked her. Ben jumped out from around the corner, with a huge demon chasing him and trying to eat him. The guy barely dodged it, but was still unharmed for now. The girl was amazed that a predator of the demonic level got inside the city so easily. The hero landed on the ground, and from behind the predator, small balls of demons flew towards him. He understood that he wouldn't have time to evade them, and apparently this was the end. But suddenly all the balls that were flying towards him were pierced by bullets, leaving only traces of their own blood on the guy. Ben turned around and looked in the direction his little friends had come from to see who had saved him. Lucy smirked, slinging her minigun over her shoulder and asking if the pervert had wet his pants. Realizing what was happening, the guy shouted that she was a pervert, as was her entire family. But the girl did not pay attention to him, because she noticed a figure standing on the roof of the house and ordered her to come down because she had noticed it a long time ago. She understood who it was because only one person could control predators of the demonic level and also bring them to the city. No one is more capable of this than her brother Kel's wife, Eliza. Ben was surprised by what was said. He asked Lucy again if this girl was really the king's wife. The little demon explained that this girl had a Protoss marriage contract on her body, and at 20 she was supposed to become the king's wife. At first, Lucy thought she would become her little sister, but now it seems this girl is just a cheap doormat. Suddenly, the figure on the roof began to move and rush down towards our heroes. She landed on the demon's back with lightning speed and advised Lucy not to joke like that, because she couldn't marry a loser like Kel. At this moment, Ben became very embarrassed because of the beauty that had just appeared before him, and his heart seems like it should jump out of his chest right now from such fast beats. The stranger adjusted her enchanting black hair and said that she just needed to kill this guy, and then the marriage contract would disappear. At that moment, A girl flashed through his mind who looked very much like the king's wife. She told Ben to stay away from her because he was not her type. She turned around and walked away the day the guy tried to confess his love to her. Ben couldn't move because he saw such a beautiful girl who was part of his memories. He timidly asked the girl who stood in front of them on the huge monster if she was his goddess. Lucy looked at the hero in surprise and thought that this guy must have gone crazy after all. Ben still looked at the girl with loving eyes. He extended his hand to her and asked her why she came into this world. Was it really for him? At that very moment, the hero received a strong blow to the face from Eliza, who was perplexed by the fact that he called her a goddess. The guy did a few turns before crashing into the wall because the girl's blow was quite powerful. Lucy was furious that some girl hit her brother. She started shouting at her not to be arrogant, that she is a bride and can think that she is allowed to do whatever she wants. To which Eliza replied that she could not marry someone who sought entertainment in brothels. This did not calm Lucy down. She screamed that the boy's life was her brother's last will, and if Eliza wanted to kill him, she would have to deal with her. Suddenly, a huge mouth of a monster that everyone had forgotten about appeared in front of the little demon. The girl would not have had time to react to how quickly it approached her. She only managed to notice him right in front of her, and it seems she understood how this would end. The demon swallowed her instantly, biting her minigun in half. Eliza told her after that she would kill the guy before Lucy was digested in the demon's stomach. The girl was sure that after such a blow the guy would have suffered greatly, and she hurried towards him to finish him off. Suddenly, from the smoke raised by Ben's landing, a hand reached out to the king's wife. She almost grabbed her by the hair, but the girl managed to sharply dodge by jumping back. Eliza couldn't believe that after such a blow the guy still had the strength to respond to her. A voice came from the thick smoke. It was Ben, who was regretting that he couldn't catch her, although he was quite close to it. The girl quickly realized that he used endless darkness to repel the attack. But she was surprised that in just 2 days the guy was able to master such a technique to its full extent. The hero was surrounded by an aura of different colors, and it seemed that there was not a scratch on him. He told the offender that she could not be his goddess, because she had not visited him for all 3 years, and therefore could not come for him into this world. The blow caused Ben to come to his senses and realize that Eliza and the girl from the past were simply very similar, and that was all. The girl answered him that since he already has a loved one, then she will not marry him, so he must die today. The guy just grinned when he heard these words because he hasn't loved her for a long time. Especially if he becomes the king of the Protoss, then many girls will want to be with him, including Eliza. She shouldn't hold on to him and she shouldn't be jealous of him just because he went to a hotel. Finally, Ben asked the girl if she liked him. These words made Eliza furious. She couldn't believe that the guy was talking such nonsense. She only came here because she has a marriage contract on her body that she wants to break. Suddenly, the asphalt began to crumble under Ben, and he realized that Eliza had used one of her abilities. Hundreds of demons flew out from under the ground, instantly lifting him into the air and beating him from all sides. As they flew up, they turned around and came down to inflict maximum damage on the guy. The force of the blow caused a loud explosion, and the ground around shook. Eliza was sure that this time she managed to catch him. She told the hero that it was all over because her demons would not leave a single bone of him. The girl didn't want to kill him at all. The guy was just unlucky enough to get to this place and be her target. Suddenly the smoke cleared and our hero exhaled calmly. The multicolored aura that protected him was still visible around him. Sitting at the bottom of the crater that was formed after the impact, Ben agreed that he was unlucky with the place he ended up in. Eliza was horrified. She couldn't believe that this time the legendary power protected the guy. She was also horrified by the fact that her demons now looked like withered corpses. While the girl was trying to understand what had happened, the hero was already heading towards her, saying that he was not actually going to become the king of the Protoss. Everyone insists that he go a certain way, but no one asks him what he really wants. He had already died once, and this was the life Ben had decided to live for himself. The hero's words surprised Eliza, but at that moment some noise was heard next to her. Inside the demon that swallowed Lucy, a girl's voice was heard. He asked Eliza if she knew why the little demon was using a machine gun. All because the girl's power is too great, and if it is not controlled, then no one knows what can happen to the innocent. The two fighters were shocked by what they saw. Eliza thought that the compression force of this demon was 2 tons, and she could not open its mouth. Lucy appeared and shouted that this is the power of rank R. Changing her cells, her power becomes limitless. The girl flew out of the monster's mouth as if from a cannon and headed towards Eliza. If she hits with her blow, it will be fatal. The ground beneath the king's wife's feet was shattered into small pieces by the force of Lucy's blow. But Eliza still managed to dodge it. She quickly climbed up to the roof of the building, realizing that she had greatly underestimated these two. Ben was amazed at how short-tempered Lucy could be, although after what she did with the pillow, it was not surprising. Eliza knew that she wouldn't be able to defeat them at close range, so she decided to use one of her abilities since the two were standing so close to each other. Her eyes became like two blue moons and her face became extremely tense. Our heroes thought that this girl was running too fast, and they needed to come up with something to catch up with her. A huge blue ball appeared behind Eliza, which illuminated the entire area. This was the ability of the blue moon. Ben and Lucy realized that they could no longer move, and their minds felt like they no longer belonged to them. SSR Blue Moon. Rank power, just by looking into the eyes. Eliza can control weak predators, but if you use the light of the moon, then her power increases many times over, and she can control people for a short time. Suddenly, behind me, I heard the sound of a blade being pulled out of its sheath. Someone was quickly approaching. Eliza only managed to see the glow of the blade in front of her. She understood that she would not have time to dodge. The heroes felt themselves in their bodies again. They still couldn't understand what had happened to them. It was Leia. With her sweeping blow, she hit the girl and interrupted the use of the ability. Eliza was only able to spit out the blood that formed after the blow. It seemed that the fight was over at that moment. Leia calmly told the girl that if she wanted to kill Ben, she should ask her permission first. Due to the strong blow, Eliza lost consciousness and fell from the roof of the house. Ben didn't lose his composure, and at that very moment he hurried towards the falling girl. He caught her mid-flight, preventing her from dying from falling from the roof. The guy started shouting at Eliza to wake up. He didn't want her to die here. But the girl's mind had already become clouded, and it seemed she had stopped hearing what the hero was trying to tell her. A little later, our heroes went home, namely to the house of Mr. Kell. Eliza suddenly woke up. She didn't understand what was happening because she thought she had died on the roof. The girl looked around, trying to figure out where she was. There was no wound on her ample chest. Eliza was sure that Leia had pierced her with a sword, but there was not a scratch on her body. The girl tried to remember what happened at that moment and why the fight was lost. Before her eyes was a picture of Leia lightning fast drawing her katana, and it seemed Eliza saw a demon behind the girl's back. The king's ex-wife got out of bed to inspect the place. She thought that if Ben's protector was nearby, she would not be able to reach him. Suddenly, approaching the terrace, she saw that same guy who was sitting peacefully and talking to someone. Ben talked to Leia, asking her how she managed to find them. The protector reminded that it was her duty to provide security for the heir, and she should always know where the guy was because it wasn't only Eliza who was hunting for his head. Kell's killers are currently searching for Ben, and his every move is under threat. And there are two other heirs to consider. They are Count Dracula, who has great influence in the Protoss, and Kell's older sister, Archangel Mary. These two are also not happy about the appearance of the hero. Right now, Ben is giving the impression of being weak, so anyone can try to kill him, and it was stupid to leave Eliza alive. Ben chuckled and replied that he couldn't just watch such a beautiful girl die. Eliza remembered how the guy heroically caught her in the air and helped the girl. She couldn't even think that he was capable of such a thing. The Blue Moon ability had no effect on Leia. She could easily kill Eliza, but the guy saved her. It touched the girl. Ben continued his dialogue, saying that he doesn't need a wife for free, even though he doesn't intend to be the king of the Protoss. That's why he didn't let her die then. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Eliza came out onto the terrace, who didn't seem happy with the guy's words. Ben realized that she had heard everything and decided to play dumb by saying that he hadn't said anything. Eliza was angry, but at the same time embarrassed. She shouted at the guy that she would not become his wife just because he saved her. Ben was so ashamed that he didn't know where to go, and the girl firmly declared that she would never marry the guy. The hero was shocked by the girl's straightforwardness, once again receiving such a cruel refusal. The two seemed to have forgotten that there was a third person on the terrace. Leia loudly called the girl's name. The defender was already preparing for battle, taking out a long and sharp katana from her sheath. She warned Eliza that if she wanted to kill Ben, then this time Leia would not use the hilt of the sword. Now the girl understood why there was no wound on her chest. Last time she was hit, not with a blade, but with a handle, and only lost consciousness from the force of the blow. Eliza was even more horrified by Leia's strength and understood that if the protector was next to the guy, the girl would not be able to defeat him. Suddenly, the girl flew into the air with lightning speed. Her speed was still as high as during the fight. She loudly shouted the name of some creature, which surprised everyone who was on the terrace at that moment. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge bird appeared in the sky and headed towards the house. She instantly appeared above the heroes, and her size was so huge that the shadow of her wings covered the roof of the estate. Ben was scared that Eliza could summon such creatures. This bird was completely different from the demon that she summoned. In flight, the girl did a deft somersault and landed on the creature's head. She kept her balance deftly, and now it seemed that she had an advantage over the heroes. It was a huge mythical bird, black in color, with a blue glow streaming from its eyes, and the air around it shook with the spread of its huge wings. Leia was not frightened by the picture she saw. She knew that. Judging by the ancient scriptures, this was a high-level beast. This fight was becoming more and more interesting for her. Having prepared her katana, she decided to cut this beast together with the girl. But at that moment, Eliza turned to the guy and asked if he wanted to marry her. If his answer is yes, then she is ready to discuss the engagement with him, but only in private without strangers. The guy realized that the girl wanted Leia to leave and he got a little scared. But he decided to give the girl a chance and talk to her, but the defender firmly replied that she would not leave. Ben confidently told Leia to calm down, because if the girl wanted to kill him, she would hardly succeed, since she had just barely jumped on her animal. The defender looked at the guy gloomily and replied that if he wanted to die, then so be it. She put her katana in its sheath and prepared to leave, and the guy continued to calm her down, saying that he could stand up for himself. After some time, they were left alone. It was a beautiful night, and somewhere nearby one could hear the chirping of cicadas. Ben understood that Eliza was afraid of Leia, so she asked to be alone. He asked the girl what she really wanted. Eliza cut him off abruptly, saying that she admitted that the guy wasn't as bad as she thought. But this does not change anything, because the hero relies only on the endless darkness, and for the higher people he is just a pawn. Ben told the girl that her speech was very offensive and that this was not what he expected to hear. The girl continued her dialogue by saying that in a month the Protoss will hold an annual selection of guardians in front of the delegation. And if the hero defeats her and becomes the guardian of the Protoss, then she will help him ascend to the throne. Ben remembered that he had already been told about this selection of guardians, but he still didn't understand what it was. It was a competition where heroes fight predators and often die at their hands. The selection round is held in 2 stages in order to identify outstanding newcomers who will take the place of the fallen guardians. So the Protoss provides itself with guards of 72 people. This allows the Protoss to provide protection and preserve the human race. The guy heard what he needed, namely that if he won, his marriage contract with Eliza would come into effect. Eliza sighed and said that it was not enough to become a Protoss guardian. One of the conditions was to ascend to the throne, and only then she could marry him. She can only marry a high-ranking guard, a hero on whom all the Protoss rely. Eliza was embarrassed when she remembered Kel, saying that he was a very handsome and strong man, and whether Ben could become the same. The guy trembled from what he heard and quietly said that Eliza really loved him. The girl interrupted him abruptly with shouts. She didn't want Ben to say those words out loud. The hero was very indignant, not understanding how the girl fell in love with such a gray-haired deceiver. He has a face like a weakling. Eliza decided to change the subject abruptly, saying that the guy should remember that if he doesn't pass the first round, the competition will be over for him, and that means defeat. And defeat for Ben would mean that he would never be able to ascend the throne and marry Eliza. After the story, the girl was sure that the hero would refuse. But the guy wasn't going to give up. He said that he would gladly join her in this competition. The days flew by and the hero trained, and now a month has passed since their conversation. An unknown guy slowly moved towards a crowd of people who were standing near a large building that resembled the Colosseum. It was a young fighter with a bare torso and red hair. On his arms hung bracelets around which a purple glow emanated. When he saw the place where the competition was taking place, he was delighted. This place is perfect for the birth of guardians. At the entrance to the selection arena, the guy saw a huge number of people who wanted to go inside. This excited the fighter even more, because all these people looked very strong, and he would finally be able to test his strength. The blood of hell boiled in his body. The guy's name was Adam, and he was from a small village that was located near the Protosser. Walking down the corridor, Adam came out into the arena, which made him even more delighted. The Colosseum was truly huge, with a mountain towering over it, over which dragons flew. Adam considered this place worthy of his fist. His admiration was interrupted by some guy who landed right at the fighter's feet. He was thrown back by a handsome guy with glasses, who had ash blonde hair, and his suit was decorated with 2 snowflakes. The handsome stranger told the fallen fighter to take his hands off his suit, to which the guy yelled that he had accidentally touched him. The newcomers watching this were delighted by the spectacle, because the selection had not yet begun. But something interesting was already happening. The fighter, who had been lying on the ground a couple of minutes ago, suddenly flew towards the offender, saying that he was stronger than him and was not afraid to fight him. The ash-haired man didn't like the peasant's reaction. His fingers were covered with ice, and it seemed he already understood that the battle was won. In the blink of an eye, the fighter who had been rushing so furiously was encased in a large block of ice and could no longer move. He could still think and regretted touching the man, but it was too late. The crowd was shocked by what they saw. They wanted to know who he was and where he came from. One of the people who came recognized this ability. It was an elemental level ability of SSR rank. And if he is not mistaken, then such abilities and love for purity can only be possessed by one person. The S-rank Archangel Daniel, who was the son of a noble family nicknamed the Ice Soul Eater. All the girls in the crowd immediately noticed the handsome man and began to confess their love to him. But then someone touched his shoulder again. For the second time that day, someone touched him. It was Adam, who noticed that Daniel was a very strong fighter. Everyone was shocked. Did this redneck really want to end up in ice like the last guy? But one of the crowd recognized the peasant. He said that Adam killed dozens of ghost-level predators last year, and he is a real battle madman. At that moment, the bracelet on the guy's hand began to spin, and his hand burst into a huge flame. He told Daniel that he also had an SSR rank elemental ability and wanted him to fight him. The ash-haired man slowly turned to the guy and calmly ordered him to remove his hand. Meanwhile, a girl who was watching this whole performance and slowly exhaling smoke from her pipe decided to intervene. She shouted that apparently all the fighters were full of energy and couldn't wait to fight. But it was too early to start the game because the selection hadn't started yet. It was the school magistrate who guarded the place. A beautiful girl with a large open bust, dressed in furs. Adam realized it was better not to start ahead of time and said that he just decided to say hello to a friend. Daniel no longer thought about the impudent man. He was only worried about whether today would be the same guy who inherited the endless darkness. The crowd lost their spirit when they saw 2 SSR rank abilities from newbies. They knew they couldn't handle it. Night had fallen, and it was time to announce the start of the qualifying rounds. The director said it was time to begin. She was looking forward to the start of the competition. Daniel quietly asked to wait a little longer. It seemed he was waiting for someone. Suddenly, a hand rose from the crowd, and someone in a sweet voice shouted to the director not to start the competition. It was Eliza. She said that there was another player who had not yet appeared in the arena. The man recognized the girl. He assumed that she also came to see the guy with the legendary ability, and perhaps because of her marriage contract. The director understood who they were talking about, because in a month, the rumor about the hero with the legendary ability had spread throughout the city. She agreed to wait for such a valuable player, but only for 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed and the crowd started making noise. They were talking about how the hero was scared of the competition and that he definitely wouldn't come. The director agreed that the time was up and it was time to start the competition. Daniel's face showed disappointment. He couldn't believe that a hero with such abilities would really not come. Eliza was also upset. She didn't want to believe that Ben had deceived her. Suddenly, steps were heard from far away from the crowd, slowly heading towards the center of the arena. The girl immediately became prettier when she saw a familiar figure. After all, he kept his promise. It was Ben, surrounded by his female guards, dressed like a true king in a black robe covered in fur. He stated with confidence that all these guys don't look very friendly. The whole crowd was furious that he had come to the arena. Some were mad that everyone had been waiting for the guy, some because they were afraid of his strength, and only Adam thought that it must be hot in such furs. Ben didn't expect such a reaction. He promised the crowd that he would deal with anyone who stood in his way. Eliza seemed to like how the hero had changed over the past month. He looked like such a confident man. The roar of the crowd was stopped by a loud kick. It was the director who ordered everyone to be quiet. Now that everyone was gathered, she decided to declare the guard selection conference open. She waved her pipe and quickly hit somewhere in the air. Everything in that place sparkled and it seemed like space began to tear apart. At the sight of the impact, a huge portal was formed, which announced that the competition had begun. The crowd was shocked because there had never been any space portals at the qualifiers before. They didn't understand what it was for. The director stated that the selection is divided into 2 rounds, in the first of which newcomers must go through a portal that will send them out of town. All they have to do is be in a designated area, and in these places the fighters must live for 5 days. Only those who survive are eligible to participate in the second round of selection. The crowd began to panic, because it was impossible to live outside the city for 5 days, and it was unknown where this portal would send them, perhaps straight to the lair of the monsters. The director stated that it is the duty of the guards to protect the city, and if the newcomers are afraid, they can refrain from participating and try next year. Hands immediately reached out from the crowd. Many did not want to participate in this and decided to try next time. It took some time before there were any people left in the arena, and many left without trying. Now that only the brave remained, the director asked who would decide to go first. Ben, without thinking twice, said that he would go first. Apparently, he had some kind of plan. Eliza and Daniel were surprised by what was said. The girl understood that the guy was up to something. Ben did have a plan. He decided that if he went first, he would have time to study the area. This would give him an advantage over the others and he should not miss it. Suddenly, someone grabbed his black robe, wanting to attract his attention. It was Jenna. She was worried about the guy and told him that she had a bad feeling and he shouldn't go first. Ben hastened to calm the girl down and told her that he would meet them after the first stage. After these words, the hero quickly walked towards the mystical portal. Without hesitation, he entered the portal, which would take him to an unknown place. Coming out of the portal, there was only horror in his eyes from what he saw. In front of him was a huge three-eyed monster, resembling an octopus. At that moment, Ben realized that he was not very lucky after all. It was a ghostly predator that was enraged by the fact that some human had invaded its lair. Its size was so huge that it seemed that with one tentacle, it could break through a building. The monster aimed one of these tentacles at the hero to punish the impudent fellow with one blow. Ben didn't have time to dodge. The impact caused the ground beneath him to fly apart in different directions, and it seemed that no one could survive such damage. But the guy was protected by endless darkness. He easily raised the tentacle and said that he was incredibly lucky that he teleported straight to such an enemy. It's a pity he doesn't have time for this battle, because he had an appointment. In rage, the predator directed 3 more of its tentacles towards the guy to finish what he started. But Ben deftly dodged the blow, even though the attack was quite fast. He landed on one of the tentacles to quickly reach the enemy's vulnerable spot. While Ben was running along the tentacle, the monster thought that the hero had pretty good abilities for an ordinary person. But the guy had already gotten close to the enemy's weak spot. He understood that he needed to finish off the predator quickly. Otherwise, his location could be discovered by other fighters. Meanwhile, everything was peaceful and calm in the arena, and no one knew what was happening on the other side of the portal. The little demon was worried that Ben might not cope because the rules had changed, and now no one could guarantee that nothing would happen to him. But Leia decided to cheer the girl up by saying that the guy is not as simple as he seems. From the first day he entered the Star Spirit Garden, he was extremely disciplined. He went to bed at 10 p.m. and woke up at 7 a.m., keeping a perfect schedule. Every day, the hero did 100 push-ups, squats, and crunches, and there wasn't a single day when he missed a workout. And at the end of a long run of 10 kilometers, he never stopped despite the wind and rain. There is always energy in his body, and if he can't move, he will die because of it. That's why he's like Leia. He has a fighting instinct, and she understands that people like him won't die so easily. Ben's crushing blow made the predator's eyes pop out. There's no way to defend against such a blow. Purple sparks began to penetrate the monster's entire body, causing colossal damage. Suddenly, purple energy began to emerge from the monster, which the boy had seen before when he fought against the corpses. He immediately realized that this was the energy that remained from the squid, and now he would absorb it. Suddenly, a corpse's hand emerged from the tentacle, which seemed impossible since the predator was defeated. Following the hand, a zombie appeared, gradually crawling out. When it came out halfway from his mouth and eyes, green smoke began to come out, which gradually scattered. This fog began to spread throughout the area. The hero was sure that he had defeated the squid, but now he did not understand what was happening. And then he thought that perhaps the predator was making a signal and attracting other monsters to itself. Suddenly, everything around sparkled and the air became cold as if winter had come. The predator's body was instantly covered in ice from start to finish. Now in front of Ben, there was only an ice block that looked like a large mountain. From what he saw, the guy froze in place and did not understand what had just happened. An unfamiliar figure spoke behind him, and the hero turned to see who was there. The figure said that the predator asked for help from his kind. It was Daniel. He explained that originally it was a humanoid predator, but when people eat too much, they become like this. Ben was outraged that the stranger not only spied on him, but also stole his trophy. Adjusting his glasses, the nobleman replied that if he hadn't helped the guy, he would now be surrounded by predators and the hero should be grateful to him. The guy didn't listen to Daniel to the end and turned around and said that he didn't have time to fight him because he needed to find the person with whom he had an appointment. Suddenly, the air became cold again and snowflakes appeared around the hero. The guy had already seen this attack a couple of minutes ago. Ben asked the stranger what he was going to do, covering himself in his aura of endless darkness. Daniel told the guy that the rules are that everyone has to live here for 5 days, which means that the rules allow participants to eliminate competitors. Ben turned to him and replied that it seemed that by the word competitor, he meant him specifically. Meanwhile, in the forest, one of the participants was running away from a crowd of predators. Something on his hand was making a sound like a watch alert as he approached an unknown blue wall. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion that tore the guy apart. The competition was over for him. A cooling corpse of a zombie was visible in the ground, having been defeated by someone. It was Jenna who dealt with the predators that attacked her. She wondered where her master had teleported to, because she had to find him. Suddenly, the watch on her hand began to make some kind of piercing sound. It was a locator that is given to the player upon entry, and if it makes a sound, it means it has turned on the warning system for the player. After all, there was only one rule of the game in the competition: to survive in your own area for 5 days. If you step outside the field, you will likely be eliminated from the competition. Jenna hurried to find her owner. She moved quickly along the branches like a cat. She also understood that she should not go beyond the boundaries of the field to which the portal sent her. Descending from the trees, she walked on foot, all this being observed by a mysterious figure in a cloak. It was an unknown guest who was glad to have found her. As Jenna moved through the forest, she began to suspect that something was wrong. She had the feeling that she was being followed all this time. She suddenly began to brake in order to turn around and see who was hiding in the treetops. Stopping, the girl shouted loudly for the stranger to come out. Looking into the darkness, she asked why the ghost continued to haunt her all this time. The guy was only glad that she finally noticed him. He had been craving a fight for a long time. An unknown figure descended from the tree with lightning speed and landed right in front of the girl. The stranger said that she was worthy of being Ben's bodyguard and asked when the girl noticed him. Jenna replied that she noticed him at the very beginning and asked what this guy wanted from her. The stranger threw off his cloak to reveal his true form. It was the electric god. Laughing, he said that someone wants Ben to die in this forest, so Jenna should take him to the hero. But the girl was determined. She had to ensure the safety of her master at any cost. At that very second, the villain sank into the ground due to the strong gravity that was pressing on him. Gravitational field, one of the girl's abilities. Every time she counted the numbers, the force of gravity in the radius increased. The guy's legs were already knee-deep in the ground. In this position, he would not have been able to use his abilities against the girl. But he was only amused by the protector's ability. When he began to sink into the ground, he realized that it was due to gravity. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, another battle seemed to be brewing. Daniel told Ben that just because the guy wasn't a threat to him right now, he wouldn't fight him. The hero didn't understand what was happening. He wanted to know what this ash-haired man wanted. The nobleman assured the boy that there was no need to be nervous because he had come here to tell the boy one thing. Approaching Ben, he asked him to stay alive in this forest by any means necessary. After this, Daniel headed forward into the thicket of the forest. The hero did not understand what he meant and asked again why the stranger was saying that. The nobleman turned around and explained that someone simply wanted the guy to die and not pass the first round. To which Ben replied that many people want him dead, but so far no one has managed to kill him. Daniel chuckled, because the guy still didn't understand what the nobleman had guessed as soon as he heard the rules of the competition. The purpose of the rules changed because of Ben. We need to make it easier to kill him, and anyone who can change the selection rules is definitely a very powerful person. As he left, he added that if a guy wants to be in the Star Spirit Garden, he must survive the first round. As he watched the stranger go, Ben wondered who it was and why he was helping him. But suddenly he felt a strange force that affected him. The hero had the feeling that he was moving against his will, and he turned in the direction he was being pulled. He was drawn to the thicket of the forest. Ben immediately realized that he needed to run there. The god of thunder struck the girl with lightning speed, which she did not expect because she slammed him into the ground. He swung and struck the girl again, and flashes of lightning sparked at the place where he struck. From the power of her ability, Jenna flew through the trees, breaking each one in her path. The blow was of monstrous force. After flying some distance, the girl crashed into the ground with a roar. She was covered in bruises and scratches, but still managed to survive the landing. Jenna didn't know that the guy had the power of lightning. He used it to accelerate and overcome the gravity that the girl created. Swaying, she struggled to her feet. She understood that he was too dangerous, and under no circumstances should he approach her master. At that very second, the guy was next to the girl. She didn't even notice how he covered such a large distance in a second. His speed was truly amazing. From behind his back, he began to take out a knife, which was also filled with lightning, just like its owner. Laughing, he said that since Jenna wouldn't take him to Ben, he would find him himself with the girl's corpse on his shoulder. But the defender did not lose her confidence. She replied that the stranger would not dare to touch a hair on her master's head. At the same time, on the other side of the forest, someone was running forward at such a speed that only dust from his tracks could be seen. 3 guys noticed the runner and realized that he was the guy everyone was talking about. They were teleported together, which means the 3 of them can cope with 1 warrior. But then one of the fighters was surprised that the runner did not stop, but ran at great speed straight towards them. Ben ran so fast that he didn't even notice the three newcomers and knocked them down like bowling pins. He didn't stop because he had a feeling that Jenna was in danger. The girl was all beaten up and could barely stand on her feet. She had wounds all over her body. She just kept telling herself that she was here to help her master and shouldn't give up. The Thunder God only laughed at the fact that such a beautiful girl had to die because of such a short-lived master. He raised his blade over the girl's head to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, he felt something trembling behind him and moving towards him. A lightning-fast elbow strike hit the guy's neck. He couldn't even figure out what happened. The force of the blow sent the offender flying forward at great speed. There was a stone in his path, which the Thunder God crashed into with such force that the entire thicket trembled at that moment. Jenna turned around in surprise because she had already prepared herself for the fact that she was about to die. Near the stone where the offender crashed stood her owner, who arrived just in time. Ben stood near the rock where his opponent crashed. The force of the blow was so great that a crater formed in the place where the Thunder God flew. The guy was hit in the neck, so he no longer showed signs of life. The hero was glad that he made it in time, because if he had been late even for a minute, it would have been the end of Jenna. After some time, the heroes were sitting in a clearing. The guy was apologizing to the girl for the fact that, because of him, she went to this competition. Jenna calmed the guy down. She was sorry that she, as a guard, could not protect her master, and he himself had to protect her. She was also surprised at how he was able to find her in such a large forest. Ben said he felt the girl was in danger and even felt where she was. The girl was amazed that her master had such an ability. Although he did not have such an ability, these were only sensations. Meanwhile, strange things began to happen in the place where the battle ended. The DNA in the body of the defeated warrior began to rebuild, and by some miracle he began to come back to life. The body, dead a minute ago, began to move a little, trying to come to its senses. A strong wind blew and Jenna started coughing. Her wounds were very deep. The guy, without thinking twice, took off his robe and gave it to the girl so that she wouldn't freeze under the tree. He told the defender to dress him and have a good rest after the fight, and he would look after her in the meantime. The hero added that the girl had been looking after the guy for the last month. Now it was his turn to look after her. These words touched her very much, and despite the severe wounds, a sweet smile shone on her face. It got dark outside, the girl fell asleep recovering from the fight, and the guy, as promised, sat and guarded her. Not far from their small camp, strange tentacles began to move. They dug into the ground to attack our heroes unnoticed. Emerging behind Ben, they headed straight towards him in order to kill him before he realized anything. But with a quick movement of his hand, the hero grabbed the tentacles and tore them apart, stopping the enemy's attack. He had long since realized that the Thunder God was pretending to be dead, because if he died, Ben would begin to absorb his life energy. The guy explained that he would indeed be dead from such a blow to the neck, but he was injected with a drug that turns him into a predator, so it is not so easy to kill him. The striker also thought that the hero had absorbed the power of the gate guard he had fought earlier, and he had been training hard for the last month. Perhaps Ben would be able to reach level B. Suddenly, the Thunder God began to twist and an ominous aura mixed with lightning bolts began to emanate around him. From his back, a bunch of other tentacles that were on his hands suddenly burst out, and the color of his skin changed to gray like corpses. Ben didn't expect to see such a sight. What was happening to this guy and who he was starting to turn into, he also didn't understand. It was the ultimate form of the Thunder God, the robust body of a predator and SSR rank lightning. He laughed hysterically, shouting that the hero was going to die now because the predator was at the top of Class B. But Ben didn't listen to the offender for long and immediately hit him in the face, ordering him to shut up. The force of the blow sent the Thunder God flying towards the forest, but Ben moved to where the guy was flying in order to finish him off. He slammed him into the ground with all his might, grabbing his face with his hand, and due to the speed of the blow, the ground beneath the guy broke, creating another crater. This time, energy began to be released from it, which the hero was ready to absorb in order to obtain the ability of a fighter. He stood over his opponent in a rage, saying that if the Thunder God is the best in Class B, then the hero is the pinnacle of Class B. But the enemy did not listen to the guy. He only thought that the most terrible ability in the endless darkness is that it sucks out energy and abilities from the opponent. He did not understand how Ben was able to master such power in just a month. His life flashed before his eyes. He remembered the man in the protective suit who warned him that the drug was experimental, and whether the guy really wanted to inject himself with it. The future god of thunder was chained to the wall. His heartbeat was monitored by doctors to ensure the experiment was successful. Through the intense pain, he chuckled and told them to continue because the guy could handle it. After the experiment, the gray-haired old man explained to the guy that he had received a strong body of a predator, But the fusion of cells was insufficient, and he still had not received any second ability. He was disappointed in this because despite the fact that the soldier survived, the experiment was a failure. The unknown man continued to say that in order to create an artificial predator body with double the strength, they are still missing one thing. This is Ben's body, the crystal of dark infinity. Preparing for the blow and concentrating the energy in his hand, the hero asked the enemy how he managed to take on the form of a predator and remain sane. He also wanted to know who the guy's boss was and what their goal was. But the warrior, resigned to defeat, refused to tell Ben the truth. He only said that according to his calculations, the hero cannot be his opponent, and he is very curious why he is much stronger than expected. Ben simply replied that he simply had an extraordinary talent, and it seemed that the conversation was over. But suddenly the clouds thickened and rain began to fall from the sky, signaling that a thunderstorm was about to begin. The guy was surprised by this phenomenon. He realized that today God was on his side. Feeling a surge of strength, the predator asked Ben if he knew why lightning strikes during rain. But the hero did not listen to him. He was preparing to deliver the final blow by asking what the guy's last words would be. The sky was filled with the crackling of lightning. At that moment, the god of thunder attracted the natural elements to himself, directing his blow. Suspecting that something was about to happen, Jenna headed towards her master. She shouted to her master that it was dangerous and for him to leave. There was a roar, and a huge bolt of lightning struck from the sky, directed towards where Ben was standing. Lightning didn't hit him because something pushed him away and he fell to the ground unharmed. A crater formed in the place where the lightning struck. If the hero had been there, his endless darkness would not have saved him. The dust raised by the blow began to clear, and Ben began to come to his senses. At that moment, he realized what had happened and saw a terrible picture that horrified him. He saw Jenna in the place where lightning struck. The girl protected her master by throwing him back and taking the blow herself, unfortunately. After that, she showed no signs of life. The god of thunder was already heading towards the hero, saying that the girl had ruined his plan because she was ready to die for her master. Lightning gave him enough energy to recover. It seems even the heavens helped him in this battle. Ben became enraged. An aura of endless darkness began to surround him. He could not believe that Jenna gave her life for him. The hero jumped at lightning speed towards the offender, shouting that he would kill him. The thunder god wasn't afraid of the guy, but only directed his electric tentacles towards him to protect himself. The tentacles pierced Ben's body. Blood began to flow from all parts of the body, but the guy did not feel pain because he was intoxicated with rage. He was getting closer and closer to the enemy, and the tentacles were piercing more and more parts of his body. The predator thought the guy was crazy because he was still trying to hit him despite the tentacle attack. Ben reached his target and his punch, which he put all his strength into, flew straight into the face. With the force of the blow, the hero slammed the predator into the ground. At that moment, everything ended for him. Due to the enormous power, Ben made some more distance together with the enemy, leaving behind only piles of stones that were shattered into pieces. The rain continued to pour, but the elements would no longer help the god of thunder. Because such a blow could not be survived, the guy put all his strength and fury into it. The predator was hanging on the wall of the crater, and its head was firmly pressed into the ground so that it could not get out. Finally, Ben told him that it no longer mattered who he was and who was behind this guy. After all, he will find them one by one until he completely destroys them. Purple balls started appearing from the guy's body. That was all his energy. She went to Ben so that he could absorb the power and abilities of his opponent. But then lightning struck him, which went through his entire body. The guy trembled. He did not expect such an effect from the energy of the god of thunder. His whole body was permeated with wild pain. It felt like 1,000 needles were piercing his body from the inside. Ben couldn't stand such a force and lost consciousness, remaining lying with Jenna in the rain in a dangerous forest. The girl handed the guy a bottle of water, offering him a refreshment. This was one of the hero's memories. She asked him if he really wanted to take part in the competition, as it could be quite dangerous. Ben was surprised by this question because everyone keeps saying that he needs to become king. As a security guard, Jenna wanted him to participate, but as a friend, she didn't want the hero to get hurt. The guy was shocked by the girl's confession because he thought that everyone considered him an instrument for Kel's revenge. He did not know that Jenna cared about him with all her heart. The girl got up from the bench and declared that since she was not a Protoss guard, she could also apply to participate in the competition. And so Jenna will go with the owner, so she won't have to worry about him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Protoss, two people were discussing something among themselves. The girl in the red velvet kimono said that their operation had failed and the signal had disappeared. She thought that with the power that the Thunder God had, it was impossible to lose. Was it possible that they had the wrong information about Ben's power? The gray-haired old man slowly said that maybe they were missing something. Most likely, someone else went with the guy and is helping him in this competition. The girl was surprised because she thought that he only had 4 bodyguards with him. The old man, angry at the failure, said that they shouldn't think about it now because there were 4 days left before the selection began, so the girl should go get the corpse of a predator who lost in battle. Suddenly, the figure of the girl found 2 heroes who were lying at the bottom of the crater without strength. It was Eliza. She understood that while the hero was unconscious, this was an excellent chance to kill him and terminate the marriage contract. She slowly approached the boy's wounded body. He still did not move and could not defend himself. Eliza prepared to attack to finish off the guy. But at that moment, for some reason, she began to hesitate. It seemed to her that the guy was blaming her for what she was trying to do now. The girl struck and blood flowed in all directions. She pierced the abdominal cavity and grabbed the heart with her hand, which she then tore out. But not from Ben's chest, but from the chest of a zombie that snuck up on her from behind. The smell of the hero's blood brought a crowd of the dead, who were eager to feast on fresh flesh. She turned to the guy and said that she was only helping him because he himself was not in a condition to fight. Eliza began to fight with monsters. She killed zombies one by one. They were not her rivals, so it was easy. After Eliza dealt with all the enemies, she said that it doesn't matter how many there are because they are too weak. But suddenly the ground shook under the girl's feet. It felt like an earthquake had started. A huge monster the size of a 5-story building emerged from underground. On his head, he had a helmet similar to a knight's, and steam was emitting from his mouth. Eliza was shocked by the size of the creature. She wondered who it was. It was a demon-level predator called the Arbiter, and he was furious that the girl dared to attack his minions. He quickly raised his hand above his head, sentencing the girl to death. The referee's hands fell on Eliza like a meteorite falling to the ground. Everything around shook from such a colossal force of impact. But the girl was quick. As always, she managed to dodge the attack. Jumping towards the tree, Eliza pushed off sharply from it to fly towards the referee. She was faster than the giant, so she was sure that he would not have time to dodge her attack. But the referee managed to put his hand in front of him, which the girl crashed into. He threw her to the ground. It seems the enemy was not so simple, and it will be more difficult to defeat him than a crowd of zombies. The referee shouted for the girl not to contradict him. She landed next to the crater where the heroes were lying, but was not seriously injured. There were only a couple of bruises and scratches on her. Eliza thought about the fact that the level of a predator depends on how many people he ate. Having eaten 100, he would get a ghost level. But this one was many times stronger than such predators. Could he really eat 1,000 people and reach the demonic level? The monster did not wait and rushed to attack. Attacking. He constantly repeated that he was sentencing her to death. And then the girl realized that the attack was not directed at her. The Arbiter attacks the unconscious Jenna and Ben. A hail of blows rained down from the sky, called divine punishment. The force was so great that the earth literally rose into the air and stones crumbled like cookies. The referee shouted that no one would escape his justice and prepared for a new attack. His rage knew no bounds. He struck one last time at the place where our heroes were. That's it. The battlefield looked like a field after a meteor shower, and the referee was sure that he had won. But as soon as the dust settled, he saw the hooves of the creature standing over Eliza, who seemed unharmed by the blows, just like the heroes who lay unconscious. The creature exhaled steam, and the referee was surprised that he was able to stop its attack. It was a macho rhinoceros, a ghost-level predator, who enjoyed receiving fierce and powerful blows. The more you beat him, the more he gets angry. After all, he was useful to Eliza. The girl thought that she couldn't leave the heroes here because Ben once saved her, which means now it's her turn to help him. The rhinoceros provoked the predator so that it would attack him more and more. The referee was surprised by such an unusual creature. He immediately rushed into attack, but the rhinoceros only wanted this. He got pleasure every time the predator struck him. Eliza understood that even though the macho was steadfast, everything had its limits, and over time they would lose. So she had to act while there was time. She took out another creature card from her pocket. The referee continued to beat the defender. He wanted the rhinoceros dead and hit him again. But at that moment, Eliza used the ability of visual exchange, inhabiting the body of her beast. The referee froze because his gaze was directed into the macho's eyes, and now he was under the girl's control. He understood that he was much stronger than her, and therefore it would not be possible to hold him back for more than 3 seconds. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind the predator, shouting that 3 seconds would be enough for them to deal with him. A whirlwind flew into the referee, passing right through the creature. It was Eliza's phoenix, which she summoned while the monster was attacking the rhinoceros. He was not prepared for this. Now there was a huge hole in his chest, because of which he was losing his balance and his strength. The referee fell to the ground with a thud, showing no signs of life. The girl was glad that they won. It seemed that after such a wound, the monster would not be able to continue the fight. But the phoenix warned that it was too early to rejoice, because the predator had simply fallen, but had not yet died. Now he was unconscious from the injuries he had received, but it would return to him quite soon. After all, he had a unique ability of exploitation. With its help, he can enslave creatures located on his territory and appropriate their life energy. Therefore, if you continue to fight him on his territory, you will not be able to defeat him, because he will constantly supply himself with energy. In this case, it is better to get away while there is time. Eliza didn't like what the phoenix said. She wasn't used to running from a battlefield. It's day 4 of the first round of Protoss Guard selection, and our heroes have taken refuge in a rock after a tough fight. Ben jerked awake, screaming Jenny's name, the fight she had fought to protect him still in his eyes. He didn't immediately understand where he was and how he ended up there, but luckily for him, he saw a girl lying next to him. Jenny was still breathing, albeit with difficulty. She was covered in wounds, and a green healing aura glowed around her. There was some kind of animal next to the girl which was waving its paws vigorously. It was a white hedgehog, a low-level predator. It was a very cute furry animal, which was currently casting some kind of spell. Ben was worried about the girl, and he was afraid that this beast was now doing something to her. Suddenly, the little predator jumped up and grabbed the girl by the chest. It seemed he was excited about something. The hero was outraged by this picture. He asked the animal where it put its paws, but then Eliza appeared and told Ben not to scare the baby, because he had been healing their wounds all this time. The guy asked the girl why she protected them, to which she replied that she did not want to remain indebted to the hero. If she saw how they were being eaten by predators, she would have nightmares. Ben was concerned about Jenny's condition and asked if she could be cured, to which Eliza replied that she very much doubted it. Usually people don't survive with such wounds, but her pulse is fine. The wounds are very serious, and even if she can come to her senses, she will not live long. Ben's heart was filled with pain and resentment, because the girl suffered because she defended him. He quickly jumped to his feet, the air around him becoming electric. He asked Eliza if she could help him for Jenny's sake. He was filled with rage. He wanted to find those who did this to the girl. A month earlier, Kel told the boy that Ben had little time to learn, but the king would tell him everything he knew about his ability. The training will take place in this room instead of sleeping. The hero realized that this is necessary so that others will not notice his progress. Kel was surprised that the guy figured out why no one should see Ben's abilities. While eating the apple, the hero said that he became the subject of discussion when he entered the city and used the endless darkness. If he was seen using it again, he would be hunted. The guy still thought that Kel would tell him to have fun and enjoy himself to the fullest. Besides, because of the marriage contract, Eliza also wants him dead. He assumed that the king knew that this would happen. If he just goes to sign up for the selection, the guy's plan will be immediately figured out, and the hero might not live to see the start of the selection. He also added that Kel most likely expected that the guy would take part for the sake of a beautiful girl. After listening to everything Ben had to say, the king declared that for an 18-year-old boy he was very smart. The first round of Protoss Guard selection has ended. The hero sat in a tree in ambush. He assumed that whoever was behind the attackers would want to remove the body and evidence in order to remain in the shadows. His plan was to catch the man who would come for the body and interrogate him. And he was right. Suddenly, a refined figure of a girl appeared at the crater. She was wearing a very beautiful red dress, and in her hand she was holding a weapon that looked like a sickle. It was Vanessa, the weapons master, who swung her sickle, directing its chain towards the corpse. The chain wrapped around the dead thunder god and pulled him out of the crater. The corpse fell next to the girl. She laughed at the deceased because he was turned into a predator, and he was still weak. Still, she admired Ben's strength and wanted to get to know him better. Suddenly, the air became electrified and a lightning bolt was moving towards the girl. Ben tried to concentrate and release energy from his finger for the first time, and it turned out it wasn't that difficult. The guy has completely mastered the power of his last defeated enemy. When the dust began to clear, he saw a strange shield from which the remains of lightning emanated. Behind him was a girl who said that she can change the appearance of her weapon at will. This is her SR rank ability. She appreciated Ben's resourcefulness in setting up an ambush for whoever came for the body. The guy was filled with rage. At that moment, an electric aura appeared around him, which tore his shirt to shreds. He demanded that the girl immediately tell him who was behind her. Ben's power was so great that the released lightning struck the sky, and all nearby creatures could hear this thunder. Vanessa realized that she had underestimated the guy, because he was able to master the ability of her former ally in just a few days and release such a powerful electrical charge. She decided to test the hero's abilities more thoroughly this time by rushing into the attack. Her weapon transformed into a dragon crescent. The girl screamed that if Ben wanted to find out who she was working for, he should make her. Swinging her spear, she delivered her first blow, which seemed like it would hit the unarmed guy. But Ben stopped the attack by creating a sword out of electricity. He shouted that since the girl uses a weapon, he will use it too. Vanessa was surprised that the guy was able to create a weapon out of lightning. Suddenly, the battlefield was surrounded by smoke. The girl turned her spear into a smoke bomb. The smoke cleared, and the hero stood all alone holding 2 lightning swords in his hands. He looked around in search of the enemy, but could not find him anywhere. The guy wondered where the girl who had just attacked him had disappeared to. In the distance, a sniper rifle sight flashed towards him. It was a Sky Seeker, the rifle Vanessa had turned her weapon into. The girl was an assassin with incredible accuracy, and right now she was aiming at Ben's head. Vanessa acts without fear or hesitation, and her smile hides her intentions. And as soon as her opponents relax, she will immediately shoot them in the head. A loud shot rang out, and a bullet flew towards the hero at great speed. Ben stood motionless, and suddenly he kicked the ground, sending a small stone flying into the air. The bullet bounced off the stone, and the hero was again covered in an electric field, because he realized where his enemy was hiding. The girl was shocked that he changed the trajectory of the bullet with a stone. It seemed impossible to her. The guy combined his 2 swords into one and said that he knows how to stand against a sniper, and now it's his turn to attack. He swung his electric harpoon and threw it towards Vanessa with great force. The heavenly spear immediately caught up with the stunned girl. Its power was so high that it plowed the ground behind it. She was caught off guard. She realized that Ben was much stronger than last time, and all that could protect her was the sacred shield. There was an explosion, the noise of which spread throughout the area along with the sound of lightning. Vanessa was sitting on the ground. She was able to take cover with her ability, but her shield was broken and she had no more weapons left. She trembled and experienced a new feeling that she had never experienced before. It was a feeling of humiliation. The girl thought that the guy was stronger than her, and at the same time Ben was slowly approaching his opponent. Suddenly he started to unbuckle his belt. Vanessa didn't expect that from the guy. She asked him what he was going to do right now. With a smirk on his face, the hero replied that since she didn't want to tell who she was working for, and death would be an easy way out for her, he would do something else. The girl trembled. Was Ben really going to do what she thought? He took off his belt and threw it on the ground, saying that they were alone here, and the girl was too charming. If he did something wrong, she would not be offended. Vanessa, embarrassed, began to crawl away from the guy, and he continued to talk about how his bodyguards say that he is the best of men, and the girls of the brothel can't get enough of him when he comes. Various vulgar thoughts flashed through the girl's head about what was about to happen. Vanessa thought that today she would be insulted not only by her defeat, but also disgraced. She was very embarrassed. The picture she presented did not please her. The girl screamed when Ben started to unbutton his pants. Out of desperation, she agreed to tell who she works for, just so the hero wouldn't come up. She works for a mysterious old man, the dean of the faculty of the Academy of Sciences, Mr. Herbert. The guy was surprised by the answer because the Protoss throne shouldn't worry the old man, so why does he want to kill Ben? The embarrassed girl explained that it was not about the throne, but about the hero's abilities. It's all about the origin of the infinite darkness ability. The Guardians and Predators abilities originate from a meteorite that is stored in the Academy of Sciences. The dean used it to turn the guards into predators and create powerful warriors. But the experiment failed. They acquired the bodies of predators, but also adopted their bloodthirstiness, which means the effect of the transformation was unstable. Ben realized that one of them was sent to kill him. Now it is not surprising that he lost. The girl replied that the experiment was unsuccessful, not because of this, but because the power of the meteorite is imperfect and the guards were unable to obtain abilities. The hero assumed that since the dean was hunting him, it meant that Ben's ability could make the force perfect. Vanessa confirmed his guess. The dean found 2 cores in the meteorite, a core of light and a core of darkness. The ability of light is radiation, and the ability of darkness is absorption, and if they are combined, the meteorite will gain full power. The endless darkness that is in Ben is the core of darkness. With this core, Dean will be able to create an artificial predator with a strong ability. Ben asked what all this was for. The girl replied that it was to strengthen the Protoss Guard and counter the many predators outside the city. The guy didn't expect to hear such nonsense. He couldn't believe that the girl believed this lie. After listening to the story, Bene stood up and buttoned his pants. He said that he had a friend at the academy and he had to verify Vanessa's words. The girl was surprised that the hero simply left and did not intend to kill her, despite the fact that she was a witness. The hero noticed Vanessa's gaze and asked why she was against his leaving. Did she really expect that Ben would finish what he started? Vulgar thoughts flashed through her mind, and she replied sheepishly that she had not expected anything. Suddenly, a huge fist flew towards the guy, which Vanessa noticed, shouting at Ben to turn around. The guy turned around sharply and stopped the attack with one hand, as if he had been expecting it. It was the Arbiter who had regained his powers after the battle with Eliza. He was surprised that the guy repelled the attack so easily, but Ben reassured him by saying that it wasn't that the Arbiter was slow, but that the hero was too strong. A purple aura was concentrated around Ben, indicating that the guy had begun to use his ability to absorb the enemy's powers. The monster felt his strength leaving him. He hoped that his ability to restore energy would save him. But nothing could help him anymore. He began to dissolve into the air, and his helmet fell from his head, showing us the true face of the predator. Vanessa was surprised that the monster couldn't even hit the guy. Now she saw how the endless darkness worked. And not only the predator weakens, all the plants around began to emit purple energy and die at the same time. After using the ability, all that was left of the demonic-level predator was his helmet, and the plants in the area withered away. An entire section of the forest was depleted, and Ben had now become much stronger, which amazed the girl. The guy turned around and started to leave, saying goodbye that he couldn't waste time here, because the last day of the selections was about to end. Vanessa jumped up and stopped the guy, saying that she couldn't go back to the dean after telling about him, because he would kill her. Now she has nowhere to go, and she asked Ben to take her with him. The hero did not expect to hear this from his former enemy. Now he did not know what would be the right thing to do. At the same time, somewhere in Protus, two figures were discussing the qualifiers. The girl said that in the first round, out of 33 people, only 8 remained alive. Count Dracula was disappointed with the results he heard. He expected that more participants would be able to pass the test. The director was in a hurry to cheer up her master. She said that there was good news as well as bad news. 3 demon-level predators were destroyed in the competition area. The Count was interested in what was said and asked who these 3 fighters were who had achieved such success. The director replied that, according to the data, the first one to defeat the predator was the Ice Soul Eater Daniel. The second was the owner of the Hellfire ability, Adam. While the third was Ben, the owner of the ability of Endless Darkness, and also the most interesting contender in this competition. There was barely a smile on the Count's face. He was very interested in these people. The clock on the tower made a sound, signaling that the first stage of the qualifiers was over, and it was time to send the fighters back. A portal appeared in the forest where Ben and Vanessa were. The guy asked the girl again if she wanted to go with him, to which she responded with consent. A portal also appeared in the cave where Jenna lay unconscious. Eliza realized that time was up, and Ben never returned. In the lost places in front of the Ice Lord, a portal also appeared, and he walked slowly towards it. On the Swamp of the Dead, on a mountain of corpses, sat Adam, who was disappointed that time was up because he had not played enough yet. Suddenly, a strange figure with a tail appeared in front of him, which was covered with drawings resembling tattoos all over its body. Adam was glad to have a new opponent. He thought that he was very lucky to fight again before the portal closed. A voice sounded in the guy's head, saying that behind Adam there was a portal leading to the city. The firefighter was outraged by what was said. He did not understand what the predator wanted. The voice in his head got louder and asked the guy to let him through the portal. Suddenly, Adam's entire body was covered in wounds from which blood flowed in streams. There was an explosion, and the fighter was torn into hundreds of small pieces. Adam fell to his knees from the sight he saw. It was an illusion. He began to choke from the piercing cold and fear that engulfed his entire body. The fighter stood up abruptly, trying to figure out who was standing in front of him. At first, he thought it was a demonic-level predator, but then he realized that they grew larger depending on the number of people they ate, and this one was built like a human. Is this a spiritual-level predator? This level is obtained by those predators who have eaten 100 of their demonic-level relatives. This type is extremely rare. The hero was overcome with fear. He destroyed the bracelets that were on his hands. The guy understood that he should not be allowed into the portal under any circumstances, otherwise the consequences are hard to imagine. In the places where Adam had recently had bracelets, dragon tattoos appeared, which began to glow with a red flame. His hands caught fire and formed 2 fireballs, with which the guy rushed into the attack. The legendary predator assessed the strength of his opponent. He thought that such power was quite great for such a boy. Adam brought his hands together to launch one powerful attack. A wave of fire flew towards the predator. The stream of dragon flame was so powerful that only charred stumps remained of the trees along the way, and the water immediately boiled. All that was left of the forest was a huge burning crater, and the guy was sure that he had defeated the enemy. This was his most powerful ability, and no matter who he fought, this technique would turn anyone into ashes. But suddenly a fog began to thicken around Adam, like hundreds of ghosts. One of them started flying into the unsuspecting guy's mouth. The fog cleared, flying into Adam's body. His pupils turned white, and he lost his mind. In place of human pupils appeared pupils of the predator that attacked the fighter. Now this body belonged to the legendary monster. 5 minutes later, all the heroes gathered in the arena of the sacred mountain. Adam was the last one to come out of the portal. He came out as if nothing had happened. A screen appeared in front of the fighters in the arena, showing Count Dracula. He congratulated everyone on passing the first round, but asked the participants not to rejoice too soon. After all, the second test will be much more difficult. The remaining 8 people will take part in an elimination competition, and only 2 of the participants will become Protoss guards. All fighters will be given 1 month to rest, and when the time comes, the whole city will gather to watch the fight of the contenders. Ben thought that Jenny wouldn't have time to recover in a month, and Vanessa looked enviously at the girl who was hanging on the guy's neck. Count Dracula also added that the fighters had already been paired and wished everyone good luck. The participants were surprised that they would not draw lots, and the organizers themselves chose who they would fight against. Everyone went to the screen to see their opponents. Eliza saw that her opponent was Jenna. She was upset because winning over a wounded opponent would not do her any honor. But in the semifinals, she will be able to fight Ben. He seems to have become stronger, but the girl believed that he has no chance against her. She also thought that if she suddenly lost, she would have to marry him. She turned around to look at the guy who was standing there, looking stupid, picking his nose. Eliza turned away abruptly, saying that the hero was watching her, but Ben did not understand why she was angry with him. Daniel was also looking at the board. His opponent was Adam. Looking at the guy, he thought that he had a strong opponent. However, the fighter's energy was not the same as before. The predator in Adam's body turned around, sensing a strange aura that was coming from the far corner of the building. This scent was calling to him, and the source of this aura was far beyond the arena. Adam went outside. The monster inside him thought that he had been wandering for exactly 10 years. He traveled to every corner of the continent, but this aura was nowhere to be found. The only place where the predator has not been is Protoss, a surviving city that he could not get into because of a huge wall and defenders. The predator felt that he was truly here, the source of the origin of his brothers and all abilities. Gift of Light, a meteorite that fell to Earth long ago and is now in the Academy of Sciences. If the monster can obtain it, then he will finally surpass the spiritual level. He will achieve perfection, and then the whole world will obey him. A scandal was brewing in the Protoss Central Hospital after several days of qualifiers. The doctor said in a frightened voice that they had done everything they could, but Jenny's health was not improving, and there was nothing more the doctors could do. In front of him stood the enraged heroes, who asked if the doctor had done everything because they doubted it. Suddenly, Sarah appeared behind the robbers and saved the doctor by ordering the boys to calm down. She said there was one person who could help Jenna. The little demon immediately asked who he was. She wanted to bring him to the girl, but Sarah replied that it was impossible. Leia immediately clarified how strong this man was. They were already ready to move out. Lucy was disappointed that some doctor could be stronger than her. Sarah explained that this man is not a doctor, he is an S-rank guard, and also the strongest person in Protoss at the moment. His mental power is perfect, and if he agrees to cure Jenny, she will surely be cured. It's just a pity that he retired many years ago and disappeared without a trace. They tried to find him, but to no avail. Vanessa interrupted the crowd's conversation by saying that this was a master of mind control. His age was 56 years old and his height was 188 centimeters. His ability is a very ordinary N rank, but he brought it to perfection and became a master. After Kel's death, he could have ruled the Protoss, but he was never interested in power. He voluntarily gave up the right to rule the city, so the right to rule passed to Count Dracula, the next most powerful guardian. Now he lives on top of a snowy mountain far away from everyone. Sarah was surprised by this information. How could the girl know it? The little demon looked at Vanessa with distrust, because recently they were enemies. The girl replied that the dean has his own secret informants, so he knows everything about the guards. And now Vanessa is in Ben's squad, so there is no point in her lying. She also added that the guard has a strange character and it is unclear whether he will agree to save Jenny. Suddenly Ben spoke up. He said that he would find him and take the girl to the mountains. The guy promised that for her sake he would seize any opportunity to keep her alive. After some time, The hero went to the top of the sacred mountain. He walked up the snowy slope for a long time, with Jenna on his back, wrapped in his mantle. After some time, the heroes finally found the guard's house. They were exhausted and frozen from the cold. Suddenly, Ben saw a familiar animal peacefully building a snowman near the house. The animal also noticed the guy and was not particularly happy about the meeting. At that very moment, he forgot about his hobby and rushed into the house to escape from the one who had once scared him in the cave. But suddenly a snowball fell in front of him, which scared the baby. It was Ben. He immediately blocked the little healer's path, saying that it seemed like they had met before. The hero wondered why Eliza's pet was here, since this was the home of the mind control master. The baby trembled with fear. He could do nothing with such a formidable opponent. But then a man appeared from behind the house and said that the guy not only broke into his house without an invitation, but was also hurting his pet. The figure came out from around the corner completely, and Ben was surprised to see the snow underneath it instantly evaporate. It was a Protoss S-rank guard, a master of mind control, Kevin. He was not happy to see our hero and said that the guy had no place here. Ben at that moment was amazed by the strength of the Guardian. He felt this aura, under which the snow melted. It was as if the man was surrounded by a protective mantle, which if you touched, you would immediately dissolve. Suddenly, a girl appeared from around the corner and asked her father who he was talking to and who had come to visit them. It was Eliza who was surprised that Ben came to her house. The hero was even more amazed by the fact that this was the girl's house, and this most powerful guard was her father. Sometime later, Ben and Jenny were in the man's house. The guy was persuading the guard to help the girl because only he was capable of this. Eliza was watching this whole performance. She could not believe that Ben had come all this way for Jenny. The guy firmly stated that he would pay any price to save his girlfriend. Tired of listening to the hero's story, Kevin calmly replied that he refused to help him. Eliza chuckled. She didn't expect to hear any other answer from her father. Ben didn't stop. He wanted to know the reason for the refusal. The guy suggested that it was possible that it was because the Guardian's power would suffer if he helped the girl. Kevin replied that it was actually very easy to save her, but those two were nothing to him, and there was no point in helping them. Now he will help them, then everyone will start asking him for help, but he doesn't want that. Suddenly, Eliza stood up for the heroes by asking her father if he would help Jenna if his daughter asked for it. Kevin was surprised, but the girl explained that Jenny was her rival, and she did not want others to think that her victory was undeserved. But the father was only surprised why Eliza was on their side. A couple of minutes later, Kevin and the heroes were standing in the room. Jenna was on the bed. The man said that during the treatment, his ability would cause cell regeneration. Because of this, the girl's temperature would rise, so she needed to be undressed. Ben immediately blushed, images of naked Jenny flashing through his mind. A couple of minutes later, the girl was completely naked. She was charming, but still unconscious. The master concentrated the energy in his finger and directed it towards the girl. He ordered her to obey and touched her head. At that moment, the girl began to come to her senses, and a green healing aura appeared around her. The guard had a strange feeling. At that moment, he felt that the girl was a gift. After a few minutes of treatment, Jenna began to come to her senses. Ben prayed that Kevin would be able to help the girl, and Eliza kept an eye on the guy so that he wouldn't peek. Jenna began to sweat and move her eyes and jaw. It looked like she was in pain, but it wasn't. The girl came to her senses and began to open her eyes. She felt that she was very hot, but at the same time very light. And then she saw herself completely naked, and she didn't know who did it. She screamed at the top of her lungs throughout the entire house. If it weren't for the storm, her scream would have been heard in the city. Jenna asked what they did to her and why she wasn't wearing any clothes, but Kevin decided to move away from the girl just in case. The master closed his eyes and said that Jenna was probably feeling better. An embarrassed Ben, who was trying his best not to look, thanked the guard for his help. The heroes went to their rooms. Eliza showed Ben where he would spend the night, and the guy would finally be able to rest. He turned to the girl and thanked her for helping him convince her father to cure Jenna. Eliza couldn't understand why the guy was so tense for the sake of some bodyguard. She asked him about it. Even she can't climb the mountain without the help of a phoenix. And Ben made the journey on foot, carrying the girl on his back. If a storm had started, he could have easily died. For her sake, the guy risked his future place on the throne. Eliza asked if it was worth it, to which the guy replied that it was worth it. He explained that Jenna is not just a bodyguard, she is his friend. The hero once had several friends, but they all abandoned him. And then he realized that those who care about him will always be on his side, even if the whole world rises against him. Jenna risked her life for Ben, and he did the same for her. Eliza turned around and hurried out of the room, saying that she would help them down the mountain when the girl got better. Ben thought that perhaps Eliza was jealous. Meanwhile, the recovered girl stood on the terrace and enjoyed the view of the snowdrifts. She didn't expect that her master would do so much for her. The realization of this brought her joy. Looking at the snowy landscapes, she remembered how he courageously carried her on his shoulders. Her fantasies were interrupted by a male voice. It was Kevin, who asked if the girl would catch a cold in such cold. Jenna turned to him and asked why he was still awake. The master replied that he couldn't sleep, so he decided to drink tea with milk. Suddenly, he asked the girl if she knew who the gifted ones were. Anyone who is illuminated by a meteorite receives one ability, but there is a tiny chance that there will be two abilities. Such people are called gifted. Jenna is the second person Kevin can remember who had such a gift, and the girl seemed to understand what the master was talking about. With such wounds, a normal person would probably die, but Jenna was able to survive. The man suggested that one of the protector's abilities is immortality. The girl was embarrassed because she was caught off guard. She replied that she could not die while the person connected to her was alive, but at this time she was in agony. The master became increasingly interested in Jenna's ability. He wanted to know who this person was. The blonde replied that the ability itself chooses who will become it. It is directly connected to him. The girl feels when this person is in danger and can even sense his location. And since Kevin saved her, she will answer who it is. But this secret must remain between them. But in return, Jenna will have a request. She asked the master to become Ben's mentor. Kevin wasn't very happy about what he heard. He replied that he was tired of teaching people and was too busy. Jenna looked away and quietly apologized. She didn't think before asking the master about such a thing. Kevin sternly said that he didn't want to teach him. But considering the lengths the boy had come to get here, he would do him one favor. The next day, a phoenix was soaring in the sky, flying somewhere quickly despite a strong storm. Ben was sitting on the bird with the master. He asked where they were flying. Kevin pretended not to hear and asked if the guy received the ability from the meteorite. In Protoss, there are many people with abilities that are often similar to each other, based on rarity. They are divided into ranks. There are only 5 of them, namely N, R, SR, SSR, UR. Ben has 2 abilities, UR rank Endless Darkness and SSR rank Thunderclap, but they are not the guy's innate abilities. So today, the hero will gain his own ability. Ben realized that they were heading to the Academy of Sciences right now, and that would be a good time to find out more about the dean. After some time, the hero and Kevin flew to the doors of the Academy of Sciences, but then they were met by security, who ordered them to stop and say why they wanted to visit this place. The master sighed and said that he had not been in society for a long time, since people no longer recognized him. One of the guards shouted that if the 2 men didn't need anything, they should get out of here. The academy was not a place for casual walks. Suddenly, he took off from the ground and rushed into the air. The guard could not understand what happened to him. Their body did not obey, and the entire squad began to levitate in the air as if there was no gravity beneath them. Their minds were with them, but their bodies were not. One of the guards was surprised that the man did nothing to lift them into the air. He just looked at them and didn't move. Ben was also amazed by this skill, because Kevin did not use any skills but just stood there. But the guy understood what was going on. He felt the aura he saw when he first came to the master's house. The power of the mind seemed to fill the space alive. It is not surprising that the snow did not touch it. Suddenly, an old man appeared on the threshold, who recognized this unique aura because it can only belong to one person. It was the dean, who was surprised to see Kevin here because the man had not been interested in anything related to the city for a long time. The master replied to the old man that his friend had not yet awakened his ability, and he thought that the dean could help with this. Kevin looked at Ben and ordered him to say hello to the dean of the Academy of Sciences. The old man was surprised that the hero was a friend of the strongest guardian of the Protoss. He wondered how he could find him if the master lived far away from everyone. The blind man knew that the boy had killed the Thunder God and kidnapped Vanessa, and he surely knew that Dean was after him because of the core of darkness. He also noted that it would not be easy to deal with Ben if Kevin supported him. The hero came closer and said that he heard that there was a meteorite in the academy that could awaken abilities. He would like to see it. The dean coughed and firmly stated that he could not show it because every use of the meteorite must be agreed upon with Count Dracula, and the gray-haired man had no personal right to dispose of it. And since Ben is a friend of Mr. Kevin, the old man could put in a good word with the Count. Endless darkness began to thicken around the guy. He decided to solve the problem in a bad way, since nothing worked out in a good way. But suddenly, a slight wind blew next to him, and he saw the master who was already standing near the dean. The old man was amazed by the man's speed and was afraid of what would happen next. Kevin looked at the dean with a dark look and ordered in a grave voice to let them through, because the old man would not contradict him. The dean's mind told him that it was better not to resist this man. The blind old man smiled sweetly and asked the guest to follow him. The trio walked along the long corridors of the academy. Ben already began to doubt that they were going in the right direction, but the dean reassured him by saying that even though he was blind, he knew the academy like the back of his hand. The hero thought about the fact that the security system here was impressive, because they had already passed 4 posts, and before each one the presence of the dean was required. If not for him, they would hardly have passed. Moreover, the closer they are to the meteorite, the more the endless darkness reacts to it. The old man stopped. The meteorite was behind this door. He asked the heroes to listen to his instructions when they went inside. The metal door slowly opened and the heroes entered the room where the legendary artifact was located. In appearance, it resembled an ordinary stone to which various cables were connected. It was the first time Kevin had seen a meteorite with his own eyes, so he asked the dean if it was really the same artifact. Ben calmly said that it looked like an ordinary stone that didn't represent anything special. The master turned to the boy and began to scold him for not listening to him when Kevin was talking about the meteorite. While the couple was arguing, the dean thought that before, light and darkness were whole and attracted each other. And when Ben came into close contact with the core of light, it could react. If the boy loses himself, the meteorite will merge with him. And when over time his strength is restored, the old man will be able to fulfill his dream and create an army of predators with abilities. And all this thanks to Kevin, who himself brought the core of darkness into the hands of the dean. His thoughts were interrupted by a fist that hit the guy right in the face. The master beat the bewildered Ben for flying in the clouds and not listening to his elders. After the moralizing, Kevin asked the dean to activate the meteorite. After some time, the cables under the meteorite became electrified, and the stone itself, due to electricity, began to emit a bright yellow light. Kevin was curious about what ability Ben would get, and the dean hoped that this ability would be N rank. The bright divine light blinded the hero. He increasingly ceased to see the source of light itself. After the meteor was disconnected from power, Kevin asked Ben if he felt any changes in his body. The guy replied that, except for the fact that his eyes hurt from the bright light, everything was the same as before, and he didn't feel any abilities. He turned to the old man, saying that apparently Dean did not want the hero to receive a new ability and therefore led them to a fake meteorite. The blind man was stunned by the boy's impudence. He shouted that it was not his fault, and if Ben uses the meteorite once, it does not guarantee that he will receive new abilities. The guy still pretended to be a fool and said that he still didn't feel anything and apparently the stone was a fake. The old man was not as stupid as he seemed at first glance. It was not for nothing that he was the dean of the Academy of Sciences. He assumed that Ben probably got a rare ability, so he does not want to show it. The guy said that they were leaving. He suggested to the mentor to go to a nearby place where they make excellent tea with milk. These words pleasantly surprised the master. He replied that he only drinks tea with sugar. Ben also added that they would order coconut pudding. The old man was furious at the hero's impudence. He wanted to kill him right now, despite the fact that the guy was accompanied by the best guard. When the heroes turned their backs on the old man, he took out a hidden blade from his cane. The dean thought that Kevin wouldn't have time to react if he struck right now. He pulled out a sword from his cane and swung it to kill the unsuspecting boy. But suddenly he froze in place and could no longer move. Kevin asked the old man if he had forgotten what it was like to cross the master's path. Realizing that he had lost, the dean trembled with fear. He knew that the guard was very strong, but he did not think that it was so strong. Having apologized, the old man put his sword back into its sheath and decided not to detain the guests any longer. Ben was horrified by how much rage he saw in Kevin's eyes. He understood that if Dean had not retreated, he would be dead now. Kevin looks harmless, but he has a huge amount of power hidden inside him. So this is what he is, the most powerful man of the Protoss. After the incident at the academy, our heroes were heading home on a huge phoenix. Kevin was drinking his favorite milk tea that Ben had promised him. The guy was surprised how the master drank a whole glass of tea in one gulp. After all, he really loves this drink. The guard turned to the hero and said that now they were alone, and Ben could show the ability that the meteorite had given him. Kevin quickly figured out the guy. The hero did not want to show his new ability in front of the dean, so he fooled him. The ability had just awakened and Ben didn't know if he would be able to show it, because he had never used it before and didn't know what it did. Kevin waved his fingers and told the guy to stand still and not move. He decided to penetrate his mind and see for himself what kind of ability the boy had received. The master concentrated to find the place where she was hidden. Inside the boy's mind, he saw hundreds of demonic eyes that were watching him. Kevin suggested that the place where Ben's ability is hidden is connected to an evil spirit. The ability to control evil spirits is extremely rare. but what rank it is depends only on the rank of the spirit. Suddenly, he noticed a sinister creature watching him. The master turned around and saw that the monster was huge. The man demanded that the spirit tell him his name and show himself to him. The monster was colossal in size. Its voice echoed throughout the entire space, and its name was Asura. Ben was tired of standing in one place and not moving. He was impatiently waiting for the master to finish his ritual. Opening his eyes, Kevin said that the boy was very lucky. Ben was happy with such words and suggested that the meteorite gave him the ability to give light. The master only chuckled, because this ability is a treasure of the Protoss. But the guy's ability is also extremely rare. It is not only strong, but also associated with evil spirits. So Kevin lingered in the guy's mind and taught the demon a lesson. This ability has SSR rank and it is called Spirit of Asura. Ben was disappointed by the simple name of his new skill, to which the master responded that it was a great name. He also added that this spirit is extremely strong, as are his thoughts. If you resort to his help, then he can rebel against Ben. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the master advised the guy not to use it. It's been a month since Ben awakened his new ability, and today all the Protoss people are climbing the sacred mountain to get to the arena. After all, this is the most important day of the year, but not only because of the final competitions. What is more important is that in addition to the contenders themselves and the spectacular fights, there will also be them here. The arena will feature S-rank Protoss guards. 2 guards had already arrived at the show. It was Count Dracula and the director of the competition. The audience was happy to see such people in real life, because before that they had only seen them on TV. The director asked why the Count had arrived so early. After all, he was the most important person in the Protoss, and it was typical for him to be a little late. The Lord drank wine of a bloody color, the same as his robe. He answered the girl that he does not like to wait. It reminds him of waiting for the moon to appear from the clouds. Suddenly, the Count heard something move above him. He immediately realized that someone was sitting on top, because it is difficult to remain still while sitting on a canopy. The fabric boiled like boiling blood, and the Count's crown appeared from it. As he climbed up, he noticed Kevin and said that he expected to see him there, despite the fact that such events were of no interest to the old master. The Count suggested that it was probably because his daughter was taking part in competitions. Kevin was still calm and answered the Lord that this was not entirely true. There's just a discount at the tea shop today, and they also have giant pearl milk tea. The man offered the Count a try, but he abstained, saying that sugar accelerates aging. Kevin was indignant and advised to live in the present, because the Count and the master were the same age. But the Lord looks younger because he takes care of his appearance. Suddenly, the men heard the sound of heels. It seemed like someone was approaching the arena. It was a woman dressed in a red dress with a large neckline, and pearls sparkled on her neck. Coming closer, she asked what her old friends were chatting about, and it seemed the headmistress was not happy with the lady's appearance. It was the leader of the Milky Way faction, Archangel Mary, and she was wondering if the warriors were discussing who, besides her son, would become the new champion of the Protoss. With an evil grin, Director May asked if the woman was confident in her son, since it was unknown how her presence would affect him. Mary said that she was his mother and her presence would not harm her son, to which May sarcastically replied that she had once abandoned him with his father and he would hardly be happy to see her. The Count and Kevin, watching the spectacle, simultaneously wondered why these women always quarreled. Mary got really angry and ordered the headmistress to keep her mouth shut. After all, May is nobody to her and she doesn't dare judge her. The girls exchanged dark glances in which hatred was visible towards each other, after which May replied that she simply decided to remind her of what she had done. They raised a shout throughout the Colosseum. One said that the director had so much work that he could not get promoted to S rank. The second asked what was wrong with that and was Mary really proud of her rank. The men just peacefully listened to these shouts and remained silent. One of the viewers asked her friend why the two were arguing, to which she replied that she only knew the rumors that were going around about Mary. They say she abandoned her child and seriously ill husband to become the leader of some faction. Many in the city call her a sellout. Besides, she doesn't seem to have any abilities, and she got her S rank with Kel's help. The girl felt sorry for Daniel because he is so handsome but has such a cruel mother. Suddenly, a guy's voice was heard from behind them, who had only heard the word beautiful in their conversation. It was Michael, an S-rank guard, the personification of the 7 sins. He asked the girls if they had talked about him. Suddenly, the girl felt a heartbeat in her head, which came from the handsome man. At that very moment, she felt her heart beat faster and she felt hotter. She was overcome with passion, and unnecessary thoughts began to arise in her head, which made the girl feel awkward. The girl's friend didn't understand what was happening, and it seems that the spectators sitting nearby also noticed that something strange was happening. And the guy just smiled, thinking that the girl was still very lustful. Suddenly, a female voice behind him told him to stop teasing the girl. He turned around, seeing his old friend, and asked if she wanted to experience real pleasure. The heart that made the ex-girlfriend beat in agony crashed into the face of an unknown person and broke without having any effect. It was Kathleen, a S-rank guardian paladin, a sweet girl with purple hair, holding a sword in her hands and dressed in knight armor. She told the guy that his charms won't work on her. He tries again, but still doesn't understand it. Disappointed, the guy turned around and snapped his fingers, canceling the effect of his love spell to free the girl. He also reasoned why his spell did not work on the paladin. The charming girl asked the guy menacingly what he was whispering. He awkwardly turned around and said that he was simply admiring the girl's beauty. Kathleen was a little embarrassed and told Michael to shut up. The guy also noticed the girl's slight embarrassment and smiled sweetly at her in response. An hour later, May asked for a moment of attention to deliver a ceremonial speech. She announced the start of the qualifying competition. The crowd immediately screamed with delight and the entire Coliseum buzzed. The headmistress asked the contestants to enter the arena, and 8 contenders appeared on the battlefield. The crowd was jubilant because an unforgettable spectacle awaited them. All the participants slowly entered the arena. Many were waiting for this fight, while others wanted to finish the competition as soon as possible. Ben was supported from the stands by the girls who were on his team. The guy wanted to wave to them, but then the little demon shouted that if he lost, he might not return home. This phrase confused the hero. This was not the kind of support he expected. Ben asked Jenna where Sarah was now because she wasn't in the stands with everyone else. The girl replied that she couldn't come because she was on duty at the academy. The guy thought that most likely the dean deliberately kept her at work, because he knew that the girl was his friend. It wasn't just Ben that was cheered on. Daniel's mother saw her son and thought about how much she missed him. Their eyes met, the cold gaze of the son and the admiring gaze of the mother. The woman was glad that her son looked at her. They had not seen each other for a very long time, and perhaps he had already forgiven her. But Daniel turned away as if he hadn't seen anything, and his mother chanted from the stands that he would succeed because she loved him. May began to explain the rules to the participants. First, the opponent must either lose consciousness or be immobilized for 10 seconds. Second, he must admit defeat. If there is a threat to the life of a participant, the headmistress will interrupt the fight. Ben started yawning while listening to the rules. He asked if it was time to start the fight. He was tired of showing his abilities. Jenna was worried because the guy looked tired. Maybe he didn't get enough sleep. Kevin was also worried, but for a different reason. He assumed that the hero was tired because he did not listen to the master's advice. The headmistress announced the first battle between the owner of the technique Infinite Darkness and the Protoss warrior James. The contenders entered the arena and prepared for battle. The gong sounded, announcing the start of the duel. A little boy in the stands asked his mother if the man in the cloak was strong, to which the woman replied that he was a frequent guest at the selections and that he was the strongest among ordinary people. The warrior in armor, warming up, said that he had been participating for exactly 5 years, and each time he had encountered a very strong newcomer as an opponent. He thought that this time he would be defeated by the new prodigy Daniel, but strangely enough the gods sent him Ben as a rival. The hero fell asleep on the go, and the warrior speaking to him declared that his ability would overcome the endless darkness. At that moment, Ben's eyes glowed purple, and he replied that he would not use infinite darkness this time. James was outraged by the guy's impudence and replied that he was not afraid of absorption. And besides, Ben had acquired the hero's ability quite recently. That's why he decided to start the attack first, shouting to the hero that he couldn't handle him because the warrior was already seasoned in battle. And suddenly, James disappeared. He moved so fast that he was invisible. Some viewers were amazed, while others had already seen this ability. It was called the Flying Dragon. The guy was running around Ben at such a speed that it was impossible to follow him with the naked eye. There are 2 ways to absorb energy with infinite darkness, either when the enemy is dead or unconscious, or when he needs to be caught. But James was so fast that it seemed impossible to catch him, so he was confident that victory would be his. Ben didn't even watch his opponent, he just stood and yawned in the middle of the arena. James stopped behind the guy and realized that this was the best moment to attack. Suddenly, the hero turned around and 1,000 eyes appeared around him, looking straight into the warrior's soul. The guy jumped back without striking. From the outside, it seemed like he simply retreated. His whole body was covered in sweat. It was an animal fear of the abyss that he saw with his own eyes. The audience was shocked. They did not understand why a warrior, seasoned in battle, retreated and gave in to a newcomer. There was only fear in James's eyes. He saw something that filled him with horror. For just a moment, he was surrounded by 1,000 eyes that pierced him through and through. The guy thought he was imagining it. The hero looked weak, and therefore the warrior did not understand where he got such fear of his strength. Ben grinned and asked why he had given up. The crowd raised a howl. They began to shout for the warrior not to be afraid, and most of them came here to see how he would become a guard. James knew that if he gave up, his image as a brave man would be destroyed and all his fans would turn their backs on him. So he decided to take a risk and use his trump card. He wanted to leave it for Daniel, but first he needed to win this fight. Ben was tired of waiting. He understood that he was much stronger than his opponent. All this time, the guy provoked the enemy to attack. James got angry and only replied that the hero would defeat him before he could blink. He moved from his place with such speed that only jumps were visible in the arena. This ability was called supersonic bounces. The downside of this skill was that the rocks would start to crumble if you overdid it. But otherwise, the technique was excellent. He aimed his blow towards the hero and was sure that now he would not be able to dodge. Ben turned around and stopped the enemy's attack with one blow, telling him that he was tired of waiting for the warrior to jump. Broken to dust, James could only think that this was the 6th time he had lost to a newcomer. The stunned spectators watched the spectacle and did not understand what had happened. Ben defeated the warrior with one blow and didn't even use the endless darkness. This fight seemed to be won without a chance. Flashing his smile, the hero said that it was all because he had reached B rank in the past month. The director declared Ben the winner, and he yawned as he headed towards the exit of the arena. Kevin watched the guy and understood that although the hero did not show it, he was very depressed. This was an indicator that Acer would soon rebel. Still, the guy couldn't resist the temptation to show off his new ability. A few minutes later, the arena was empty. The little demon was reading the schedule of upcoming fights. The next fight was between Jenna and the owner's fiancée, Eliza. Two of the contenders were watching the beautiful girls from the stands and chatting among themselves. The warrior with the sword asked his opponent who he thought had the best chance of winning, to which the guy with the mohawk replied that it was hard to say, but both girls had equal chances. Eliza told her opponent not to give her any breaks just because her father helped Jenna. The girl agreed and replied that now she would fight with full force. After all, she was the guard of the future king, but often did not give it her all. She looked at the stands, where Ben, with a smile on his face, supported the girl and wished her luck in the fight. Jenna reminded herself that the hero had always bravely rushed into battle when they were in danger, helped her when she was in trouble, protected her when she couldn't stand up for herself, and was the one who carried her to the top of the mountain when she needed help. That's why Jenna wants to prove to her master that she is worthy of being his bodyguard. Eliza smiled and asked the girl to show all her strength in order to find out who was stronger. The fight began, and the king's guard, without waiting for her opponent, raised her hand up. Suddenly, a huge piece of earth began to rise from the ground, which frightened Eliza. The spectators also did not expect to see such a spectacle. They looked in surprise at the stone slowly rising from the ground. The king's bride was stunned that Jenna could do such a thing. The girl lifted almost all the land from the arena square into the sky. Ben was worried about his guard, because lifting such a huge piece of earth was beyond her capabilities, and most likely she would not be able to handle it. Kevin calmly sipped his tea and thought about Jenna's powers. He understood that this was her maximum, and apparently she decided to end the fight with one blow so that Ben could see her victory. But he was confident that Eliza would be able to withstand such a blow. The bride also understood that the girl had put all her strength into this move, and even though the area of land was huge, she would have time to dodge. Jenna levitated in the air, controlling the earth, and at that moment she increased gravity 100 times. Eliza felt as if the whole building was pressing down on her. It didn't allow her to move anymore. She fell to the ground and realized that the girl had figured out her plan and had increased gravity so that she couldn't move and admitted defeat until the boulder fell. Suddenly, the block began to move. It was a meteorite strike. Under the force of gravity, the stone began to move towards the ground. At great speed, he flew straight at the head of Eliza, who was chained to the arena and could not move. The meteor fell to the ground with such a roar that it seemed the entire Colosseum would shatter into tiny pieces. The boulder broke into small pieces, and they flew at the spectators who were trying to protect themselves from this colossal blow. No one believed that the girl had survived after that. Ben looked at the sky and worried about Jenna, and Kevin at that moment worried about his daughter. The dust from the impact began to disperse, and all the spectators could not believe their eyes when they saw the silhouette of the king's bride. Eliza stood up and began to caress herself. She was charming and moaning. She repeated that strong and fierce blows were her favorite, and how pleasant it was for her now. Kevin realized that the girl had teamed up with the macho rhinoceros, and that during the union she had adopted both his strength characteristics and his manner of communication. Eliza continued to get worked up and begged Jenna to hit her again. All the guys in the stands liked this spectacle from the warrior. She not only stayed alive, but also provoked her opponent. Eliza regained her consciousness and noticed that she was unharmed. The girl did not expect to see such a stunning blow. She also didn't expect gravity to return to normal right before the impact. Otherwise, the rhino wouldn't have saved her. The girl thought that Jenna saw that the bride wasn't going to give up and allowed her to dodge. However, the king's guard froze in the air, unconscious. After such a blow, she had no more strength left, and so she could no longer hold herself in the air. The exhausted girl began to fall headfirst onto the arena. At that moment, she could not help herself. The audience was stunned. Her friends understood that if they didn't help her now, she could crash. Suddenly, Ben jumped from the stands to try to catch Jenna. Confident in his abilities, he promised that he would not let anyone harm the girl. He barely managed to catch her, telling her not to risk her life for some competition. Together, they landed near the crater left by the meteorite, and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. The director stated that since Jenna could no longer fight, the outcome of the round was obvious. The girl's friends were upset that she trained for so long and was very close to winning, but still lost. May began to announce the winner, but at that moment Eliza interrupted her. To everyone's surprise, she raised her hand and said that she gave up, and Jenna won this round. She added that if the defender had not weakened gravity, the bride would not have coped and lost. Kevin smiled. He was proud of his daughter and what she did. Ben looked at Eliza and thought that she preferred losing to an easy win. Apparently, she was very proud. But suddenly at that moment, the hero felt that someone was pulling him by the collar. It was Jenna, who was completely exhausted, wondering if she had won. The hero smiled sweetly at the girl and replied that she had won, and he was very proud of her. Overjoyed, Jenna grabbed the guy and hugged him tightly. She thanked him for his support, and Ben was very embarrassed by what was happening. Eliza, watching the cute couple, trembled with envy. It seemed that this hurt her feelings. She got angry and screamed at the two of them to come over and control themselves. Jenna's friends smiled and realized that the girl was jealous of him, and Vanessa envied such a warm hug because it must be very nice. The director declared Jenna the winner and called a 1-hour break to allow for post-fight restoration work to be done on the arena. After some time, Ben was sitting with the girls and discussing their fight. They bought some cold soda to catch their breath. The guy told the warriors that they shouldn't fight over some competition. Eliza was upset by her defeat. She apologized to the hero for dropping out so early and not being able to fight him. The girl had long ago realized that she was not his equal and would not defeat him. That's why she wasn't against Ben taking the throne. And Eliza also started talking about an engagement. But at that moment, an old man appeared behind the heroes. It was the dean, who noticed that the guy was quite successful with women. Ben was not happy to see his enemy. He told the old man that he would not believe it if he came to congratulate him on his victory. The blind man told him that the hero should not talk nonsense. He still remembers how the guy humiliated him several times, and he will not leave it like that. This time Kevin is not around, because the dean checked that he went to buy tea, so no one else can interfere with their fight. The old man took his sword out of his cane and pointed it towards Ben. He was sure that no one would protect the guy this time. The warriors were angry because of Dean Lee's impudence. Eliza began to say that the old man was taking too much liberty. According to the contract, she was Ben's fiancée and would not let anyone hurt him. Jenna supported her. Our hero noticed that Dean had chosen an unfortunate place for the battle, because if he were killed in front of the audience, Lee would disgrace the Protoss guards. He asked if the blind man was sure of his decision, because Count Dracula would hold him accountable, to which the old man replied that the Count was not the king of Protoss. He was only a deputy, and it was not for him to judge him. Suddenly, Lee's energy changed, and at that moment the boy realized that the old man had decided to go on the attack. Pointing his sword at the enemy, the dean shouted that the boy was too young to teach him. Lee tried to attack, but at that moment the heroes heard the sound of crossed swords. Something prevented him from doing so. The nasty old man was surprised that someone had put up a block. At first he thought it was the paladin Kathleen, but then he remembered that he was not inferior to her in fencing, and she had no reason to stop him either. Of all the Protoss swordsmen besides Kathleen, Dean couldn't remember anyone who could stop his attack. It was Leia. She made it just in time, drawing her katana halfway out of its sheath and blocking the old man's attack. Lee knew this girl because he studied information about her, but he didn't think that she was so strong. Following Leia, the footsteps of other defenders were heard. The little demon was glad to have a guest, because they had been looking for him for a long time. The pink-haired girl told the old man that they would not let anyone hurt Ben. At that moment, someone called the dean. He recognized the voice of his subordinate. Vanessa turned to him and said that this time she would not be on his side because he had destroyed many innocent lives for his selfish plans. The three protectors stood like a wall in front of the guy and promised that the old man would not kill him until they died. Eliza and Jenna also did not want to stand aside and also promised to protect Ben. The hero was surprised by the girl's resilience, and at that moment he realized that after a long time he had real friends. Falling into a rage, Lee shouted that all these girls would die in vain because they were not his equal and he was not afraid of anyone. Suddenly, someone's heavy hand fell on the blind man's shoulder and his body began to tremble. In his head, he analyzed that such a silent step and touch, from which the heart stops, could belong only to one person. The dean was shaking, but he managed to turn to the stranger. He knew it could only be him. Someone who loves tea with milk and never parts with his drink for a second. Kevin, the strongest man in the Protoss, asked the old man if he really wasn't afraid of anyone. He looked at Lee with a menacing gaze and advised him to watch his words. Meanwhile, in a small forest outside the arena, a little boy was calling for his brother. It was Liam, Adam's brother. He was wondering where the boy had been for the whole month that the kid couldn't find him. Adam was resting by the tree, and the little boy continued to pester him with questions. The predator inside the boy was trying to figure out how he should behave with this child in order not to give himself away. Suddenly, Liam's expression changed. Something about Adam really surprised him. He asked where the seal of Hellfire was because it only disappears when the guy is in mortal danger. Because Adam's ability was too strong, his mentor was worried about the boy's lack of control, which is why he found the best blacksmith who could seal the warrior's skills. The predator was distracted from his rest because he was already tired of listening to the child. But the boy continued to talk without stopping. Suddenly he froze, and the monster's mind became clouded, losing control over his body. For a second, the real Adam's eye appeared from behind the monster's eye. The guy screamed at the top of his lungs for Liam to run, because the predator in his body was dangerous. Adam immediately took hold of his eye and seemed to come to his senses. The predator locked the guy in his own body again. Now control belonged to him. The child was scared. He realized that this was not his brother, whom he knew. Liam asked who was now in Adam's body. There was a scream and the clearing was filled with blood. These were the last words he spoke in his life. Meanwhile, repair work at the arena was completed, which meant that the competition could continue. Kevin suggested to Dean that they watch the fights together and not disturb the youth, to which he replied that he was blind and would not see them. The master looked at the old man sullenly again and ordered him to watch the fights. Lee immediately agreed. The director announced that the fight would take place between the head of the Iroquois, Mason, and the owner of Hellfire, Adam. Mason said he wasn't afraid of the guy. He'd heard that many wanted to see Adam fight. But the Iroquois chief also considered himself a strong contender. After all, everyone would like to get his ability. It is one of the most amazing R-rank abilities. He promised that Adam would be shocked when he saw it. After finishing his monologue, Mason grabbed his hair and began to pull it upward with all his might. Suddenly, the mohawk was completely torn off his head, but the boy didn't seem to feel any pain. A new mohawk grew in place of the old one, and Mason also added that, in addition to the fast hair growth, the mohawks were razor sharp, which is why he uses them as a weapon. Kevin was surprised and said that it was a pretty good ability, and asked the dean what he thought about it. The old man was not delighted. Mason shouted, announcing that the fight had begun, as he was about to use his deadly ability. A dry squall, at that very second hundreds of Iroquois, which looked like boomerangs, flew towards Adam. Suddenly, the arena became hotter. The predator directed a barrage of fire towards the enemy. The Iroquois leader was covered in burns, and his unique ability burned away along with his victory. Adam looked at his enemy and calmly answered him that he was talking too much. Mason raised his hand and surrendered, his mohawk now looking like a scraggly bush. The spectators were shocked. This year the fights were very spectacular. Almost all of them ended with one blow. The director declared the winner of this competition to be the owner of the Hellfire, Adam. The next fight will be between the Soul Eater Daniel and the Wind Sword wielder William. After the next fighters were announced, May glanced at the stands. She was surprised that Mary was nowhere to be found, even though her son was about to fight. With the sweetest smile, the woman suggested to her son to go for dinner after the competition, because they had not spent time together for so long, and, besides, she had already booked a table at a good establishment. Mary exhaled. She had been rehearsing her speech, which she didn't like. The woman knew that Daniel was entering the arena right now, and this was a good opportunity to talk to him. She was still worried that he was angry with her, but Mary didn't know that the guy was standing next to her behind the wall. He silently clutched a piece of paper in his hand, which he stared at intently, and the woman was still worried because her son was about to appear. All this time, Daniel looked at the photograph, which depicted him as a child sitting on his father's neck, and next to him was his smiling mother. Looking into the corridor, the guy decided to come up and just say hello, because it's not very difficult. Suddenly, someone slapped Mary on the bottom with all his might, and she jumped up in surprise. The woman blushed with excitement and embarrassment. She thought that her son did it. The stranger began to lecture Mary that she only thinks about the ungrateful child because he does not want to pay attention to her, and she does not need to spend so much time on him. It was the eldest son of the head of the Milky Way faction, Benjamin. The woman was furious at the guy's impudence and replied that he was still too young and had no right to talk to her like that. Mary turned to the impudent man and whispered like a snake that even though Benjamin's father was her boss, that didn't make her the guy's toy. The chief's son wasn't even scared, but simply slowly took a drag on his cigar. He exhaled smoke and said that in just a couple of years his old man would be dead and that the woman should be nicer to him if she didn't want to lose her job. Mary knew this was true. She turned around and told him he was a vile bastard. Suddenly, the corridor became colder and small snowflakes appeared in the air. The campaign manager's son was surprised that there was snow here, but Mary knew what was happening. Daniel appeared in the corridor, pointed his hand towards the impudent guy, and used the freezing hurricane ability. Benjamin recognized the fighter and began to threaten him to stop the attack. But before he could finish speaking, an icy stream of wind lifted him into the air and carried him towards the arena. There was an explosion, and a brazen fellow flew out of the entrance to the arena, landing right in the center of the Colosseum. He fell at the feet of Daniel's opponent, who was already waiting for his opponent. William didn't recognize the man at first, but then realized that he was the son of the faction that controls all energy sources in the Protoss. Benjamin didn't look so insolent anymore. Now he looked like a pathetic coward who had been beaten up a bit. Daniel slowly walked towards the entrance to the arena, and at that moment Mary called him. Embarrassed, she told her son that she didn't expect him to stand up for her, which meant he loved his mother after all. The guy was silent for a moment and replied that it was not true. It was just Benjamin who was in his way. After these words, the guy continued on his way. He went out into the arena, where the spectators were already waiting for him. The crowd was shouting his name. The handsome man was the son of an S-rank guard and the nephew of the former king. Everyone was already waiting for his fight. The girls in the stands wanted to see him more than anyone else because they thought the guy was very handsome and many were in love with him. William thought that Daniel was popular with the ladies. He was strong and handsome, but he still irritated the swordsman, who had already figured out how to defeat his opponent. William raised his hand and told the judge that he had a complaint. The boy pointed at Benjamin and accused Daniel of beating up an innocent spectator, a behavior that violated the principles of the guards who protect their people. So he demanded that the judges disqualify Daniel for breaking the rules. The girls in the stands were furious. They considered the swordsman shameless because he decided to cheat instead of fighting honestly. William smirked. He didn't care what the crowd was shouting because half of the expenses for the internship were covered by Benjamin's campaign, and Count Dracula wouldn't dare turn a blind eye to that for the sake of some fighter. The king's viceroy bowed his head and said that he did not see Daniel beat the boy. He also asked the director if she saw anything. May confirmed that nothing had happened, so it was decided to take Benjamin to the hospital and continue the competition. William was deeply disappointed. He did not believe that the Earl was ready to spoil relations with his sponsor for the sake of some warrior. After hearing the judge's words, Daniel realized that everything was settled and began to prepare for the fight. The guy decided to act honestly. Since the swordsman uses a weapon, he will also use his weapon, created from ice. Having created a huge ice scythe, Daniel decided to start the fight and ran towards his opponent. William was still stunned by the judge's decision and did not have time to react to the attack. He could only ask the guy to stop. But Daniel didn't listen to him. He dealt his blow to the swordsman, which he called an ice execution. The guy looked pompous and ended the fight with one attack, saying that the fight was over. William had icy spikes sticking out of his chest and was shivering from the cold he felt. The girls in the stands chanted the handsome man's name, and his mother became embarrassed when she noticed that her son had finally grown up. The director announced the semi-finals, in which Ben and Jenna were to compete. The guy looked at the girl and asked if she was ready for battle. The protector smiled sweetly and told the owner not to worry about her. Suddenly, she raised her hand and the girl told the judge that she refused to fight. Jenna explained to the guy that they were not rivals, and besides, she had spent all her strength in the first fight and would not be able to fight. Ben decided that the girl was blatantly lying, and most likely she had planned to retreat a month ago when the opponents were announced. Jenna became embarrassed and replied that apparently nothing could be hidden from her master. She fixed her hair and added that only 2 people can become guards, so the girl wanted to ensure an easy exit to the final for the hero so that he could definitely become a guard. The principal announced Ben as a finalist, which meant he would be promoted to guard. James was touched by such an act. The guy envied the hero for being so lucky, because such a beautiful girl gave up the victory to him. May announced the next battle. It will be between the Soul Eater Daniel and the owner of Hellfire Adam. The one who wins will become the guardian of the Protoss. The firefighter stood in the arena and warmed up. Then he raised his hands in the air. This surprised Daniel. He expected the guy to start attacking right away and not prepare for a fight. Suddenly, a huge column of fire flew out of Adam's hands into the sky, which was so powerful that the ground under the guy's feet began to crack. A pillar of flame rose high above the arena and began to take the shape of a dragon. Our heroes were amazed by such a sight, and by the fact that the guy's ability took shape. Count Dracula didn't show it, but he was also interested in Adam's skills. He noticed that for a beginner he released too much energy. Only Daniel's face didn't show surprise. He was focused and confident that the firefighter had started with his trump card right away. The hellfire took the form of a dragon, which was directed at the Ice Eater. Adam's body contained enormous power, and the Predator became interested in why the guy had sealed it. The battle began, and the huge fire dragon opened its mouth, and a red-hot ball of fire began to form in it. The spectators were intrigued. They did not expect to see such power and were afraid that the fire would spread to them. May was also amazed by the guy's strength. She asked her master if she should stop the fight because the spectators could get hurt, to which the count refused. A pillar of flame burst from the fire dragon's mouth, which was supposed to burn Daniel. The guy was not afraid of Adam's power because he knew that he himself was quite strong. The ice devourer raised his hand, and at that very moment a high ice barrier rose in front of him. The two opposing elements collided. The dragon's flame crashed into the ice wall. From such a power of hellish flame, the barrier began to melt until it completely disappeared. The Predator in Adam's body chuckled. He knew that such a wall would not stop his attack. There was a monstrous explosion. The Colosseum shook, and flames covered the entire field. Frightened spectators tried to protect themselves from the flames that flew in their direction. After the attack, the smoke cleared. Daniel coughed but was still alive, which surprised the Predator. All the clothes on the guy's body burned. The nobleman said that such a blow would not cope with his barrier. But besides this, Adam did not take into account two more things. Firstly, because of the barrier, the firefighter could not see everything that was happening on the field. Adam was surprised. It seemed he began to guess that in front of him was not the real Daniel. And secondly, thanks to the barrier, the nobleman was able to reach the enemy. Daniel made a sweeping blow with his scythe, but the Predator dodged, saying that he had underestimated his opponent. His fist was hot and he was ready to attack. This time the handsome guy would not get away. Adam shouted that this would be the end of it and launched a fiery strike at Daniel. The guy managed to dodge and land on the arena without much harm. Daniel spat out blood. A burn was visible on his face. After all, the firefighter was able to slightly injure his opponent. Seeing this picture, Mary realized that things were bad, because her son was very proud and the fact that he was hit was unthinkable for him. Now Daniel was furious. His gaze clouded and he prepared for another attack. Steam was coming out of the guy's mouth. He only quietly whispered that Adam wouldn't just leave here like that. The nobleman swung his weapon and delivered a chilling blow from a distance. A huge blade-like block was moving across the entire earth in the direction of Adam. But for the Predator, it was a trifle. He caught the blade with his hands right when it was supposed to hit him. From the fire that was concentrated in the guy's hands, the blade cracked and burst. Daniel was in shock. He couldn't believe that someone could stop his scythe with their bare hands. The nobleman knew that only an S-rank guard could do something like this. But the Predator was worried about something completely different. He understood that right now he was using his own powers to stop the attack. He needed to be careful because there were guards everywhere and they could notice something was wrong. Kevin watched the fight with interest. He wanted to know more about Adam. The monster prepared to attack. Thinking that he had not sneaked into the Protoss in order to win the competition, he had specifically chosen Adam's body because he considered him to be the strongest participant. Daniel, blinded by rage, began to spin his scythe in preparation for his ice attack. But the Predator was also seriously angry because it was not his plan to lose to some newbie. The attacks of the opposing elements once again clashed with each other, deciding which of them was stronger. Lucy was more afraid for Ben at that moment. She saw how strong both of his opponents were and was no longer sure whether the guy would win. Kathleen was also impressed by both semi-finalists and believed that they both deserved to win. After the attack, both fighters were already exhausted. The Predator did not expect such an outcome, but thought that it would be even better this way. After all, he won't be able to squeeze anything out of Adam's body anymore, and if he gives in, no one will suspect anything and the monster will be able to calmly go about his business. After all, his relatives could not attack the Protoss before because of his guards, which include the strongest S-rank guards, of which there are only 10. 6 of them are here now besides Kel who died, 3 more are missing, and if they are not present at such an important event, then something happened. The gift of light is now barely guarded. The predator can only surrender and quietly disappear to get it. Such a chance cannot be missed. Adam turned to the judges and started to raise his hand. Daniel couldn't believe his eyes. The guy said that he had no more strength left and he was giving up. The words he heard shocked Daniel. He did not believe that after all the powerful attacks, Adam just gave up. The nobleman started yelling at the guy. He asked to show his trump card and did not believe that he could do nothing more. In response to this, the predator only grinned and said that since Daniel survived the last attack, Adam had no chance of winning. Something was wrong here, and the Ice Eater realized it, because a fighter obsessed with battles cannot just give up. The monster inside Adam thought about how people don't understand that there's no point in trying when it's obvious there's no chance. He turned around and walked towards the exit of the arena, telling Daniel that he got off easy, so he was lucky and should be happy about it. The nobleman was not satisfied with this arrangement. He thought about how suspiciously the guy was acting now, because in the first round he thought completely differently. His thoughts were interrupted by May, who announced the end of the fight. Daniel had won, which meant that he was now a guardian. The next fight will be the final one, in which 2 new guards, Ben and Daniel, will meet. At this point, the hero was interested in why the nobleman helped him in the first round. Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Kel. After the fight, the predator in Adam's body descended from the mountain. He was no longer interested in the fight because he had another goal. At that moment, he noticed that someone was pursuing him from the arena itself. The guy turned around and asked what the unknown pursuer wanted from him. In front of him stood a tall man with a bag on his shoulder. He had overgrown hair and torn clothes. The unknown man firmly said that in front of him now was not Adam, and asked who was now in his body. There was no point in hiding it anymore. The predator asked how the stranger knew he was not Adam. It was all pretty simple. It was the guy's mentor, S-rank guard Joseph. The predator was surprised why the man did not expose him in the arena, because there were more guards there and he would have been in danger. But Joseph is here alone. Apparently, he came to die. Suddenly, the monster received a powerful blow to the face. He did not expect such a response from the man. Due to the force of the blow, Adam flew back and began to fall off the cliff. Joseph, after his blow, ordered him to shut up. Falling down, the predator was surprised that the mentor was hitting his student with all his strength. Joseph jumped with great speed towards the guy, forgetting about his bag, which he carried on his shoulder. He ran and kicked his opponent in the stomach, saying that he and Adam had been through a lot. The force of the blow was so strong that the monster flew down the cliff like a bullet. He crashed powerfully into the ground, crushing all the stones that were underneath him. The mentor landed nearby, seemingly unfazed by the heights. Joseph was so fast that he landed faster than his bag, which was falling from the cliff, and he grabbed it in mid-flight, as if that was how it was all planned. The man ordered the predator to leave his student's body. He took the guy by the leg and added that if the monster continued to hide in Adam's body, it would kill him. The predator was shocked by the words spoken. He replied that Joseph had gone crazy. The man barely smiled, saying that it was not the first time he had heard these words. Apparently, Adam often said this during training. The monster began to concentrate its power in its fist, around which a green aura appeared. He directed the attack at the mentor, ordering him to let him go. Suddenly, the man disappeared and Adam fell to the ground. The danger to the predator had passed. The guy, completely beaten, began to get up. He didn't understand who attacked him, but it didn't matter anymore. After all, he will remain forever in his prison, where the souls of the people he once ate will gradually suck all the strength out of him. Rising to his feet, the monster thought it was time to hurry for the gift of light before the final competition came to an end. Meanwhile, the main fight was beginning in the arena. Daniel told Ben that he was already a guard, which meant he was one step closer to the throne. But it was too early to rejoice, because Kel was a teacher and a close person for the Ice Eater. That's why he wants to help him. But first, the hero must show what he is capable of himself. Ben understood why Daniel helped him in the first round. The nobleman simply wanted to make sure that the guy was suitable for Kel's place. So he decided to show all his power. A dark aura began to concentrate around Ben. Black lightning began to appear in the air and struck the sky with a roar. Daniel was shocked by what he saw. He didn't understand how the guy managed to make the lightning black. Ben released all his rage in the form of lightning. His power could be felt even in the air. The spectators were surprised by what they saw. They felt some kind of terrifying atmosphere that was building up in the arena. James felt that energy again, just like it had been in their fight, as if someone was watching him. Dean Lee realized that this energy was similar to Asura, so that's what kind of ability Ben had received. The old man asked Kevin if they had already summoned him. The master himself was surprised. He replied that they did not summon a demon, but he had no idea how the hero managed to use this power. Only one thing was clear: Ben was able to combine the energy of Asura and the ability of the Thunder God. The boy's eyes turned a frightening purple color, and he asked Daniel if he was disappointed now. To which the guy replied that the hero was indeed special, because in addition to the endless darkness, he himself had an ability. Ben was angry. A month ago, the nobleman considered him an unworthy opponent, but now everything is different, because in this competition he will not use the ability granted to him. The fight began, and the hero attacked first, jumping off the ground with such force that it cracked. Having approached the enemy, Ben shouted that this time he would use his ability. Horrified, Daniel used one of his abilities, ice patterns, which created a wall of ice around him. But she couldn't protect him. The ice around the guy began to crack, because it couldn't withstand such a strong blow. Ben struck with a blow called spiritual lightning. The force was so great that Daniel's barrier could not withstand it and burst. The guy flew away from his opponent and thought that Ben was not so strong in the first round. And besides, it was still unclear what effect his technique had, other than a feeling of strong anxiety. He noticed his cheek, from which blood was flowing. After all, the hero had managed to touch him. Suddenly, at the sight of his wound, Daniel felt a strange sensation as if he was being pulled inside. 1,000 eyes appeared around him. He did not understand what was happening because he was consumed by fear. Vanessa asked why Ben stopped, since now was a great time to attack. And Leia noticed that he wasn't the only one who stopped. Both opponents froze on the battlefield. Suddenly, Daniel heard a voice telling him that his feelings were under control, and there was no point in continuing the fight. Ben, who was of colossal size, appeared opposite him and advised the nobleman to surrender because he could not win. May suggested that causing fear and controlling the enemy's senses was Asura's ability, and the Earl confirmed her words. But she didn't understand why Ben didn't summon the demon, because usually spirits are used for summoning. The Count raised himself up so that he could see better and said that Asur was an unusual spirit. The hero would not have enough strength to tame him. Moreover, if he summoned him, Asur could rebel against his master. Instilling fear is a passive ability of the demon, so the risk is minimal. By combining it with lightning, he strengthened his attack. One small wound was enough to ensure his victory. The Count was impressed that the guy had achieved such a result with minimal effort. He also realized that Ben was far from stupid, even though he seemed that way. The hero was already tired of waiting. He did not understand what was the point of continuing to fight if the enemy could not move. Daniel asked why, having taken control of his body, Ben wouldn't take advantage and surrender for him. He also added that if the hero loses right now, it will only be because of his softness. Ben was surprised. He didn't understand how he could lose in such a situation. It seemed like the enemy had something planned. Suddenly, his legs became covered in ice, rendering him immobile. But not only his legs, but also the entire arena was covered in ice. It was the icing technique. Ben looked around and saw that he was surrounded by walls of ice. He exhaled and called Daniel stubborn, because the hero gave him a chance to just give up, and he makes everything more difficult. The guy didn't expect it to come to blows, but Daniel froze the entire arena just to immobilize him. The nobleman did not react to his words in any way, but simply stood there motionless. The hero remembered that Daniel could not hear anything, because he had taken control of his senses. Suddenly, the Ice Eater said that Ben was the first, besides Kel, who could resist him. He recognized his talent. But the hero missed something. Ice. Daniel's sixth sense. The guy froze the arena to know Ben's location, not to immobilize him. Therefore, the hero needs to prepare himself, because the nobleman begins to attack again even without his senses. His hand shot into the sky and the ice began to accumulate into one object. This was Daniel's most deadly attack. The ice gathered together to form a sword. It was the ice sword Excalibur. Mary was worried because her son had already received the position of a guard, so why risk it and use this ability? Jenna was also worried, but for her owner, she was afraid that the guy would get hurt. The spectators were delighted to see the legendary sword. It was of enormous size, and its cold penetrated to the bones, lowering the temperature in the entire Colosseum. Ben was delighted with what he saw. He had underestimated Daniel, and it seemed like things were only getting more interesting. The ice around the hero's feet burst. Such an attack could not hold him back for long because he was still covered in black lightning. Ben declared that since the nobleman was fighting with full force, he would not give in either, and began to form a black ball in his hand. After some time, the ball increased in size and looked like a huge black clot of energy that was ready to explode. Without thinking twice, Ben launched the ball at his opponent to check which of them was stronger. Daniel also did not stand aside and pointed Excalibur at the hero. The spiritual realm and the legendary sword collided with each other. Both guys wanted to find out who was the strongest with this particular attack. But their powers were equal, which meant that both could suffer. Even Count Dracula and Kevin were surprised by what they saw. The sphere and the sword began to crack. Neither of them wanted to give in, and it was not clear which of the guys was stronger. There was an explosion, and it was unclear who had won. The spectators were amazed by such a powerful skill, but suddenly, something appeared in the sky. The purple energy began to gather into small balls, signifying that Ben was about to absorb the energy with the help of the infinite darkness. Meanwhile, outside the Protoss arena, a girl with green hair watched the fight on the screen. It was Sarah, locked in the academy, greedily eating popcorn and thinking that if the guy wins, his rating will be very high. Suddenly, the girl felt a strong push that almost threw her off the chair. Because of the push, Sarah spilled popcorn on herself and was very unhappy about it. But what happened? The girl thought it was like an earthquake. Suddenly, behind the glass, she saw the killed guards and a guy with red hair who looked like one of the participants in the competition. Adam walked forward. Not noticing the enemies, he felt that his goal was very close. Suddenly, he stopped. The guy realized that the fragment was behind this door. Coming closer to the door, he swung his fist to knock it down. His strength was so great that the metal door shrank like a sheet of paper with one blow. The barrier was destroyed and the predator was in the room with the meteorite. Adam was happy that he had finally reached his most cherished dream. His goal is the gift of light. With its help, the predator will finally be able to surpass the spiritual level and become the crown of evolution. Suddenly, the steps of some unfamiliar person were heard behind the guy. It was one of the B-rank Protoss guards who attacked Adam, saying that he was not allowed into this room. The predator saw the blade of the sword that appeared in front of his face, and he was surprised by such impudence of the man. Adam instantly grabbed the man by the face and slammed him into the wall, furious that this weakling was distracting him at such an exciting moment. The force of the blow was such that the mark from the guy's hand remained forever on the face of the dead defender. Sarah watched all this through the cameras. She was horrified by the fact that the fighter killed the B-rank defender with one blow. She understood that the unknown person had come for the meteorite, and even the commander-in-chief couldn't stop him, which meant the girl shouldn't try either. Sarah had only taken the job to get Ben to the dean, and she had absolutely no desire to risk her life for the old man's business. She was scared, so she decided to hide and pretend she didn't see anything. Meanwhile, in the arena, the warriors began to recover from the explosion of the sphere and the sword. Daniel felt his feelings return, but he didn't understand whether it was because the fight time was up or because Ben had let go of control. But then he saw a familiar aura in the sky, which he had seen before. He became angry and accused Ben of using the infinite darkness, even though he promised to fight without it. The hero was ashamed. He explained that this ability was passive, and he himself could barely restrain it. So, as compensation, he returned Daniel's feelings to make things fair. Mary decided to leave the arena. She was angered by Ben's invincible power. The woman understood that after the destruction of the sword, her son no longer had a chance to win. She knew that the endless darkness does not obey the will of the owner and absorbs energy on its own. So the hero not only won the fight, but also became stronger, and Daniel weakened. At this point, she considered the fight over and left, because she did not want to see her son lose. Suddenly, the heroes heard some strange sound, which was like a rumble. It could be heard throughout the city. Count Dracula and Director May were shocked. They seemed to understand what had happened. The dean asked Kevin in a trembling voice where the sound came from. Kevin replied that it sounded like the sound was coming from the old man's academy. A huge pillar of light was coming out of the roof of the academy, and it seemed like right now everything was going according to the Predator's plan. He understood that the S-rank guards would arrive soon, but unfortunately, it would be too late. After all, what he was looking for was in his hands, the gift of light, the greatest treasure of the Protoss, which the monster had been looking for 10 years. Without thinking twice, he began to absorb the seemingly small fragment, which contained enormous energy. Suddenly, someone's hands formed a strange sign, pointing straight at the shard. It was Sarah who used the grip on the gift of light and sealed it. At that very second, the small fragment dissolved into the air as if it had never been there. Adam did not understand where his gift went. At the very last moment, it disappeared. He became very angry and looked at the silhouette that stood at the entrance to the room. The guy was outraged that at such a moment the girl simply teleported the gift of light, and besides, he did not understand how she was able to survive because he killed everyone in his path. She replied that she did not want to interfere in something that was none of her business, but as a Protoss, she could not stand idly by while the greatest treasure was being stolen and murdered. So Sarah decided to fight and not let the predator get him. The girl's words made him more and more angry. He asked again where she teleported the fragment. But Sarah brazenly replied to Adam that it was none of his business. Suddenly, tentacles flew out of the guy's hands. This was no longer Adam's ability, but the predator's own, which was called hellish chains. The girl was surprised by the attack because the guy did not use such a technique at the competition. The tentacles grabbed the girl by all parts of her body. She realized that something was wrong with Adam's energy. It was not like human energy. A second later, she was completely at the mercy of the monster, which completely enveloped her body with its vile tentacles. The predator said that he gives the girl exactly 5 seconds, and if she does not tell where the core is, she will die of suffocation. Sarah replied that his threats would not change anything because she understood what she was getting into. And besides, if the monster killed her, he would never know where the shard was. The girl placed a seal on the gift of light before teleporting it, the barrier blocking its connection with the outside world. And if a predator kills her, he can forget about searching for treasure. Adam himself noticed that he no longer felt the presence of the core, so he decided to torture the girl since he couldn't kill her. The grip of the tentacles tightened, twisting the girl's arms, legs, and neck. She screamed in pain but had no intention of giving up. Adam asked the girl again where she was hiding the shard, continuing to torture her. The girl just laughed in the monster's face, replying that he was somewhere he could never find. Leia was already running towards the academy because she knew that her friend was there now. She sped up her pace because she was worried about the girl, but at the same time she understood that everything would be fine since Sarah was on duty. Dean Lee also joined the chase, but he was worried not about the girl, but about his priceless treasure. Suddenly, Leia heard a strange squeak behind her. She turned her head to see what was there. Behind her flew hundreds of bats, Count Dracula's faithful companions. Leia saw that the king's viceroy himself and 2 S-rank guards also arrived to help. Apparently something serious happened. After these words, all the heroes rushed to the academy. A few minutes later, Leia landed at the entrance to the Science Academy, surrounded by the torn bodies of guards. She looked around the place preparing for battle, but Sarah's body was not there. Suddenly, she heard Dean's cry. It seemed he had found the battle site. He was shaking and constantly repeating the same words about the gift of light, that it was his. Leia thought that the old man had gone crazy. But looking away from the old man, the girl saw someone else in the room besides the meteorite. It was Adam, lying unconscious and covered in his own blood. The old man continued to rave, and Leia quickly went down to the guy to interrogate him. She thought that the fighter would have problems because he quietly left after the fight to get here. But then the girl noticed a strange wound on the guy's body. It looked like he had done it himself, but Leia didn't understand why. She lifted Adam up and sat him down and asked him to do her one favor. If the guy is still alive, then let him let Leia know about it. After these words, she slapped Adam across the face with all her might. The fighter coughed, which meant he was still breathing, and the defender asked him where Sarah was now. An enraged old man appeared behind the girl, took out his sword, and simply asked where his core was. He didn't know what he was doing in his madness, but Leia managed to block his blow with her katana. The girl said that everything has its time and let the old man wait until she finished interrogating the guy, and then they would talk. Lee was angry that this was the second time Leia had blocked his blow, and he also didn't understand how it was possible to put the discussion of the secretary's life and his gift of light on the same level. More figures appeared at the entrance to the room. It was the Count, who said that there was no need to fight because the surveillance cameras were broken. Adam is the only eyewitness, and if he dies, they will not be able to find out anything about what happened here. Looking at the seriously injured fighter, Dracula said that he knew who could cure the guy. After some time, the heroes arrived at the top of a snowy mountain. Adam began to open his eyes with difficulty, and through the cloudy haze he saw Kevin. His face seemed familiar to the boy, but due to the injury he had difficulty thinking and understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the fighter jumped up and asked why he was there. The master replied that Adam was a worthy student of his teacher. With such wounds, an ordinary person would probably have died. But the guy survived. Apparently, life-threatening fights were nothing new to him. With difficulty moving, the warrior turned to get out of bed. He knew that he did not have time to lie around because the predator had sealed his teacher. But suddenly, his body was overcome by a wild pain, reminiscent of lightning, which passed from head to toe. Adam fell out of bed and blamed himself for the fact that it was his fault that he couldn't defeat this creature. Kevin noticed that the guy was an exact copy of his teacher. Suddenly, someone extended a hand to Adam and asked him not to worry about his mentor, because Joseph was strong and would not die just like that. The guy was surprised because in front of him he saw one of the strongest people of Protoss. It was Count Dracula, who asked to tell the boy everything he knew, and he would take care of everything himself. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest outside the city, a meeting was taking place. Sarah stood in the clearing and told someone that it was time to leave because if they hesitated, the guards would catch them. She heard a sweet, sexy voice in response, which said that apparently the plan had failed since the guy was annoyed. The girl turned around and was surprised that he had changed his body. It was a spiritual level predator, the sorceress Jessica. She was interested in why the guy had moved into the girl, because he could have chosen her body. Spiritual level predator, Dark King. Steve replied that this body was the only one who knew the location of the gift of light, so it could not be left there. Steve turned around and ordered the sorceress to leave, because they had very little time left. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the bushes. Someone called the monsters and asked him to wait. A hairy hand of a creature appeared from behind the tree, hurrying to meet them. It was a way-level ghost predator. The monster was worried that its allies had decided to abandon it, and it would then get lost and not find them. Meanwhile, in Kevin's hut, the heroes discussed the incident at the Academy of Sciences. Adam told Count Dracula everything about the ghost-level predator that can inhabit other bodies. The governor had not met such a thing for a long time. But unfortunately, he could not leave the city because the power was now in his hands. Therefore, he entrusted the task of rescuing Sarah to the paladin Kathleen and the S-rank guard Michael. The count ordered the girl to be returned safe and sound and the predator to be killed. The paladin jumped up and swore on her life that she would complete this task. Michael finished reading his book and said with a smirk on his face that he understood the assignment. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open and Ben appeared in the doorway. He responsibly declared that he was also joining the task. Leia supported him and also wanted to help. Sarah was the hero's bodyguard, so the guy considered saving the girl his duty. Leia fixed her hair and stated that Sarah was her friend, and so she would not leave her in trouble. Kevin was not happy with Ben's statement. Eliza was the guy's fiancée, and the master was afraid that his entire family would be guards, and they would always have to be watched. The old man was not happy either. He told the hero that his opponent was a spiritual-level predator, and the guy would not be able to overcome him. Ben answered the old man that all the dean's thoughts were only about the core, and apparently he was not interested in the girl's life at all. Kathleen told the guy that this task was not that difficult, and she could handle it herself. There was no need to risk her life again. Kevin stood up for Ben and said that there was no need to suppress the guy's enthusiasm once again. Besides, the hero became a guard, and such a sortie would be training for him. He turned to the count and asked if he was against it. The viceroy was embarrassed and replied that no, which meant it was decided that Ben and Leia would go with the guards. Dracula was frightened by Kevin's gaze. He thought that the master was angry with him, and in order to make amends, he would need to send the man a discount coupon for the tea shop. The viceroy then turned to Ben. He announced that due to the rush, they would do without the ceremonies of initiation into the guards. So now the count names the boy a guardian and protector of the Protoss, and also assigns the hero an A rank. He will be in the 7th squad. Adam reflected on the fact that he hadn't expected Ben to be able to defeat Daniel. The hero was delighted with his initiation and the fact that he would be able to go on a mission. The city door opened and 4 guards set out on their mission. The fighters had to work as a team and save Sarah and the Gift of Light. During the investigation, it was discovered that the enemy was heading this way, and the team rushed in pursuit. The road was familiar to Ben, because after the first round he studied the map of the area. In addition to the territory marked unexplored, there was another marked no entry. Anyone who entered this territory did not return alive. This place was called the Cemetery of the Guards. Kathleen was surprised that the hero was able to remember this unremarkable road, because there are thousands of routes shown on the map. Michael told the hero that he was a very interesting person, since in his free time he went to study the map. Ben replied that it was a habit from a past life, but now they needed to catch up with the enemy because he was trying to hide from them. Meanwhile, the trio of predators walked through the forest. Wei became bored because he was promised that there would be fights, and that is why he went with them. Jessica informed her allies that, judging by the signal traps, there were 4 enemies and they would soon catch up with them. But after a couple of seconds, she realized that there were 5 opponents. Wei was pleased with this news and asked permission to detain them, since the monkey was already tired of waiting for the fight. Steve turned around and replied that Jessica would take care of the enemies, all because the predator will have another, more important task for Wei. After some time, the monkey listened to his owner and he did not like the plan. Wei became angry when he heard the proposal and said that Steve was just using him. The Dark King replied that he needed to quickly find out information about the location of the Gift of Light, so the monkey would have to carry it so that he could concentrate his energy on the search. They walked forward. Steve told Wei that when they reached the guard's graveyard, they would be safe. Meanwhile, the pursuing heroes stopped because Ben noticed something. It was an ambush, and right now a huge boulder was flying towards the hero. Leia was already running to help the guy, saying that she would deal with the obstacle. The girl dealt 30 blows with her blade in a few seconds. The stone shattered into pieces and did not cause any damage to the heroes. Leia ordered the offender not to hide and to come out. Someone jumped from the tree and landed right in front of the girl. It was the charming Jessica, who just wanted to say hello to the guards. She raised her green eyes and declared that in order to pass, the guards must pay with their lives. The girls didn't like Jessica's impudence and said that she would pay with her life for interfering. Ben stepped forward so that the girls wouldn't fuss, because the predator just wanted to detain them, and she probably had more traps hidden away. Therefore, the hero came up with a new plan. He had to hold off the enemy alone and let the rest of the squad move on and catch up with the remaining enemies. Ben knew he had to catch up with the predators before they reached the guard's graveyard and save Sarah. Kathleen was surprised that the newcomer analyzed the situation so quickly and made a plan. The strategy was good. Suddenly, Leia jumped out in front of the guy. She said that she would hold off the enemy and let the rest of the squad look for a way to move on. The girl added that if this was all to delay them, then it would be better if heroes stronger than her continued on their way. Leia also noticed that the predator was alone against 4, but was completely calm. Apparently, she was very dangerous. The girl swung her sword over the demoness's head, preparing to strike. She didn't want Ben to risk his life in this fight. Leia launched a series of consecutive strikes with her katana, trying to distract Jessica. The predator was not at all afraid. She calmly sent her hair to attack the girl. The two heroines clashed. Neither wanted to give in, but it was unclear whether Leia would be able to hold off such a strong opponent for long. The rest of the squad did not stand and watch the fight for long. They decided to pass by the succubus while they had the opportunity. But Jessica was not going to give up. She decided to hold back the entire squad and not let anyone escape. Her hair instantly rushed down into the ground. She could fight several opponents at once. Ben immediately realized that the predator was using a ranged attack and they needed to be careful. The ground in front of the heroes began to rise, and the succubus's hair flew like blades, blocking the way. Kathleen's sword began to glow yellow. Rushing forward, she shouted that she would deal with the obstacle. A huge beam of divine light shot out from the sword towards the hair, tearing the hair into shreds. Jessica didn't expect such strength. She couldn't believe that the girl managed to cope with her bonds. At that moment, the heroes jumped over the demon and found themselves behind her. Ben landed and realized they had made it through. The squad moved forward, leaving Jessica and Leia behind to fight. The hero promised that he would never die and would bring Sarah and Leia home. The succubus was upset that the heroes tore her hair, but she was even more enraged that the 3 of them were able to escape. She pointed at Leia and shouted that if she lost Steve's love because of this, it would be the Protector's fault. Suddenly, the earth began to shake, and green footprints could barely be seen on the surface. Someone rushed past the girls very quickly, leaving them behind. The speed was so high that Leia didn't even understand who it could be. She assumed it was Dean Lee, and was surprised that the old man had been following them all this time. Jessica forgot that there was a 5th stalker. She was afraid that if the plan failed because of her, then Steve would no longer have fun with her. Leia was serious. She threw the sheath of her katana on the ground. Firmly gripping her sword in her hands, she said that although Jessica was a spiritual-level predator, her thoughts were still just as down to earth. The girl became sad and replied that she couldn't understand, because all this time while Steve was in the Protoss, he thought only about the gift of light. He was not with her for a whole month, and this upset her greatly. Jessica burst into tears. Leia couldn't know how bad she felt without him. Due to the loud crying, waves of sound emanated from the succubus, which scared away all the birds in the area. Leia wasn't at all touched, but only noticed that Jessica was screaming like a cat at night. But suddenly she felt that something strange was happening to her body. It wasn't just a scream. The sound waves affected the brain, and now the girl couldn't control her body. Jessica was surprised. She didn't even realize that she was capable of such a thing. The sound waves of her scream can affect a person, causing him to lose his fighting ability. Taking advantage of the moment, the succubus went on the attack. She pointed her hair at Leia, telling her to feel how love pierces her heart. Hundreds of hairs flew towards the girl, which at the base looked like sharpened swords. Leia couldn't believe that she would die here on her knees. There was a scream and the clearing was filled with blood. Meanwhile, the hero and the team were close to catching up with the enemy. Wei's silhouette appeared in front of them. Knowing that Jessica couldn't be relied upon, she had missed 3 people. He sat on a tree stump, holding a huge club in his hands. The monkey was sure that he could deal with everyone with one blow. Michael chuckled and said that his favorite animal was the monkey, so he would fight it. Suddenly, another primate appeared behind him, preparing to attack, and the guy realized that there were several monkeys. The predator's club crashed into the ground. It was unclear whether the guard had time to dodge it. Wei was happy with his victory. He could clone himself many times, and the strength of his copies was the same as the original. Suddenly, his joyful look changed to surprise, because he did not expect what he saw. Michael held his staff with one hand and ordered the remaining members of the squad to leave, as he might hurt them. His eyes turned red. One of the 7 deadly sins was awakening inside the guy. Michael's face changed. From a smiling guy, he turned into an angry man. It was the sin of anger. Michael's body released such powerful energy that the trees around him rose into the air. The monkeys were shocked by what they saw. Their anger was awakened and they were ready to fight. The guy said that he would deal with the predators himself and then catch up with the team. Ben was shocked because Michael seemed to have become a different person. Kathleen explained that 7 personalities live in the guy's body, so this is not surprising. Wei was even a little scared. The guard had extraordinary strength despite being a human. The second monkey told Michael that his mouth stunk and that he should not open it. At that very moment, the guy began to float in the air as if gravity had no effect on him. Michael stopped in front of the monkey's face, who replied that he did not scare her at all. In response, the guard slapped the predator in the face, saying that Wei was talking too much. The monkey was outraged, because even Steve had never hit him in the face, but some man dared to do it. But Michael continued to strike, saying that the predator would not do anything to him even if he struck him 1,000 more times. Wei was hit from all sides, which he could not dodge. Suddenly, a second monkey appeared behind the guy, reminding the guard that he had not one enemy, but several. He tried to hit the guy with his club, but to his surprise, he failed. Michael disappeared and it seemed like he simply dissolved into thin air, but in reality, the predators simply couldn't keep up with the guy's speed. The guard stood on the very club with which they tried to hit him. It seemed that the opponents were not equal in strength. Wei was surprised that the guard had such a high speed, but the guy replied that in the Protoss besides him, there were at least 6 other people just as strong. He jumped and kicked the enemy, noticing that the 6 guards would even be faster than him. The force of the blow caused Wei to land on the ground and release his weapon from his hands. The strongest sin told the defeated one that he, like a domestic animal, would become docile with one blow. Meanwhile, the sun began to rise over the forest. The night was ending and a new day was beginning. The original Wei ran as fast as he could to the guard's graveyard. He asked Steve if he had found the gift of light, because their pursuers were very strong. He felt the pain of his clones, and added that if the guards caught up with them, he would not be able to cope with them alone. The monkey wanted the master to quickly finish his ritual and find out where the core was. After that, they could finish off Sarah. Steve didn't listen to him. Right now, he was focused on finding his artifact. In Sarah's mind, the girl was beaten and exhausted, sitting on the ground completely exhausted. Sarah prayed for someone to save her. She didn't want to die in this place just like that. Suddenly, one of the zombies appeared from behind the wall and was already walking towards her soul. But just as quickly as he appeared, he was pierced through with a sword. It was Leia who arrived in time and saved Sarah from certain death. The swordswoman looked at the exhausted girl and said that if she wanted to live, she should come with her. Steve noticed that the girl with the sword seemed familiar to him, because he saw her in the ranks of spectators at the competition. And besides, she often appears in the depths of Sarah's memories. He seemed to begin to understand something, and concentrating even harder, he found the answer. In the depths of his memories, he saw the very artifact he had been hunting for all this time. The gift of light was in the chest of a beautiful girl, Sarah's savior and loved one. Meanwhile, the sun had already risen high and its rays began to break through the treetops. Leia hung bloodied in Jessica's hair. She had failed to dodge the previous blow, and all this time the demon was beating her. The guardian clutched her sword tightly in her hand, her blood flowing down it, and did not want to give up just like that. The succubus's blade pierced her chest through and through. The girl no longer had the strength to hold on. She asked her opponent if she wanted to finish her off. Jessica was amazed at how persistent the girl was, because even despite such critical injuries, she still continued to hold her sword in her hand. She answered the girl that it was not that her scream was irresistible. It was just that she was difficult to deal with because she was very strong. But she got tired of playing with her victim, so it was time to deal the final blow. Jessica directed her hair to deliver the final blow, saying she wanted to hear Leia scream in pain. At that moment, the guard resigned herself to her fate and mentally apologized to Sarah. She closed her eyes, preparing to accept her death. This time, she failed to save her friend. Suddenly, a bright yellow light illuminated the entire clearing. There was a powerful explosion that scattered all of Jessica's hair like little torn threads. The epicenter of the impact began to narrow, forming a small yellow ball. In the center of this ball stood Leia. She was completely protected by this unknown force. Jessica was surprised by the power of the skill. She was sure that the enemy was powerless. The succubus did not understand where the girl got such a strong ability from. The predator looked at Leia, who was surrounded by divine light. It instantly healed all her wounds, from which blood was coming out. All the power was concentrated in the guard's chest. It came from a small yellow fragment. Hidden within Leia was the gift of light, which now granted her new abilities and strength to defeat her rival. Jessica couldn't believe her eyes. She froze in surprise at the sight she saw. The succubus realized that all this time the gift of light was in Leia. The predator trembled as if she was afraid of what fate awaited her. Leia noticed this and asked the succubus not to be afraid, because her blade was fast. Apparently the heavens favored her today. But it seems Jessica was not afraid. She was filled with joy, and she was trembling from delight, not fear. After all, the path to the happiness of her whole life is now right in front of her. If she could obtain the gift of light, she would receive Steve's love, or so it was in the girl's imagination. At that moment, Leia's blade glowed with divine colors. Her power increased significantly, and now she had much greater chances of winning. She told the demon that she would not allow this to happen, preparing to attack. With a quick strike of her sword, she attacked Jessica, who, in her excitement, forgot about the fight. An explosion thundered. The force of the sword strike was so great that all the trees behind the succubus were destroyed at the moment of impact. The fight was ended with one blow, and the defeated Jessica fell to the hard ground. She couldn't believe that she had lost, because the gift of light was so close. What a pity. Now the girl would not deserve Steve's favor. Leia looked at this picture of unrequited love, and at the last moment she even sympathized with her rival. As she died, Jessica said that she still passionately desired Steve and wanted to return to him. A few years earlier, in someone's abandoned house, Jessica was holding her t-shirt, which barely covered her chest. She was in tears. At that time, she was 18 years old. The unknown man put on his pants and told the girl not to cry and to keep everything that happened a secret. He adjusted his glasses and added that if anyone found out about this, he would make Jessica's life a living nightmare. The girl started screaming hysterically that there was not a drop of humanity in the guy. In response to this, the man hit her in the face with his hand so hard that she started bleeding. There was rage on his face. The guy said that Jessica needed to understand something. If he hadn't taken her in, she and her mother would have become food for predators by morning. The man spent a lot of money on Jessica's upkeep, and she should remember his kindness. Therefore, the girl must pay off her debt with her body. It was raining outside. Loud peals of thunder were visible from the sky. At this time, it is good to stay at home and not go anywhere. But Jessica stood on the roof of a multi-story building in this weather. All feelings and emotions disappeared from her, and even the cold rain was no obstacle for her. She wanted to end her torment. In her head, the voice of the tormented girl told her to take a step into the abyss. Just one step and it will all be over. She won't have to endure the bullying anymore. The beauty rose on her toes and had no doubts about her choice. She spread her arms out to the sides and began to say goodbye to this unhappy world. Jessica thought that if there was an afterlife, she hoped that at least she would be treated well there. Suddenly, just before the jump, someone spoke behind the girl. The unknown person said that death is not a way out. It was Steve who declared that only power could change anything. The girl was scared when she saw the predator, but she had nothing to lose. Steve asked the girl to come and become his subordinate. If she decides to be with him, the Dark King will grant her powers unknown to ordinary mortals. At that moment, he bit the innocent neck of a young girl, giving her some of his powers. Sometime later, in the same house where the girl felt only pain and suffering, a man sat on the floor and trembled with fear. Jessica looked at him with disdain and said that didn't the guy want the girl to pay him back? Now was a great chance to repay the debt. The man was scared as a kitten and begged not to take his words seriously. He grabbed Jessica's leg and insisted that he knew he was wrong. He begged her not to kill him because the guy could find other younger people for the girl to eat. But unfortunately for him, the newly minted predator did not like human flesh. She used her hair for the first time in the form of blades, directing them at the offender. There was a piercing scream filled with pain, and the man's blood splattered onto the wall. He died instantly, without even feeling the pain that Jessica had been feeling all this time. She didn't feel sorry for him, but only that for someone like him the girl had given up her human essence. Jessica staggered towards the exit, wondering if it was worth it. After finishing the fight, Leia turned around and decided to catch up with her friends. But suddenly, the hair of her defeated rival began to wrap around her legs, trying to stop her. Leia turned around and was surprised that Jessica did not die after such a powerful blow, but simply sat in thought. The succubus turned to the swordsman. She said that she felt unwell, as if all her memories had been erased. So the girl asked Leia to help her. The Guardian did not expect to hear such words from a former enemy. Whether it was true or the demon lied to take revenge was unclear. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, two predators continued their journey to shelter. Wei was curious about what kind of power the gift of light had, since Steve was so persistent in trying to get it. Exhaling, the predator replied that the monkey would not understand him until he himself reached the limit of his strength. Steve has gone through a lot to reach the peak of his spiritual level, and now he feels so lonely from the realization that there is nothing more to strive for. It seemed to him that there is no one stronger than him in the world. But he was wrong. He managed to lose to one opponent once, a young guy from the human race. Wei was shocked by the story. He did not believe that his master could lose to anyone. Steve replied that it was true. This man was a real fighting genius. And then a few days later, he founded Protoss. It was Kel. If it weren't for the endless darkness that the guy possessed, the predator would never have lost to him. When Kel died, Steve found his remains. But the endless darkness was not with him, which became a big problem for the predator. And therefore, if he can obtain the gift of light, he will change beyond recognition. With its help, Steve will be able to resist the power of infinite darkness, go beyond his capabilities, and finally overcome the spiritual level. Wei listened to this story and began to understand a little about his master's aspirations. If Steve can obtain the gift of light, he will become the strongest in the entire world. After some time, the team of predators came to the border of the guards' cemetery. It was right in front of them, but they still managed to get there before the guards showed up. We said that we need to leave a mark for Jessica so she knows where to look for them. Steve jumped off his comrade's shoulder and replied that there was no need to do that, because Jessica won't come. When Steve asked her to hold off the guards, he understood that the girl wouldn't be able to resist them. Wei was shocked by what he heard. He didn't expect that his master had planned to abandon her from the very beginning. After all, Jessica said that the three of them were a family. Steve only coldly replied that if in exchange for her he received the gift of light, then her sacrifice was not in vain. Besides, family is a word from the human world, and predators do not need families. Having finished the dialogue, he turned and ordered to follow him. After they entered this part of the forest, then the pursuers would not be able to find them. Suddenly, a huge arcing strike came from the sky towards the predators. The team noticed the attack. At that moment, they realized that they would not be able to leave without a fight. Wei managed to dodge the attack by crouching, and the arc only slightly managed to graze his head. A line of light fell right in front of them, cutting down all the trees in its path. The monkey thought that he was lucky to have dodged, because just a little more, and he would have lost his head. The surprise attack left behind a huge ditch that went deep into the ground. Steve was impressed by such power. Not everyone could cut such a chasm in the ground with just one blow of a sword. Now he understood why Jessica had been unable to detain her pursuers. In the sky, they saw Kathleen, who told the predators that anyone who crossed the line would die without pardon. Steve replied that it was rather arrogant to threaten him, since he was much stronger than an S-rank guard. He simply turned and jumped over the chasm, ordering his companion to follow him. Kathleen, seeing the enemy's impudence, only said that he asked for it. She flew towards the predator with lightning speed to hit it. Wei was scared. The girl was so fast that it was impossible to follow her with his eyes. Kathleen attacked Steve with her sword, but he successfully blocked the attack by creating an impenetrable shield around himself. He turned to the girl and said that she had not lied, despite the fact that the predator was in their friend's body. But as he had already said, she could not defeat him. Steve had already fought one of the guards, and after that he created a shield based on the strength of his blow, so the girl would hardly be able to break through it. Kathleen replied that she has no equal in terms of dealing maximum damage in Protoss. The shield began to crack, and the sword began to penetrate deeper and deeper behind the barrier. Steve realized that the shield would not be able to withstand her attack, because the cracks kept growing and the sword went deeper. The predator had not counted on such power at all. He realized that it was time to dodge. He turned around and tried to jump away from the sword after his shield shattered. Steve was a little short of dodging the attack, and Kathleen was able to hit Sarah's cheek, leaving a cut on it. All the power of her strength went into the ground. The predator successfully dodged and lost only points in flight. He understood that he was lucky. The girl was good with a sword, but there was one nuance. Kathleen didn't take advantage of the moment and changed her trajectory. Apparently, they also needed information about the location of the gift of light. The paladin stood opposite and pulled her sword out of the ground. She said that she didn't manage to hit the target the first time because she hadn't practiced with the sword for a long time. Steve understood that this was a lie. She pulled the sword out of the ground and a small crack appeared where it had stuck. Everything around began to shake as if an earthquake had started. This surprised the Dark King. The paladin's attack was so powerful that the small crack from the blow expanded into a huge chasm. Kathleen noted that Steve couldn't fight at full strength while in this body, so he needed to return to his own because her next blow would hit the target. The girl provoked her rival to leave the body. She said that she wanted to see the real power of a spiritual-level predator. She began to mock her opponent, saying that apparently his only ability was to possess others. Steve chuckled at the girl's words and did not succumb to the provocation. He replied that while he was in this body, Kathleen would not kill him because this person was important to people. The predator added that the paladin was using childish tricks to try to deceive him. Wee stood up for his master and shouted that the girl would not be spared because she had ruined the monkey's hairstyle with her blow. Steve was ashamed of his ally because he was stupid and did not understand that he was much weaker than the paladin. Wei swung his fist preparing to launch his attack. He shouted that there were two of them and only one of her. There was no way she could win. Kathleen turned to the predator and replied that she did not come here alone. Suddenly, a strong kick hit the monkey on the head, causing him to forget all the words he wanted to say. It was Ben, who jumped away from the weak enemy and was focused on attacking the main enemy. The guy shouted for Kathleen to remember that they had to follow the plan. The girl replied that she remembered and prepared for the next attack. Steve heard his words and realized that the guards were up to something. Above him was Ben, who began to summon hundreds of purple balls filled with energy. The guy shouted that all this energy was collected by the endless darkness. Using instant destruction, he directed all the explosive energy at Steve. The ghostly spheres hit their target, and it seemed that no one could survive such multiple explosions. But the spiritual-level predator was not so simple. He covered himself with the same shield, saying that Ben lacked experience, spent so much energy, and only raised dust. And then Steve remembered that the guy had shouted something about a plan, and maybe he was just distracting attention. The predator completely forgot about the hero's partner while watching the spheres. Kathleen was already running to meet her target. Steve understood that the girl was a greater danger to him. She delivered her devastating blow with her sword, but the Dark King managed to dodge it, standing on his hands and jumping away. Dodging the blow, Steve smirked at the fact that he had figured out the guard's plan. A weak attack distracts, and a strong guard deals damage to the distracted enemy. Kathleen replied that in fact the predator was mistaken and that was not the plan. Upon landing, Steve saw a dark figure behind him, from which he could no longer escape. It was Ben who smiled and said that their plan had worked. The hero grabbed the predator in the human body and began to use a chokehold. Steve didn't understand what was happening because right now he felt his strength leaving him. Purple spheres began to appear around Sarah, indicating that Ben was absorbing energy from the enemy weakened by strangulation. The predator remembered this aura that he once fought, and he realized that Ben was the owner of endless darkness. The hero replied that the predator had guessed correctly, and when the guy absorbed all of Steve's power, he would leave Sarah's body. The air around the opponents began to swirl into a whirlwind, and the aura became more and more frightening. There was so much energy coming from Sarah that she began to turn into a large purple sphere. Wei watched what was happening and also realized that the endless darkness that Steve was so afraid of was inside this guy. Kathleen was worried about the hero. She didn't know if Ben could handle such power. The sphere began to narrow, and a silhouette became visible in the cloud of dust. Ben emerged from the smoke unharmed, holding an exhausted Sarah in his arms. The paladin rejoiced at the victory. The girl was saved and there was not a scratch on her. The hero had cleverly thought of everything and his plan had succeeded. Ben placed Sarah near a tree stump and created a shield around her that he stole from Steve so that nothing would threaten her. He knew the girl couldn't hear, but he told her to rest properly while the battle was going on. The guy added that he would wait until Sarah came to her senses, and then they would all figure everything out together. Suddenly, laughter was heard from the cloud of smoke. The enemy was still undefeated, but now at least it was possible to fight him with full force. Steve laughed that he was very lucky because he not only found out the location of the gift of light, but now he could take away the endless darkness. The predator appeared in his true form. He said that the heavens favor him today. That is why he is having fun. The Dark King raised his hands to the sky as if calling out to God and shouted that he was the chosen one. Ben replied that he was celebrating too early because at least half of the predator's strength had been absorbed. Therefore, it is not a fact that the second half will be enough for Steve to take away the endless darkness. The predator replied that he does not lose to the same ability twice, and it does not matter how much power the hero managed to absorb. He turned to his ally and asked Wei to tell him what his master's true appearance was. The monkey smiled and replied that Steve was the lord of the underworld, and therefore, he could control the souls of the Shadow Realm. In fact, they did not come here to hide from persecution. The Guardian's graveyard is Steve's underworld prison, where many souls are enslaved and are the source of his replenishing power. This is why the Predator becomes invincible in this place. Kathleen noted that they had underestimated their enemy, but Ben was not intimidated by these words. He said that since this had happened, they had only one thing left to do: deal with the Predator and complete their mission. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the guard's cemetery, Joseph walked slowly through the forest holding his bag on his shoulder. Passing by a tree, he touched it a little. The tree was instantly torn off like a small branch due to the terrifying aura of the mentor. But Joseph didn't seem to notice this. He walked forward, and in front of him lay a huge stone. But the power of his aura was so high that it cut right through the stone as it slowly walked forward. The man had made a huge hole in the rock and was approaching its exit. When he came out, the obstacle shattered into pieces. But Joseph didn't react to this either. Apparently, this was a usual thing for him. He was only worried about the place where he ended up. The man walked forward all night, but never came out anywhere. Suddenly, he saw hundreds of souls flying in some direction. Joseph was surprised by this because he had already dealt with them before. He thought and said that apparently the educational process had not been in vain for them, and now they had decided to help him get out. Thousands of spirits responded to Steve's call and headed towards him to feed him with energy. Ben was shocked by the number of spirits he saw. Apparently, the Predator killed a huge number of people. Kathleen knew that they couldn't be allowed to be consumed by the Dark King, or they wouldn't be able to win. But it was too late. Steve began to absorb all his souls in order to continue living with them together. The number of people he killed was so great that from the absorption he began to increase in size. The heroes couldn't stand and just watch, so they decided to launch an attack on their enemy. Wei stood in their way. He wanted to delay the team so that his master could perform the reincarnation. The paladin was not frightened by the monkey's menacing mood. She only replied that he had asked for it. Wei didn't expect her speed to be so great. Kathleen delivered a blow that killed the demon-level Predator in an instant. The monkey was too slow compared to the girl, so the fight was over for him. The heroes were heading towards Steve, and the Predator's former ally fell to the ground, swaying. But our heroes saw that it was already too late. The monkey managed to detain them, albeit briefly. The Dark King absorbed every soul, and from the amount of energy he became very fat. All these souls filled him, and Steve now looked like a huge ball hanging in the air. The ball grew larger and began to crack. The Predator felt the boundless power that filled him. Suddenly, it burst from the amount of souls it absorbed, and a blue cloud of smoke filled the clearing. Ben was shocked by what he saw. He did not expect that the Predator would simply blow itself up. Kathleen told the guy not to relax because the explosion was not fatal. Steve, a spiritual-level Predator in the guise of a soul devourer, appeared before them. He did not hesitate and immediately directed his attack towards our heroes. Ben managed to react and use the shield he had recently stolen. He commanded Kathleen to hide behind it. An explosion thundered. The force of the released energy was devastating and formed a blue sphere in the place where the team stood. The explosion left a huge crater, in the center of which was a shield sphere, one of Ben's abilities. The guy realized that if it weren't for the shield, there wouldn't be a trace left of them. With one wave of his hand, Steve released a huge amount of energy. Was that really his full power? The shield began to crack, and the hero noticed that his ability was at its limit, just a little more and he would not be able to withstand it. The guy told the paladin that he would have to dodge the next attack, but Kathleen thought that Ben had only recently become a guard, but had already rushed to protect her. You wouldn't say he was reliable, but at crucial moments he could be relied upon. Steve was floating in the air, disappointed that his attack didn't hit the heroes. The Dark King felt that this was not the limit of his capabilities, but only his 70%, but he did not understand why this happened. Suddenly, the Predator remembered Joseph, whom he had sealed in his prison. He assumed that most likely it was his doing. There was a noise behind Steve, the sound of trees breaking like thin twigs as someone approached. Joseph emerged from the dense forest and declared that he was tired of walking in the dark and that he had finally gotten out. Steve was surprised that the guard was able to survive. He asked the man if he was the same boar who attacked him recently. Joseph's face, as always, was emotionless. He simply asked the Predator who he was. Steve chuckled and said that the guard must have forgotten him too quickly, to which Joseph replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about since they had never met. The Dark King realized that the man was rather stupid and asked him directly what he had done with his spirit slaves. The guard replied that if he was asking about those spirits in the forest, Then he had taught them a lesson and prayed for their repose. Steve was angry. He didn't expect that by locking the guard in prison, he would lose so many souls that he had been collecting for years. In a fit of rage, he jumped into the air to attack the one who had ruined all his plans. The speed of the Dark King was great, and Joseph did not have time to dodge his attack. Steve struck his opponent in the face with his hand, causing him to fly to the side. The man fell to the ground, but he still held his mysterious bag in his hands. Apparently, there was something valuable in there for him. Steve said that even though he currently has 70% of his strength, it will be more than enough for the guards. Joseph rose to his feet as if nothing had happened. It was not the first time he had been hit by an enemy. The man told the predator that he had a rather weak blow, and if he had not rushed, he would have shown him what strength was. But alas, maybe they will fight another time, because now Joseph was in a hurry to become a Protoss, to reveal the identity of the one who harmed his student. A team of heroes immediately arrived and said that there was no need to go to Protoss for this, because the one the man needed was here. Ben pointed his finger at Steve and said that he not only used Adam's body but also fatally wounded him. Fortunately, Kevin managed to save the guy. Joseph thought about the words spoken to him and decided what to do next. He turned to Steve and asked if they had met outside the arena. The Predator replied that they had, although the man did not immediately understand who he was. The Dark King chuckled, noting that it was no wonder that Joseph didn't understand anything, since his head was empty. After these words, a bag, which Joseph had not let go of all this time, immediately flew at Steve. The Predator stopped him with his hand, and immediately his nose was struck by the foul smell that came from the bag. He asked the man what was lying there. Joseph delivered a powerful blow to Steve's stomach and replied that the bag contained his change of underwear. Then he hit the Predator again, but this time with his foot in the face, and from the force of the blow, the Dark King flew into the air. As he flew, he thought about how a person could have such devastating blows. Joseph began to become covered in a crimson mist as he stood and concentrated to awaken his power. The guard screamed, releasing his energy. This was the way of the despot, the stance of the fighting spirit. The strength was so great that his rage could be seen in his pulsating muscles. He shouted that only he could beat his student. After these words, he headed towards Steve, deciding to end the fight without letting the enemy land. His aura, which was flying around, began to transform into the form of a dragon and flew straight towards the Predator at great speed. Steve realized that the power of such a blow should not be underestimated since she took the form of a dragon. He put his hand in front of him and shouted that he would hold all this power. Ben was shocked by the strength of the S-rank guard. The guy thought for a second that Joseph was a monster since he had such impressive abilities. After the attack, the dust began to disperse and traces of torn flesh appeared on the monster's body. Steve said that this idiot was able to penetrate his living armor. It will be difficult to restore it because it is armor made of human souls that can block up to 3 fatal blows. The Predator got really angry and began to gather his energy, shouting that the guard was really annoying him. The man grinned and told his opponent that the feeling was mutual. Meanwhile, on the top of the sacred mountain, peace reigned and the morning began. The alarm clock was ringing for the umpteenth time, and Eliza's voice was recorded on it, screaming that it was time for her father to wake up. The man destroyed the annoying device that was preventing him from sleeping with one blow of his hand. Kevin lay in his bed, half asleep, wearing funny spotted pajamas and not understanding what kind of idiot invented alarm clocks. The master raised himself with difficulty, and his face showed disappointment that it was morning, because he still wanted to sleep. It was time to get up after all, and Kevin went to do his morning ritual, and he started by brushing his teeth. After rinsing his mouth for a short time, the man perked up a little. His next morning activity was drinking a glass of his favorite tea with milk. Sitting on the toilet and drinking tea, he shouted to his daughter that he was very hungry and asked if she had already made breakfast. All this time he called Eliza, but no one answered him. Having finished his business, the man went out and thought about where his daughter had disappeared to. Kevin walked into the kitchen and saw that breakfast was ready, and there was a note on the table. It was a note from Eliza telling her father to have breakfast alone. Adam was with her, so he didn't have to worry. The master took one bun that he had for breakfast and thought that his daughter was very obstinate and had cleverly pulled it off. Meanwhile, Eliza's phoenix was racing across the sky towards the forest where the guards had gone. On board the blue ship was Ben's entire crew and Adam, who were rushing to his aid. Everyone was thinking about their own things. Jenna was worried that the owner and Leah had gone to save Sarah, risking their lives, so she couldn't stay away. Eliza did not expect herself to take this step. She was worried that the guy died, in which case the girl did not know what to do next. Lucy was angry that Ben went on a mission with Leia and didn't call her. It was unfair. Vanessa thought that Dean Lee had probably followed them, so the hero should be careful. Adam was embarrassed at the sight of beauties. He envied Ben because he was popular with girls. After some time, the newly formed support team arrived at the first place of the battle. Adam was shocked that all the trees were cut down. He asked his allies if Leia's power could do such a thing. Jenna replied that it most likely wasn't her, since it wasn't the guard's style. At that moment, they saw Leia, who was happy to see the king's daughter-in-law's bird. Jenna landed in front of her friend and asked her to tell her where the owner was and why they weren't together. Leia replied that it was because she was detained here. Jessica, who had been following Ben's guard the whole time, appeared behind the girls. Leia asked why the girl was pursuing her, since she had spared her, showing leniency. Jessica replied that she was no longer interested in fighting and that it was because of her that she became like this. So now Leia was responsible for the succubus. Jenna was wary because the girl looked like a predator, but she had a completely different aura. Leia replied that Jessica was actually a predator, but after she defeated her, she did not die and now follows her around. Apparently, it's all about the stone that is in the swordswoman's chest. Because of it, the succubus lost her memory. Eliza descended from the phoenix, interrupting the girl's conversation. She explained that this was a cleansing effect. The bride had heard her father talk about it. Such was the ability of the gift of light. Leia was surprised that the artifact was in her, and Eliza replied that Sarah had apparently decided to hide it in her friend out of desperation. Cleansing removes negative effects, but can also erase memory. So now Jessica has gotten rid of the bloodthirstiness inherent in predators. It turns out that now the girl is not a purebred predator since she was previously a human. Now that she has gotten rid of her main disadvantage, it would be wrong to call her a predator. Eliza turned to the unfortunate girl and suddenly invited her to go with them. Meanwhile, a snowstorm began at the top of the sacred mountain. Kevin managed to overcome his morning sleep deprivation and slowly walked out of his house. He thought that he would have liked to retire a long time ago, but there was no peace in sight in his life. Meanwhile, the battle continued at the edge of the guard's cemetery. Joseph continued to attack his enemy, the high speed of the strike causing only crimson sparks to be visible in the sky. Sparks appeared at the moment when the man delivered his blow and the monster blocked it. Kathleen also did not stand aside and tried to hit the predator with her divine attack, but all was in vain. Ben stood in the clearing and watched. The guy thought that something didn't add up here because, at the beginning, the predator could barely resist Joseph. But now, Steve can calmly fend off attacks from two guards at the same time, which could become a problem. The hero turned towards the monkey, which Kathleen killed with one blow. Ben realized that he had to think of something and find a solution, otherwise they would lose the fight. Steve crossed his arms and pressed them to himself, gathering his soul energy for an attack. He used the cursed explosion and knocked back two fighters at once, whom he had previously been unable to dodge. Joseph landed on his feet, barely keeping his balance. The man noticed that the monster was getting stronger. The girl landed deftly on her hand and replied that she thought so too, and that it was the first time she had encountered something like this. Steve provoked his enemies by saying that the guards must be wondering why his power was increasing. The whole point is that there is a difference between the genders. He is a predator, and it is laid down by nature that people are not his equal. Suddenly, someone shouted that the monster was lying and that in fact it was not so. Ben realized what was going on. Steve had absorbed a huge number of souls, but it would take time before their energy was absorbed. If you have already learned the part, then the longer the battle goes on, the more the monster will change. Steve told the guy that he was not stupid and he was interested in how he was able to guess about the predator's ability. Ben replied that he guessed because he himself had a demonic ability. Suddenly, two copies of the guy appeared behind Steve, preparing to strike. The monster released its energy with one wave of its hand and destroyed two Bens. He asked the guy if Wei's cloning technique was that same demonic ability. After these words, the monster directed his beam of souls at the hero standing in the clearing. The beam pierced Ben's stomach, burning through all his organs from the inside. The two S-rank guards were shocked by what they saw. They didn't expect the hero to die such a death. Steve pulled the guy towards him and said that he was supposed to absorb Wei's soul, and since the hero was in such a hurry to die, he could help him with this. But the seemingly half-dead Ben raised his head and told the monster that why did he think it was the original. The copy of the hero disappeared into thin air, stunning his enemy. Steve turned around, but it was too late. He knew the guy had fooled him. Ben was already behind the monster, and at that moment he used his ability to grab. Everything around dissolved, and Steve found himself in an impenetrable abyss filled with thousands of eyes. He was furious because he didn't understand why he couldn't move, and why there were eyes looking at him everywhere that made him afraid. The guards also saw this abyss of fear. Joseph thought it was a mirage, but Kathleen replied that it was not. She explained that these are the eyes of Asura. They say he is able to immobilize the enemy with fear, The girl did not even imagine that Ben possesses such power. The guy told the monster that he had never used this power, but Steve forced him to resort to it, because if he was not killed, others would suffer. He gathered all the demonic energy and commanded his power to appear. Suddenly, his clothes began to tear into shreds, and a purple aura appeared from behind his back, taking shape. These were the 6 arms of Asura, which were much larger in size than Ben himself. Steve couldn't believe his instincts. Suddenly, the thirst to kill the hero became stronger than that of predators. It was impossible for a person. An imperceptible weariness appeared in Ben's eyes, and he ordered the predator to get out of the dungeon. At that moment, one of Asura's hands struck the face of the monster, which could not move. Ben slammed his opponent into the ground, pushing him out of the abyss of fear. Steve felt hellish pain, but at the same time he understood that he was no longer under control and could move. The blow was so strong that it removed another layer of spiritual armor. Now the monster could only die once. He was furious that a pathetic man could do this to him. Steve screamed that he would finish Ben off, but in response to this, a punch flew at him, which finished off the enemy. Ben shouted that it was not over yet and that Steve would do better to take care of himself. A barrage of blows fell upon the monster, which continued to beat it until exhaustion. The predator tried to block the attack, but Asura's strength was much greater than his. Under the barrage of blows, souls began to fly out of Steve's body, fleeing. Kathleen was surprised that the souls of the dead fighters were leaving the monster. They were much more afraid of Asura than the Dark King. After the attack, the monster rose to its feet, with a huge number of wounds and abrasions on it. But they all immediately disappeared, because the hero also destroyed the last layer of the spiritual shield. Ben shouted that they needed to attack immediately, because now the monster could be defeated. Joseph, without thinking twice, gathered his strength for a final attack. It was clear to him even without words that he needed to help the hero. The man used a tiger volley, and a huge saber-toothed tiger made of energy rushed towards Steve. Kathleen also did not stand aside. She said that right now the Dark King Steve will pay for what he did. The girl instantly rushed towards the enemy and cut through his body, leaving behind only the monster's blood. 2 guards attacked simultaneously, leaving no chance for the monster to win. Kathleen exhaled and announced that the verdict had been passed and the fight was over. Joseph took revenge for his student and said that Steve crossed the wrong person. The dust from the blows cleared and one could see the monster's blood dripping onto the ground. His leg and arm were cut off, his body was cut in half, but he struggled to stay on his feet. All because he did not want to give up, because the gifts of light and darkness were right in front of him. But the predator understood that he lost this battle. He fell into the crater, saying that he would not retreat so easily, after which he no longer showed signs of life. Ben was sweating profusely from using too much energy, and he couldn't believe they had won. Kathleen looked at the hero, whose power was slowly beginning to dissipate. She noticed that Ben's strength of spirit was so great that it seemed difficult for him to contain it. Suddenly, the guy's hands behind his back began to disappear, and he closed his eyes from fatigue. After Asura's hands completely dissolved, Ben lost consciousness and began to fall down, as there was nothing else holding him in the air. Kathleen, without thinking twice, jumped towards the hero in order to grab the guy before he landed. She managed to grab Ben, and this made the girl blush a little. Now the guy was very close to her face, and she could take a closer look at him. Embarrassed, the girl turned away and noticed that, if you looked closely, Ben was very handsome. Joseph broke the awkward silence and asked Kathleen why she was blushing, if she had hurt herself when she was catching the guy. The girl, as if nothing had happened, abandoned Ben and replied that Joseph was talking nonsense because she had the most ordinary complexion. The man was stupid, but not that stupid. He noticed that Kathleen was not a good liar. Ben woke up from the impact with the ground. He realized that he had apparently lost consciousness, since controlling Asura's power requires a lot of energy. It seemed that the battle was over, but the hero was left with a strange feeling. The guy did not understand what could be the matter. And then he finally realized the terrible thing that no one noticed. The endless darkness did not activate, which means Steve is still alive. Ben shouted to the guards to finish him off quickly. The monster opened its eyes, which were directed at the place where Ben was sitting. The guardians were too late, and Steve delivered his final blow, a beam of which emanated from his mouth, at the enemy because of whom he lost. Ben didn't have time to react, and only noticed how the beam of force was directed straight at him. The energy went straight into Ben's mouth and went deep into his body. Horrified, Kathleen realized that things were bad, and she needed to be more careful with such a difficult opponent. Steve exhaled one last time to take over Ben's body and gain the endless darkness. He laughed. His delight knew no bounds, because in the guy's body there was both endless darkness and Asura, as well as other abilities that the hero absorbed. Ben's eyes changed to Steve's yellow pupils, and the most terrible thing happened. The predator took possession of the hero's body. Kathleen raised her sword and began to gather divine power. She advised Steve to get out of the guy's body, otherwise he would taste the power of her blow again. Steve just grinned. It was the best body he had ever had, and now he wasn't afraid of Kathleen's sword. The girl was disappointed in that she also understood that she could not cope with the power of endless darkness and Asura. But suddenly Joseph came into the fight. He told Kathleen to control herself. The man had more experience in such matters, and he would sort everything out. The paladin looked at Mentor Adam with disbelief and asked what he planned to do. Joseph rushed into the attack and was already preparing his fist, answering that he planned to simply smash his enemy. But his fist was easily stopped by one of Asura's hands, despite all the Guardian's power. Joseph shouted that since Steve blocked the left fist, then he would get the right one. But this attack was also easily blocked. The monster responded that now the guard's fists were of no use, because Joseph can't defeat Asura by relying on physical strength alone. But suddenly the man attacked Ben with his head, using his despot way. Smoke came out of the guy's forehead where the blow had been dealt. Asura's hands began to disappear, and he himself fell to the ground. Joseph said that he most likely won't be able to defeat Steve with his fists now. But the monster did not take into account that the mentor's head was much stronger than his hands. Ben lay unconscious, and now the heroes had no idea what to do next. Kathleen was shocked by Joseph's methods. She did not expect that the mentor would simply hit the guy. The girl asked the man that since he knew a lot about these things, he should know how to get the predator out of Ben's body. Joseph replied that he hadn't thought about how to do it yet. The mentor suggested that he could hit the hero again, and maybe then Steve would leave his body himself. But Kathleen was against it. Suddenly, a man appeared in the clearing and slowly approached the guards. The guy advised Joseph not to do that because there was no point in it. Michael returned to his comrades and explained that Steve was in a hopeless situation, so it was unlikely that he would give up his tiny hope because of some blows. Joseph asked the guy what he was suggesting, to which Michael replied that there was only one way out of this situation. To destroy Steve once and for all, they must rely on the power of Ben himself. The hero and the predator were inside Ben's mind. Steve was surprised that he, the Great Dark King, was defeated by a bunch of guards. However, if the monster can defeat the guy in this place, it will get his body forever. Ben chuckled. He wasn't afraid of his opponent at all and replied that all Steve knew how to do was talk. The guy struck the predator in the face. There were no abilities here, just a normal solution to a dispute with fists. While attacking his enemy, the hero shouted that he would recapture his body and drive Steve out. Having received the blow, the monster fell on his hands, but was immediately able to push off to counterattack. He swung his leg, attacking the guy, and shouted that the hero's milk was still wet on his lips. Ben should have been a couple thousand years older before showing off in front of a predator. The guards stood in the clearing and looked at the motionless body of the guy. Kathleen said that Ben had already shown his trump cards and proved that he was quite extraordinary. Without him, the team would not have completed this task so easily. But the girl was worried that now the hero would have to deal with a spiritual-level predator, and the guards could not help him in any way. Michael smiled in his usual manner and replied that they had to find out who was spiritually stronger, and the team could only wait for him to wake up. Joseph asked the question that was in the air, what if Steve wins? What should they do then? Michael replied that then it would be clear that Ben's soul was completely enslaved, and they will have to fulfill their duty as guards, namely, kill the monster. There was a struggle going on inside Ben. Steve said that the guy was still inexperienced because this was the spiritual world. Therefore, no abilities are important here, but only the strength of your own spirit. The monster pointed at the boy and asked what he could do on his own without Asura's abilities and endless darkness. Ben thought about the monster's words and thanked him for reminding him of this. The guy remembered how his body was paralyzed and all he could do was think and reflect, and most importantly, fight for his life. Steve was surprised at how the hero's energy began to change dramatically and increase in size. The guy's large spiritual eyes appeared from the impenetrable depths. Ben told the monster that since spiritual strength is important here, he sympathizes with Steve, because the monster got into trouble. The predator was amazed. He had never seen anyone's spiritual power so great. The monster assumed that it was a trick, but it couldn't be true since it was impossible to use abilities in the spiritual world. For the first time he gave in to fear. Steve didn't understand why the guy was so strong. Ben replied that the monster simply didn't know what the hero had to go through. Previously, he could not even dream of moving his arms, and this body was obtained with difficulty. That's why Ben will never let a stranger take it away from him. Steve shouted that he wasn't afraid of the guy, because the monster had done this 1,000,000 times and would do it again. The Dark King had never lost in the spiritual world before, so he believed that he would win this time too. Spiritual Ben's huge hand fell on Steve, the monster trying to hold back its onslaught. The predator held on with all his might and said that his good name would not be ruined by any man. But Ben was serious. He told the Dark King not to get cocky. Suddenly, Steve felt a strong pressure on his body that he found difficult to bear. His spirit began to crumble, and the monster realized that he could not cope with such power. Ben in the real world rose into the air, and a purple aura began to appear around him. Joseph was surprised that the guy was floating in the air, but Michael seemed to know what was going on. The guard explained that the hero's levitation is a confrontation between the guy and the predator, and now the battle is in full swing, which means that the team will soon find out who will wake up. Suddenly, another man appeared in the clearing, moving towards Ben at high speed. It was Dean Lee who pointed his sword at the guy and replied that he didn't care who woke up, because Steve had killed his subordinates and Ben was always in the way. The old man thought that now he had an excellent chance to finish them both off with one blow. The guards were surprised by Lee's appearance in this place. They did not understand what he was going to do. The Dean struck and blood was shed. At that moment, on the other side of the forest, Jenna felt her pulse quicken. The girl became worried and assumed that something was probably happening to her owner. Scarlet blood from the old man's blow flowed onto the dead ground. But it was not Ben's blood, but Kathleen's, who caught the Dean's sword with her own hand. The girl saved the guy and said that after they left Protoss, she had a feeling that someone was following them. The paladin did not expect that the old man would decide to appear right now. Her face was stern and she asked Lee why he needed to kill the guy. The old man thought that Kathleen had risked herself to save the hero. Apparently not only Kevin was capable of fighting back against the Dean, Lee had the feeling that Ben was somehow bewitched since everyone was helping him. He shouted that the guards call themselves S-rank, but they still believe that the boy is capable of defeating Steve. Instead of letting the predator get endless darkness, it would be better to finish him off while there is still a chance. The old man continued to insist that the team kill the guy and complete their task, and Kathleen's hand squeezed the sword tighter and tighter from these words. The Dean's blade couldn't withstand the pressure and broke under the paladin's strong grip. Her hand was bleeding profusely, but she was furious at the old man's words, and she replied that Lee was wrong and that Ben would not lose. After the guy wakes up, the Dean shouldn't touch him with a finger, otherwise he'll have problems. Meanwhile, the battle in the spirit world was coming to an end, and the clothes on Ben's body began to dissolve into thin air. The guy thanked the girl for her words, and Kathleen, hearing this, was surprised and blushed. The girl realized that it was Ben's voice and began to turn to look at him. He was still able to defeat Steve, but then she saw a charming picture in front of her. In front of her stood Ben, who was completely naked torso. He looked like a strong man from fairy tales. The guy turned around and asked what condition the girl's hand was in. At that moment in her eyes, he was the most handsome young man. Kathleen became very embarrassed and replied that it hurt a little, but in her head she did not understand what was happening and why she involuntarily said what she thought. Ben bandaged the girl's hand with the remains of his clothes, showing concern. The hero said that it was a small bandage, but it would do for the time being. The girl replied that he shouldn't worry so much because she was a paladin and could take care of herself. Joseph and Michael watched the cute couple. Hero told Kathleen that if she doesn't like it, then let her take it off. She refused. Michael was amazed that his ability did not affect the paladin. But Ben succeeded. The man saw the girl so embarrassed for the first time. Joseph said that he was already preparing to bury the hero. But it's cool that he managed to win because the mentor didn't believe in it. The Dean thought that the guy had no chance of winning and it was just luck. Ben turned to the old man and asked why he wouldn't leave him alone, because Lee kept insisting that Steve had to be killed. But in fact, it turned out that he wasn't the one who was bothering him. The hero offered the guard to settle old scores once and for all since he had come. Suddenly, the Dean stepped back. He himself did not understand why he wanted to retreat from his will and was afraid of the guy's aura. The old man assumed that it was all because Ben had managed to absorb Steve's energy. The hero continued to provoke the Dean, asking why he was hesitating, since he so wanted to kill the guy. Lee found a compelling excuse. He said that an S-rank guard cannot fight people just like that, because it is already a duel, and at least 10 witnesses are needed so that Count Dracula does not hold him accountable. At that moment, Jenna landed on the battlefield and said that the old man killed people for his experiments, and now he wants to kill Ben. Does the Dean really think that he can avoid responsibility? The hero's entire team was assembled. They decided to act as witnesses because together with the 3 guards, there were exactly 10 of them. Ben was surprised that all his friends came to his aid. The old man was disappointed that the hero's assistants appeared at that moment. This thwarted his plan to avoid the fight. Adam noticed his mentor among the guards. He thought that he was dead, to which Joseph replied that no one could kill him. He threw his bag to the student and replied that he could carry his laundry since he had come here. The smell from the bag was still just as disgusting. Michael was interested in watching all this because Ben challenged the S-rank guard and he was curious what the dean would answer. The old man realized that he had nowhere to go, and so he accepted the guy's challenge. Their feud would be resolved after this fight. Lee called out to Vanessa. He was blind, but he knew she was there. The girl was surprised that her former boss decided to turn to her for help. The old man asked her to give him her sword. Since his own had been broken by Kathleen, Lee did not want to stir up the past, but simply get a weapon for an honest fight. Ben asked the paladin to borrow his sword too. But the girl was surprised by this because the guy had never fought with him, and the dean was a swordsman no worse than Kathleen. The hero replied that he wanted to defeat his opponent on his own field, since he had already performed the old man's techniques many times, and Steve's soul energy was still being absorbed. He turned to the girl and told her not to worry because the guy was confident in his victory. After some time, the two sworn enemies prepared for their decisive battle. The old man said that he knew that this day would come someday, but he didn't think it would be so soon. Winning it would not be easy, because the dean considered the guy not his equal. Besides, Ben doesn't know about Lee's real ability, because he hasn't shown it yet. The dean gripped his sword tightly and prepared to fight the hero. A green aura began to form around him. He said that he earned his position thanks to his skills, and it was foolish to challenge him. Having gathered enough energy, Lee summoned his strongest form. The old man's body was covered by a green sphere, which completed his transformation. Ben noted that the dean's aura was worthy of S rank, because anyone would feel uneasy if such a person used all his strength. In the sphere, long black hair, fluttering in the wind, and the lake blue eyes of a man who had awakened became visible. It was an SR rank ability, a memory. Lee made his body take on the appearance of his youth. Now his body was 27 years old. The dean looked like a very handsome young man. He told Ben that only Kevin had seen him like that. Joseph noted that Lee had a nice haircut when she was younger, and Adam added that it was a great example of how one can go bald in old age. Kathleen thought that she had been a guard for a long time, but this was the first time she saw the dean's ability, most likely. The old man was serious since he decided to use it. Ben couldn't even imagine that there was an ability that could restore youth. He was wondering if his vision had returned too. But one way or another, most likely this was all that the dean could do, so the guy prepared for an attack. Lee was angered by the guy's words because at 27 years old he was in the prime of his youth, when he was at the peak of his powers. The old man started first and suddenly disappeared instantly, which surprised the hero. But it wasn't just Ben who was shocked. Jenna was also surprised that the dean had simply disappeared. Eliza had never seen anyone move so quickly. It was impossible to follow his movements with her eyes. Lee used his maximum speed and now he was circling the guy. No one could see his movements. Ben waited, and at that moment the dean appeared behind him and said that this was the end for the hero. But the guy seemed to have been expecting this. He deftly repelled the attack despite all the speed that the old man showed. Lee was surprised that the guy was able to parry the blow. He couldn't believe that Ben was as fast as he was. The hero turned to his opponent and replied that he had absorbed the energy of 1,000 of Steve's souls. Now his capabilities had increased several times, and he could see Lee's every move. Kathleen blushed again. It seemed she liked Ben. She thought that the guy had calculated his strength from the very beginning, and there was no reason to worry. The hero could still be relied on. In the split seconds that it took for the fighters, Ben began to collect purple spheres for the attack. The old man apparently hoped that the boy would only use the sword, but no one forbade him from using all his abilities. The spheres of energy hit Lee, but he managed to dodge them because his speed was at its maximum. He jumped away from the guy and realized that he had set up energy traps to catch his opponent. The old man understood that if his vision was not fully restored, he would lose this fight. Dean struck the ground, causing cracks to appear and small stones to rise into the air. Lee swung his sword and said that Ben was too cruel for a young man. After that, he struck the stones that had risen into the air with his sword. Seeing the attack, Ben began to gather the air around himself, concentrating energy in his mouth. He then let out a loud sound wave that flew towards the rocks, saying that kindness was out of place in fights. The hero's sound wave completely shattered Lee's stones, turning them into dust. Jenna was amazed by the guy's abilities. She even felt a little embarrassed seeing the hero's strength. Leia also watched the fight and realized that Ben had become stronger while carrying out this task. The hero clutched the sword tightly in his hand and told the old man to face the truth. The truth was that even as a young man, Lee was no match for Ben. These words outraged the man. He replied that he was a guardian of the S-rank Protoss, and a small fry of the A rank would not defeat him. The old man swung his blade and shouted that one hand would be enough to deal with Ben. The guy also ran to meet his opponent. It was time to check who was stronger. The two fighters collided, and from the outside it seemed that the hero had struck his opponent with one blow. Eliza was surprised by Ben's speed, because he moved in an instant, and Lucy still could not understand who won. The hero's pupils turned white. He stood on his knees with a blade clutched in his hand. Suddenly, a cut left by Lee's blade appeared on his chest and blood began to flow from the guy's chest. The man also froze in the same pose, and there was not a scratch on him. But suddenly he got a cut, but a larger one, which affected his entire hand holding the sword. His arm began to fall away from his body, and his pupils were as white as Ben's. It was Asura's evil eye. Using this technique, Ben made his opponent unable to move. He instantly stopped Lee's sword. The old man fell to his knees because he could no longer fight without his hand. The dean could not believe that he had lost. Ben's comrades began to rejoice in the victory because now it was clear that the battle was over. Joseph asked Adam why these people were so young, but already so strong. Unlike his student, the guy replied that Ben's teacher was simply much stronger than Joseph. Kathleen ran up to the hero, seeing a huge cut that ran across his entire chest. The girl became embarrassed and said that she was a paladin, so she could heal the guy. But Ben shouted for the guard not to come near, because this is not the end yet. Rising with difficulty, the guy said that he saw with his own eyes how the dean turned his subordinates into predators, secretly trying to create an artificial one, and did not even disdain himself. The hero's assumption turned out to be correct. Agony was the reagent for transforming into a predator. Ben turned to his opponent, telling him not to pretend to be dead because the guy had already seen such a trick recently. The old man laughed. He recognized the hero's strength because he did not expect to lose here. The blind man added that for his goal of uniting people and predators, Lee must kill Ben. The old man shouted that everything he did and would do was for the sake of the Protoss. There was a powerful explosion that was similar to the sphere that Lee transformed into when he became young. Ben was shocked by such power, and he also smelled a very strong smell of blood. Jenna was familiar with this feeling. It was the same as when she fought with the Thunder God, but the dean's energy was much stronger. Vanessa folded her hands and prayed that the old man would give in and not be so stubborn. When the sphere dissipated, something huge appeared before the heroes, not resembling the former guard. Kathleen noticed that this ability was not from the human world. It turns out that the old man really was secretly experimenting on himself. Before them appeared an artificial predator, a huge creature that was covered in eyes, and its hair was like threads and went deep into the ground. Eliza was horrified by what she saw. She could not believe that this creature was Dean Lee. Adam was also shocked by what he saw. This creature looked even more frightening than a spiritual-level predator. Jessica, although a former predator, still found the creature disgusting. The monster opened its mouth and slowly began to repeat Ben's name. Then it said that it wanted the guy dead, and the eyes on its body looked at the hero. Seeing the monster before them, the guards stated that they had originally assumed that this fight would be between two, but when they saw Lee in such a form, they could no longer remain indifferent. Joseph said that the dean was a Protoss guardian, but he himself had fallen to the very bottom. The mentor added that if the old man did not stop, he would not coddle him. The monster looked like a silent statue, which seemed not to hear the heroes, but only continued to repeat Ben's name. Joseph was infuriated by the monster's offensive behavior since he did not pay attention to the guard. Ben approached the men and explained that if you look closely, you can see that Lee had lost his mind. Apparently, this was a side effect of the transformation. But even after losing consciousness, he did not forget the guy's name. Apparently, he really wants to get the endless darkness and will not stop until he kills the hero. Vanessa confirmed Ben's words. The dean's experiment failed. He needs endless darkness to make a breakthrough in research. But the girl herself sees this appearance for the first time and does not know what to do with it. Most likely, one should not count on the human essence of the old man. Therefore, having summed up all the data, the girl said with tears in her eyes that there was only one way out. Joseph pointed to himself and said that if there was a monster to be killed, Vanessa was the expert in such matters. Suddenly, the monster went on the attack, concentrating energy in its largest eye on its chest. He continued to repeat Ben's name and fired a beam straight at Joseph. The man managed to react and jumped away from the deadly beam. Joseph used the path of the despot and went straight to the old man's face, shouting that now his opponent was him, not Ben. He was still irritated that they were not paying attention to him. So before the blow, he asked if the old man dared to answer him. The answer was quite simple. The monster brought his hand to the man and folded it in one stroke with his finger. The old man hit the man like a small annoying insect, but the force was so great that Joseph instantly flew to the other end of the forest. Seeing such a sight, Adam began to worry about his mentor because he was his closest person. Landing hard, the man began to stand up and noticed that after the transformation, Lee had become much stronger than before. Joseph got off with minor bruises. He was lucky that his skull was hard. Otherwise, it would have been really bad. The monster did not stop at one target, so now the same energy began to concentrate in all the eyes that were on his body. Ben immediately realized what was happening and shouted that the Dean was going to attack everyone indiscriminately. The monster screamed that it would kill the guy and launched a volley from all its eyes at the creatures around it. Blow after blow, the beams fell upon the earth, reminiscent of the fall of 100 bombs. Eliza tried to dodge one of these lasers, but suddenly she felt a sharp pain. A splinter of wood pierced her leg, and because of this, the girl could no longer move. Suddenly, she noticed another deadly ray flying towards her. Eliza braced herself for death, knowing she couldn't dodge because of her pierced leg. But death did not come for her, and the girl did not understand why the beam stopped at the moment when it should have overtaken her. Opening her eyes, she saw something she didn't expect at all. In front of her stood Kevin, who held all the energy from the beam with one hand, protecting his daughter. The man waved his hand to the side and changed the trajectory of the deadly projectile, which flew into a tree. The girl was so hysterical that tears appeared in her eyes, and she asked Kevin why he was here now. The savior turned and replied that his daughter had nothing to fear as long as her father was near. Dean Lee, in the form of a monster, continued his volley of eyes and shouted that he would kill everyone now. The shells were flying at all the team members and everyone dodged as best they could, but each time it became more and more difficult. Someone called out to Dean Lee in a loud voice, causing him to stop attacking and tremble. His eyes turned to the little man who had come to the aid of our heroes. Kevin asked the old man why he needed all this. Did the Dean really want to be sighted and have a luxurious hairdo down to the ground? Because when one thing disappears, another always appears. The mentor's face was stern, and he added that it was very difficult for him to see his old friend through this appearance. Lee slowly turned his head and continued to tremble as if he was afraid of Kevin's words. Kathleen also noticed this fear. Lee was so scared as if he was about to lose consciousness. The girl was interested in what was so scary about this Kevin. Ben suggested that it was a simple instinct for self-preservation and that the reaction was unconscious. Kevin continued to lecture. He said that he was already retired and did not expect that his peace would be disturbed by Lee. The man grabbed the tree with one hand, and the trunk began to crack from the force of his grip. At that very second, the tree completely tore apart, leaving behind only a stump. Kevin held a whole tree in one hand and said that the old man had hurt his daughter and that was unforgivable. That's why he asked not to judge him, because the dean himself asked for it. Michael had heard that Kevin was the strongest of all the guards and this was the first time he saw him in action. The guy considered it a great success. The master pushed off the ground and instantly found himself in front of a huge monster. In one hand he held a tree, and the other hand was, as always, in his pocket. At this moment, he was preparing to go on the attack. Kevin said that Lee gets this blow for wounding Eliza and hitting the monster on the head with a tree. Unexpectedly, from such a force of impact, the monster's head instantly crashed into the ground. Due to such power, the ground around the landing of the head began to crack, and huge vibrations emanated throughout the forest. Joseph was amazed by the master's strength, because with just one blow he slammed the old man into the ground. Michael couldn't believe his eyes. The guy considered the strength of these two guards to be incomparable. Eliza looked at her father and smiled. The girl was proud that Kevin stood up for her. Suddenly, a blue shield formed around the girl, which scared her at first. There was no need to be afraid. It was Ben's protective barrier. The guy decided to protect the whole team. He also asked Kathleen to heal Eliza's wounds. Paladin looked at the large cut on Ben's body, which made it difficult for the boy to stand on his feet, and thought that he needed help more than others. Suddenly, the monster rose from its knees after the blow and began to concert energy in its eyes. It furiously longed to kill everyone who was here. At that very moment, the tree that Kevin was holding flew into his main and largest eye on his chest. The man was floating in the air after the throw. He asked his friend if the old man had regained his sanity, but apparently this was not the case. Kevin looked sternly at the monster and said that now he would help Lee learn from his mistakes. The master went on the attack. His blows and movements were so fast that outwardly, it seemed as if a huge whirlwind was swirling around the monster. Michael was an S-rank guard and had high speed himself, but even he couldn't keep up with Kevin's attacks. Within a couple of seconds, the monster felt terrible pain and screamed, every eye on his body bleeding from the blows. Leia was amazed. The master was able to destroy each eye of the monster at once. It was truly amazing. Ben hadn't seen Kevin's strength before. He was amazed that the man managed it in an instant. That's why he was called the strongest guard. The master landed gently on the ground and said that he and the dean were colleagues, so the man did not want to kill him. The monster was on his knees, bleeding, and Kevin turned around and told the old man not to do that again. But the exhausted monster did not want to give up. He said that everyone who is here will die. A green ball of energy began to form above his head, growing in size. When the power reached its maximum, Lee shot all that energy at Kevin. The sphere was approaching Kevin, who was peacefully walking forward, and it seemed that in a couple more seconds the strongest guard would die. Eliza shouted at her father to dodge the attack. The girl seriously panicked. Suddenly, at the very last moment, the master turned around and spat his straw, which he had been holding in his mouth all this time, towards the ball. The massive attack stopped and looked like a ball that had a needle stuck into it and was about to burst. The guards were shocked that Kevin was able to stop the dean's dying blow with just one straw. Ben noticed more. He saw that Kevin had not only stopped the attack, the master also struck back, the energy-filled straw cutting through the enemy charge and heading towards the monster. At that moment, the being that had once been the dean realized that he had no way to evade it. The straw pierced Lee's head. The blow was so powerful that only the lower part of his huge skull remained. Kevin sighed with disappointment and said that if the old man had not taken the wrong path, he would have made a good guard. But alas, the master had to stop his old friend, who thirsted for forbidden power. Kevin thought that if he hadn't done this, the dean would have become like those 5 guards. Having finished thinking about the fight, the master saw in front of him a team that he could protect. Joseph, Michael, and Adam stood in front of him, dumbfounded, and the master asked what these 3 were doing there. The heroes saw the guard's strength and after that did not want to contradict him. So Joseph timidly replied that they were not doing anything. Kevin calmly turned around and replied that since there were no more problems here, he needed to leave because he had one more important matter. Eliza was outraged that her father would just leave the girl here. She asked what important matter awaited the master. Kevin turned around and replied that Ethan had half-price milk tea today, so he didn't want to have to make a difficult choice between his favorite drink and his daughter. Flying off to get his tea, he shouted for Ben to take care of Eliza. The guy was frightened by the power of the Great Guard, so he agreed with fear in his eyes. After some time, Kathleen began to treat Eliza's leg, at which point the bride noticed something strange in the sky. Energy began to emerge from the body of the dead dean, so much of it that it seemed as if purple snow was falling. Kathleen said that Lee had lived a long life and this energy contains all his knowledge. If Ben absorbs it, he will surely become much stronger. One of the spheres landed on the hero's hand, but he blew it away, not wanting to accept this gift. Kathleen jumped up and was surprised that the guy just took and dispelled her. The girl asked why he did it. Ben replied that he had already absorbed the power of tens of thousands of Steve's souls, and that it was still difficult for him to assimilate them. His body could not withstand the energy yet. Besides, all this power is Kevin's trophy and the guy thought he had no right to take it. A little more than a month has passed since our hero's first mission. He was in his estate. The sun was already rising outside the window. It was 6 in the morning. Someone woke Ben up. The guy rubbed his eyes and asked who dared to interrupt his light sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw a gorgeous picture. In front of him was Jessica's lush breasts. The girl was sitting on the guy, and wild passion was visible in her eyes. It was she who woke up the hero. Ben became embarrassed and asked the succubus not to cross the line. The girl moved closer and said that everything was fine. She just couldn't stand it anymore. Jessica had been watching the guy all night and finally had the opportunity to slip into his bed unnoticed. The hero thought that although the girl had regained her human nature, she had not stopped being lustful. In this regard, she had even become worse. If everything is left as is, then Ben will not avoid a reaction. He did not want such a difficult test from the very morning. The guy didn't know what to do, and suddenly the girl took the initiative into her own hands. She put her hands on Ben's chest and said that the hero had a very pumped-up body, and this scar gives him masculinity. She turned completely red. The succubus began to fantasize all sorts of things, because the bodies of human men were more beautiful than those of predators. Ben jumped up from the unexpected gestures of attention and told the girl that she had gotten too carried away, and that she should be a little more restrained. Suddenly, the bedroom window swung open and a strong wind blew, blowing cherry blossom leaves into the room. Someone landed gently on the windowsill. It was the samurai who was protecting Ben. The girl said that as soon as she left for a second, Jessica had already made her way into the guy's room. Leia stood gracefully by the window, holding a katana in her hands. She added that with such behavior, the succubus was asking for her blade. Jessica was scared of her former opponent and said that she had misunderstood everything. The girl did not come to seduce the guy, but simply to wake him up. Leia hid the blade and advised not to do it again, and also that the hero should not lose his vigilance. The The security guard looked at Ben and asked if he had forgotten what day it was. The guy replied that he remembered because today there would be a ceremony at which Dracula would award the hero S rank. Jessica was not aware of such news, so she screamed throughout the house with joy. She assumed it was because Ben had helped stop the dean. The guy nodded and said that it wasn't that simple. He and Leia had done everything they could to deal with the Count's problem. The hero slowly dressed and added that it was he who managed to show Lee's true appearance and that in fact the old man was defeated by Kevin. That's why the guy didn't think he was worthy of S rank. Just moving up in the rankings would have been enough for him. After getting dressed, Ben decided to go to Count Dracula himself and ask what he thought about this. After some time, the guy approached the Count's estate, which looked like a luxurious castle with a guard at the entrance. Before the hero appeared, another stranger approached the estate, which alarmed the guards. It was a strange monk, dressed in monastic robes, with a straw hat on his head and a small bell in his hand. And he asked if Count Dracula lived here. One of the guards shouted for the monk to leave, because an important meeting was going to take place here, and vagabonds were not allowed to even be close. But at that moment, Ben approached the estate and stood up for the old man, saying that he did not look like an ordinary tramp. The boy turned to the monk and asked if he minded if they went together. The old man thanked the hero. Ben didn't know how to address the stranger, so the old man pulled the string to take off his hat. The monk showed his face and said that his Buddhist name was Kunai, and he was an S-rank Protoss guard. The hero made the same welcoming gesture as the old man and also introduced himself, saying that he was glad to meet the monk. The guards recognized the master. There were rumors that the monk left society for several years to seal the sword and never attended such events. The doors opened and the heroes were allowed into the estate. The monk was surprised at what an impressive house Dracula had and did not understand why such luxury, because the house is only a place to relax. The old man also asked Ben if Leia was his friend and how the girl was doing now. The guy was surprised that the monk knew her. Kunai replied that he and Leia were old friends, but they hadn't seen each other for many years and had lost touch. The hero wondered if the old man had really changed his custom and come to the meeting just to ask him about Leia. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a mysterious figure who called out to Ben. The stranger asked if this was the guy who returned the gift of light and defeated Steve. And isn't this the hero who is not inferior to Dean Lee in swordsmanship and became the youngest S-rank guard in history? The graceful girl sat on the blade that was hovering in the air. She wondered if this was the guy all these rumors were about. The warrior said that Ben had become very interesting to her after all these stories. That is why the girl wanted to test for herself what the hero was capable of. She made a gesture with her fingers and commanded her swords to appear. Suddenly, bright stars appeared in the sky and quickly approached the earth. Ben was surprised by such a greeting. He did not expect that he would have to fight in the Count's estate. Hundreds of blades began to fall from the sky, ready to strike the hero. At that moment, a bell rang in the air. It was a monk who told the guy not to worry. Because of the sound that the bell made, all the blades evaporated into thin air. The old man did not want to offend Ben because he was Leia's friend. The hero was amazed that the monk stopped such a strong attack so calmly. The stranger was disappointed. She told Kunai not to poke his nose into other people's business because the girl did not come to test his abilities. The monk replied that today was the day Ben would be promoted, and not the time for fighting. The stranger said that the old man was very boring, and at that moment a barely noticeable ray appeared on her face. To the girl's surprise, a huge arc of light was heading towards her. The blow immediately knocked the offender off her blade, but did not cause her any harm. The arc of divine light was so powerful that, having flown further and crashed into the dome of the building, it immediately cut it in half. At the entrance to the estate stood Kathleen, who loudly called the stranger by name. The paladin was serious and said that she did not give permission to attack Ben. The guy was surprised that Kathleen came here too, and the old man thought that the guy had quite a lot of options. The stranger, whose name was Lillian, gracefully stood on her sword, from which she had recently fallen. She was outraged by Kathleen's appearance and replied that she was just playing with the guy and it was none of her business. Lillian rushed to attack the paladin, saying that she had reacted too strangely. Could it be that she had taken a liking to the hero? Kathleen became embarrassed and replied that this was nonsense and that Lillian had misunderstood everything, and she also attacked her opponent. At that moment, there was a flash. It seemed as if two girls clashed with swords. The monk noticed that Ben was very young, but had already mastered this ability. It was no wonder that the Count valued the boy very much. Lillian had her purple fist clenched and was screaming to be let go because she wanted to teach her rival a lesson. Kathleen was also blocked. She responded that the girl's words did not touch her at all, and that Lillian would not be shown mercy for attacking Ben. This flash was the call of Asura's hands. The guy was holding two warriors who were arguing among themselves who was better. Ben realized that the girls were old enemies and he wondered why this happened. The monk explained that the thing was that the Protoss was not their home. The two were from two warring countries. The boy turned to the old man and was surprised that there were other countries. He believed that Protoss was the only place where people lived. The monk began his story. Once upon a time there were many states on their continent, but due to the attacks of predators, many of them fell into decline and ceased to exist. There are a few small states left. The Protoss supports them financially and also protects them. In return, their best warriors become Protoss guards. Paladin Kathleen was the strongest warrior of the country of knights. This country was like a city from the Middle Ages with castles and paladins in armor. Fencer Lillian came from a mysterious eastern country where swordswomen live, and she is also the head of the local swordsman school. A figure in a red robe emerged from the estate and watched as the girls argued with each other. It was Count Dracula along with Michael and Joseph. He stated that he had not gathered everyone here to watch them fight. But the warriors continued to quarrel, and this began to irritate the Count. He shouted for everyone to calm down quickly, which scared all four participants in the brawl. Suddenly, the Asura's hands split, and Ben was surprised by this because the Count said only a few words. Not only did the boy feel the pressure on himself, but the other warriors did too. The hero noticed that Count Dracula was obviously on a completely different level of power. Perhaps he was as strong as Kevin. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared in the sky and approached the estate. The helicopter landed in front of everyone gathered, and Ben thought that it was most likely Daniel's mother. Mary exited the transport with great effect. She noticed that everyone had already gathered, but she didn't understand why, since only Ben would be promoted. The woman cast a cold glance at the guy. Clearly, she was not happy to see him. Ben was a little scared and assumed that the woman was staring so intently because the hero had defeated her son in a duel. The meeting began, and Count Dracula announced that since everyone was gathered, the discussion could begin. Ben whispered to Kathleen not to be angry, because he only grabbed her because the situation was getting tense, and the guy didn't want the fight to get out of control. The girl was embarrassed. She thought that Ben was already gossiping with her, which meant their relationship had reached a new level. It was too fast for the beauty. The Count continued his speech, noting that Ben had distinguished himself in the mission to return the gift of light, and also helped stop Dean Lee. Therefore, the governor decided to promote the guy to S rank and make him a guard of the 10th Detachment. Mary was shocked by this information because her son was in this unit. The woman hoped that the hero would be enrolled in another unit. The Count looked at those present and asked if anyone had any objections to his decision. Mary smiled sweetly and replied that she had no objections, since she did not want to be at odds with such a strong guard. Kathleen knew what the hero was capable of, and she believed that S rank was his level, especially since the guy was the youngest S rank guard in history. Lillian saw what Ben was capable of. The hero was indeed strong, but she didn't want to see him with Kathleen at all. So the girl decided to take the initiative and raised her hand, declaring that she was against it. Protoss guards protect not only Protoss but also small states. S rank is awarded for military merits, and the Count wants to promote a newcomer. The citizens of the country Lillian would be worried about this. Dracula explained that the guy's abilities were confirmed by Kathleen and Joseph, so there was no need to worry, but Lillian was against it because the inhabitants of her country had not seen what he was capable of. The Count thought and asked what he would have to do to convince Lillian to recognize his rank. The warrior replied that in order to see his abilities, the viceroy must allow Ben to go with her to her country. If the hero defeats the students of her fencing school, then Lillian will certainly acknowledge his strength. Ben was shocked by these words. The guy was not ready to see so many girls in one place. Kathleen was not happy with this statement either. She said that Lillian came up with this on purpose because the students are the main force in the country of women, and even the paladin cannot do anything against them. The worried hero turned to the Count asking him to reject this offer, since it would be somehow dishonest for one guy to be in such a country. Dracula declared that since Lillian doubted, Ben would have to go with her to the realm of women and defeat the warriors there in order to demonstrate the strength of the Protoss Guard. Kathleen was shocked by the governor's decision. The girl considered the situation terrible. Lillian was glad that her plan had worked. She said that when the guy arrived, he would understand that he had a high opinion of himself. The Count stated that the question of raising the hero was a done deal, but there was still something that needed to be discussed. The second question was more serious, and that is why the governor invited all the guards to come. He asked them to follow him. Ben was surprised that his promotion was not the main reason for the meeting. The guy was interested in what everyone was gathered for. After some time, all the guards entered the palace and saw a bloody man lying on the floor. Ben asked who the corpse was. Lillian replied that it was an A-rank guard from the second squad. He was far from a weak opponent, but he was just stabbed to death. The girl was interested in how it happened. Judging by the wounds, the killer was an expert with a weapon, but it was unclear who it could have been. The Count replied that Lillian would immediately understand everything if she touched his wound. The girl did not immediately understand what the catch was, but decided to believe the words of the governor and touch the wound of the corpse. Suddenly, she was overcome with fear at the bloodlust she felt. Lillian quickly crawled away from the corpse and realized that it was the bloodthirsty king who did it. The Count said that without any doubt it was he. The governor thought that he had been dead for a long time and did not expect to meet him again. Ben asked Dracula who this bloodthirsty king was. It was probably because of him that everyone was gathered here. Even Lillian turned pale with fear. Apparently, this was not an ordinary person. The swordswoman rose to her feet and said that the bloodthirsty king was not one person, but 5. But even individually, they are extremely dangerous. Even from the corpse, one could see how skillfully he was killed. In addition, he was once a guard, but he was put on the wanted list for killing a comrade. Kunai, who stood to the side, added that moreover, the Bloody King was once his student. He was one of the S-rank guards in the 5th squad, and one of the 5 bloodthirsty kings. The king sat on the border of the Kingdom of Women. One of the cloaked figures approached him and asked if he had killed that guard. The masked man replied that he had been in his way and therefore deserved death. The figure replied that the king had overdone it, since killing the guard would attract unnecessary attention. The mysterious man said he did not return to follow the stranger's plan. He came back only to reclaim what was once his. The king returned for the demonic sword, which was now in a room covered in seals. After the meeting, the heroes began to disperse, and Kunai asked Ben to stay because he wanted to ask him for something. The heroes stopped, and the boy asked the monk how he could help him. The old man folded his hands together as if he were about to pray, and asked Ben to tell Leia that the monk had opened a small temple in his hometown. If the girl is not busy, the old man invites her to come there and talk. Ben bowed before the monk and said that he would definitely convey his words to Leia. Their conversation was interrupted by Lillian, who called Ben. She reminded the guy that after he talked, he should definitely come back to her and not forget what he had to do. Lillian will wait at this place and hope that the hero does not try to escape. Kathleen tensed up from the warrior's excessive interest in Ben. The guy replied that he would win and would not run away from her students. The hero conveyed the monk's words to Leah, and an hour later he was already heading with Lillian towards the country of women. The couple flew on the warrior's sword. Lillian began to talk about her country. She said that their country owes its origin to the ability of the SSR rank. This ability is very unique and can be taught to others. But for some reason, only women are related to these others, so after a long time, only they remained in their country. The girl also added that, of course, she had met men in Protoss, but this was the first time she was returning with one of them, so she asked Ben to be more kind to her. But the guy sat there and seemed not to hear what Lillian was saying and did not pay attention to her words. The girl was amazed that the hero did not react in any way, because she was the first beauty of her country, and the guy could not help but pay attention to her. Ben was thinking about the monk at that moment. He noticed how the master spoke respectfully about Leia, and the guy was wondering what he wanted to talk about with the girl. Most likely it was connected with the past, and did it mean that the old man wanted to talk about his student? But suddenly the hero's thoughts were interrupted by something soft that touched his back. Lillian's ample breasts pressed against the guy's back, and he couldn't understand what kind of pleasant sensation he was experiencing. Ben was embarrassed and couldn't believe that the girl was pressing herself against him. Lillian hugged the guy and said that he was very brave to ignore her words once. Thinking about his own, she wondered if he was thinking about Kathleen at that time. The girl asked what Ben saw in the paladin, since the head of the school of fencing considered herself much more beautiful. The hero was very excited. He could not believe that Lillian was flirting with him, which meant that most likely her students were the same. Ben tried to free himself from the embrace, but the girl continued to ask who was prettier, Kathleen or she. In all this confusion, Lillian lost control of where she was flying and the couple headed straight into the river. The girl lost control and the couple fell into the water with a crash. Ben emerged from the water and was glad that he had learned to swim in elementary school. But then he saw a picture that made him forget about the fall and the cold water. In front of him were mountains and houses of different sizes. The hero realized that he had entered the land of women. The girls on the shore began to whisper. They did not understand who it was, a predator or a person. One of them assumed that it was a girl, but for some reason she had no breasts. Ben saw a very pleasant landscape. In front of him was a crowd of beautiful girls with long legs and lush breasts. So this is what the country of women looks like. The guy was glad of his arrival. Suddenly a sword flew out of the water. followed by a bright figure. Ben watched the performance as Lillian did a graceful somersault and landed on her weapon. The girls on the shore immediately recognized their leader, who had returned from a long journey. Two students bowed in greeting to Lillian. They were her closest subordinates. The head of the fencing school said that there was no need for so many honors. Ben noticed that Lillian was behaving completely differently. There was no trace of her previous coquetry. Perhaps it was because of the presence of the students. The woman pointed to the hero and told her subordinates to bring her the guy who fell into the water. He would be interrogated that evening. The girls standing on the shore obeyed their mistress's order without question. They turned towards the hero, assuming that he was the guy who fell into the water. Suddenly, they were stunned that the person in the water was a guy. They had never seen men before. All the students were shocked that the head brought a guy to their country. The girls began to look at Ben as if he were an animal in a zoo. One of them was surprised that guys are people without breasts. Some girls liked the hero. They didn't understand why a pleasant shiver ran through their bodies when they saw him. It turns out that guys are very wonderful creatures. The girl with blue hair said that men were rare in their area. It was a pity that they would have to capture him. But before that, they needed to take him to the town square so that everyone could see. The women's excitement was interrupted by the head of the department, who ordered her subordinates not to be taken in by Ben's beauty. Even though they flew here on the same sword, once they found themselves in a foreign country, the guy began to pester Lillian. The hero was outraged by what was said. He shouted that everything was the other way around, and the girl was lying. But the crowd believed their mentor more. The girls wanted to grab the guy and make him a eunuch, because all men are debauchers. Ben was outraged at how easy it was to deceive these people. Soon night fell and our hero was already being led to the lady. Ben was tightly tied up and had a blindfold over his eyes, which prevented the guy from knowing where they were going. So the hero decided to ask the women about it. The girl in pink said that the headmaster forbade talking to him. Her friend confirmed that all men are dangerous and they are not yet strong enough to contact them. After a couple of minutes, they stopped and told Ben to wait there. Lillian would pick him up herself. After the guards left, the hero immediately freed himself from the rope. The guy suspected that Lillian knew that this would not stop him. Apparently, in fact, she did not intend anything bad. Ben took off the bandage and thought about the fact that the leader had put a lot of effort into bringing the guy here. But he didn't understand why. Suddenly, the hero heard some sounds next to him. This sound was like splashing water. The guy decided to sneak up unnoticed and check what was happening nearby. Having approached a small lake, Ben hid behind a rock so that no one would notice him. The hero began to turn around a little to see what was the source of the noise. Lillian, who was completely naked, was washing herself in the water. The girl stretched and asked if Ben had looked at her body enough yet. The guy quickly hid and did not understand how the head of the school was able to notice him. The girl only grinned sweetly. Ben became very agitated and said that he had unintentionally peeped and that he felt awkward about it. The guy apologized, who knew that Lillian would wash here. The girl began to swim towards the rock where Ben was hiding. She said that she might not be as innocent as Kathleen, but much more feminine. Therefore, since Ben saw her naked body, he will now be held responsible. The guy stood behind the stone and was silent. The girl wondered why he didn't say anything about her proposal. She was a little upset and asked why the hero didn't want to take responsibility for her. Was he really one of those who enjoys himself and immediately leaves? Ben thought for a long time and replied that he did not understand what kind of responsibility Lillian was talking about. The girl suddenly jumped out of the water and declared that she would not force the guy to marry her. The hero was surprised, and he asked what she wanted from him then. Lillian became embarrassed and replied that she wanted the guy to spend the night with her, and in the future she would not reproach him for it. The hero became agitated and replied that he seemed to guess that the girl's words were a trick. Lillian had gone to great lengths to bring Ben here, and she didn't want him to talk to her students, but she was really just thinking about herself. The girl thought everything through well, but it is unlikely that spending the night together is her true desire. Ben started to come out from behind the rock to talk to Lillian and started talking about geckos. But he was immediately stunned when he saw a completely naked girl in front of him and forgot what he wanted to say. He looked away and asked her to get dressed first and then finish speaking. Suddenly, the beauty grabbed the stupid guy by the collar and pulled him towards her. Lillian took the initiative and kissed Ben to show the seriousness of her intentions. The hero froze in pleasure for a second. It was his first kiss, and he couldn't believe that this was happening to him. After a while, Lillian asked the guy what he wanted to say about the geckos, to which he replied that he had already forgotten. The girl smirked and asked why the guy had a strange expression on his face. She assumed that the hero was very worried. Ben barely contained himself and replied that he was fine. Lillian noticed that the guy was too nervous over a trifle. Apparently, progress was slow between him and Kathleen. Suddenly, a yellow disc flew into the sky at great speed, distracting the cute couple. The disc exploded, and a large fiery sign appeared in the sky. The hero asked what it meant. Lillian screamed that it was a signal for help. Probably predators attacked, so she urgently needed to go help. Suddenly, Ben's hand appeared in front of her, blocking her way. It was unexpected, so Lillian asked the guy why he blocked her path. Ben replied that the girl couldn't go fight like that. First, she needed to get dressed, and for now, the hero would help the others. Panic reigned in the city. Girls ran away as fast as they could because predators had attacked the country and broken down the gates. One of the girls got very tired while running and asked her friends to wait for her. While running, she did not notice a stone that was lying on the road and tripped over it. A dark figure of a predator appeared behind her, and the girl understood that she would not be able to escape from him. It was a boar, a predator of the demonic level. He said that his information was correct, and in this country there really are only women. The girl trembled and crawled away from the monster a little. She begged the predator to spare her. The boar bent over the beauty. The frightened girl asked what he wanted from her. The boar was a little embarrassed and replied that she had a very beautiful figure and that he liked women like that. From the pleasure, saliva appeared from his mouth and the predator asked the lady to become his wife. The girl was stunned by such a proposal. How could one marry a monster? The boar slowly licked his lips and said that silence was a sign of consent. So it was time for them to go to the newlyweds' room. Suddenly, a purple beam of light pierced his long tongue. The boar did not follow what happened. He did not understand what exactly flew at him from above. The demonic-level predator looked at his tongue and saw a huge hole in it that had been made by the beam. At that moment, he instantly felt all the pain and screamed throughout the area. Ben landed in front of him, and the guy wondered if boars were getting married these days too. The hero raised his head and looked at the predator with a stern gaze. The guy said that such a beautiful girl could not agree to marry such a monster. The boar was outraged by such impudence, and Ben told the girl not to be afraid because he would deal with the offender. The beauty was surprised that the pervert whom the head of the school brought saved her. The boar raised his club and asked why the hero was sticking his nose into other people's business. He raised his weapon and added that whoever goes against the predator must die. There was a sound of impact. The monster fell into a fierce rage and began to smash the place where the hero stood. The monster screamed that such a pathetic person would not be able to stop him. So this is where he would die. Having finished the series of attacks, the predator thought that there was not even the smallest piece left of the guy. The boar was sure that the offender was finished, so it was time to return to his victim. The predator said that he needed not just one beauty, but also all the girls here. But suddenly his fantasies were interrupted by someone's voice, which said that the boar was apparently flying in his dreams. It was Ben, who stood on his club and was already preparing his blow. The hero said that he would help the boar wake up and face reality. The monster was surprised that the guy survived his series of attacks, but it was too late to dodge. Ben fired his energy from his fist at the monster, and the power of the ability instantly tore off the predator's head. The girl that Ben protected was amazed that the hero was able to defeat him, because this predator killed several guards, which means he was very strong. The failed husband fell to the ground with a bang and could no longer bother anyone. Ben asked the girl if she was okay, to which she replied that she was slightly hurt, but nothing serious. The beauty smiled sweetly and noticed that the hero did not look like the one Lillian described him as. She was interested in who he was. The guy turned to the girl and replied that his name was Ben, and he was the new Protoss guard. The shocked girl was very happy to see the hero, because he was the same Ben who defeated Dean Lee. She didn't think that she would be able to meet this guy, and even more so that he would save her. The girl considered herself very lucky. Ben didn't expect such a reaction. He was surprised that someone here knew him. After some time, the hero asked the girl if she knew how many predators had attacked the country. The beauty replied that there were at least 100 and that they also had their own leader. Skeletons appeared in front of the couple, dressed in torn rags that resembled the clothes that people once wore. It was a horde of skeletal predators that were already standing on the threshold of the country, and behind them towered a huge figure of a skeleton wearing a crown. The skeleton in the crown had 3 faces. It was a spiritual-level predator who asked Ben if he was the one who killed the head of the boars. The guy grinned. He was clearly not afraid of his opponent, so he replied that it was his doing. The Skeleton King shouted to his minions. He gave the order to bite the hero to death. At that moment, hordes of skeletons went on the attack. There were so many of them that it seemed as if a horde of ants were crawling towards Ben from above. But this didn't scare the guy. He began to concentrate the lightning around himself and advised the girl to move a little further away so that it wouldn't hit her. The hero knew that he could deal with so many small fish in one blow. Ben put his hands forward and a huge charged ball formed in front of him. The king continued to give orders. He told his servants to go ahead and not to be afraid of anything, even if they died. But at that moment, even he realized that the growing danger was too high, so he gave the order to evade. There was an explosion. Ben released the wrath of Asura from the sphere. A huge electrical wave destroyed the entire enemy army. The force of the attack was too great. It hit many buildings but still dealt with the opponents. The hero realized that he had overdone it a little and hoped that the head of the fencing school would not force him to pay compensation for the losses. The girl standing next to him was shocked by what she saw and replied that she highly doubted that Ben would get away with it. Meanwhile, not far from the city, a mysterious figure in a cloak stood on a hill. An unknown man noticed the energy that emanated from the skeletons and said that apparently the information was correct and the endless darkness was here. Behind him stood a beautiful girl who looked like an Amazon. She asked her boss what she should do. The charming girl asked if her boss wanted her to grab the guy and bring him. The mysterious man refused. He believed it was too early to interfere. The violet-eyed girl wondered why her master was so calm. Since the endless darkness was so close, she assumed it was because Lillian was nearby. The man replied that she should not be underestimated. Even though she was only 18 years old, she was the head of the fencing school and the entire country of women. Not everyone could achieve such heights. In fencing, the girl is not inferior to the level of the two strongest Protoss guards, and maybe even surpasses them in some places. Moreover, the stranger had never met anyone braver and more assertive than Lillian in his entire life. Meanwhile, a horde of goblins was approaching another entrance to the country of women. They did not want to give up all the spoils to the boars and skeletons. One of the main monsters said that his comrades should be more gentle with the girls because no one needs mutilated bodies. But as soon as he stood on the entrance step, one of Lillian's swords fell in front of him. The girl landed right next to her blade and began to look around. All she saw around her were bloody and mutilated students who had fallen victim to the predator's attack. The picture she saw seriously angered Lillian, who was already ready to show her enemies what she was capable of. The enraged girl shouted that if the monsters wanted to enter her country, they should first try to defeat her. She stood before a huge horde of monsters and swore that she would personally cut down each of them. At these words, the crowd of monsters laughed. They could not believe that such a fragile girl would kill them. One of the ghost-level predators said that this time there were several tens of thousands of them here, and she would not be able to defeat such a number of monsters. The predator added that even if the head of the fencing school were here now, they would eat her alive. But because the girl was very beautiful, the monster offered to become his wife in exchange for her life. He asked what the woman thought about this, but at that moment he received a lightning strike from a sword. Feeling a sharp pain, the monster realized that in front of him stood not an ordinary student, but the head of the school herself. Lillian was unperturbed, not afraid of the blood that gushed from the monster. Panic began in the horde. The predators were sure that the head of the school was not in the city, and there was no one to protect the country. The girl was serious. She told the monsters not to even think about running away, because she would catch up with each one and kill them. A fight ensued. The monsters' heads flew off one after another. They could not match Lillian's speed. The predators who stood behind the crowd saw a fountain of blood shooting into the sky, and they were curious about what was happening at the front. Some monsters realized that they could not cope with the girl and shouted to their fellows to run away as quickly as possible. The girl continued to crush her opponents and shouted that the entrance to the country was under Lillian's protection. The horde of monsters, once confident of victory, began to run, thinking that the girl had gone crazy. After some time, Lillian stood around a mountain of corpses. She dealt with everyone who wanted to enter her country. In total, she managed to single-handedly deal with 8,207 monsters. She heard footsteps behind her. Someone was coming down from the entrance to the city towards her. Ben said that Lillian had held her own, fighting off so many monsters on her own and even counting the dead. The guy added that it was not for nothing that the girl was known as a virtuoso fencer. But it seems that the hero's support did not please Lillian. She asked the guy not to flatter her. The girl believed that because of her negligence there was now devastation in the country and many of her students had died. Besides, the city is full of predators and there is no point in staying any longer. We need to deal with everyone who entered the country. Suddenly, Ben grabbed Lillian's hand as she was leaving, preventing her from leaving. The girl instantly blushed from the hero's touch. She was wondering what he wanted. Ben said that it was not necessary to kill predators in the city. Lillian was surprised by such words. The hero explained that he and her subordinates had dealt with them, and the medical detachment had already taken care of the wounded, and he had also already developed a thorough plan for protecting the city. Ben simply realized the troubles of this country, and he wanted to help the head of the fencing school with her problem. Lillian was amazed that the hero dealt with all the monsters so quickly and already took charge of every issue himself. The guy went into the thicket of the forest and called the girl with him, saying that they had one more important matter. Lillian asked what the task was. Ben replied that they needed to avenge the dead and destroy the monster's lair. The girl stopped the hero and said that she could not go with him now. The thing is, she is the head of a country of women and is responsible for her students, so she can't just leave somewhere. Ben replied that he understood her concerns, but she only had two reasons to worry at the moment. The first reason was that if the predators attacked now and she left, then who would protect the city? The second reason was the terrain, so the girl was not sure that she would be able to find the predators' shelter. Lillian was amazed. Everything really was, as Ben said. She thought that the guy could read minds. The hero explained that he can't read minds, but this is clear judging by the fact that Lillian wants to stay here. But wealth and honor are achieved through risk. Lillian did not understand these words. She had never heard anyone say that. So Ben suggested that there were only 4 possible scenarios for how things could develop. The first option, that they defeated the predators, will not give them the opportunity to return here in the near future. But others will want to take advantage of the current fuss. But if they see that Lillian has returned, they will not dare to stick their nose in. The second option, judging by the outcome of the battle, both sides suffered losses, so the enemy will think that they stayed here to recuperate, and the team will meanwhile get to their lair and suddenly attack. The third option is that Ben can specifically release one of them to follow him, so the heroes will find out where the predators live. The fourth option, predators are herd creatures. They need to feed on people or weaker relatives to become stronger. Therefore, it is rare to meet them in large numbers. They must have some common reason to unite. Having described all the possible scenarios, the hero said that the choice was up to Lillian. Will the head of the country close her eyes and follow the call of her heart? Because she probably wants to take personal revenge on the culprit of what happened. After listening to Ben's story, Lillian said that he was right and she had underestimated the guy. Therefore, it was decided to go into the thicket of the forest, find the lair of the predators and kill each of them. After some time, not far from the country of women, a conversation was heard in a small cave. One of the predators trembled before the leader and reported that during the inspection he saw the head of the fencing sect with his own eyes. The monster followed her, and she went to the Protoss. But who could have known that the girl would return so soon? The scavenging predator fell to his knees and begged his mistress to have mercy on him. Sharp feathers flew from the dark, impenetrable cave towards the monster. The feathers pierced the predator's chest like daggers and pinned him to the wall. Footsteps were heard from the cave, and soon the outline of a slender figure with wings could be seen. The figure of the bird girl slowly approached the scavenger, and the falling light increasingly began to show the charming appearance of its owner. She was very unhappy that, due to the fault of the intelligence officer, several tens of thousands of her subordinates were killed overnight. It was the spiritual-level predator, the eagle Susan, who said that the scavenger not only escaped, but also dared to ask her for mercy. She leaned towards her subordinate and added that even if he died 1,000 times in a row, it would not make things any easier for her. The eagle swung its razor-sharp claws, attacking the defenseless predator. The blow left large marks on the cave wall and instantly killed the scavenger. The girl thought about the strength of the head of the fencing school. She decided that she should remember the name Lillian. At that moment, a strange noise was heard. A dent began to form on the wall of the cave. Something was approaching the predator. The wall collapsed and Ben jumped out of it, finding the leader of the attacking monsters. The hero was delighted with the find, and the eagle was surprised that she saw a man while in the land of women. The predator asked the guy who he was and how he managed to find her lair in such a remote place. Ben chuckled and advised the girl to relax, since he was just showing the way. At that very second, a blade flew at the predator at great speed, and the hero added that the one who wanted to talk to her was behind him. The predator saw a huge sword before her eyes. At that moment, she understood that the battle was about to begin. The girl covered herself with her wings, and the force of the blow threw her back. The predator crashed into the wall, and the swords bounced back to their owner, but did not injure the enemy. The dust from the falling stones cleared, and the eagle noticed that if it weren't for her wings, she would have died now. The girl understood that these two were not ordinary people. She needed to understand who attacked her, so she shouted for the enemy to show himself and say his name. Lillian was already flying towards her, saying that she was the head of the country of women and giving her name. Hearing these words, the predator was delighted. She shouted that she was just planning to deal with her, and it was very good that she decided to appear herself. Lillian looked at the offender with a stern look and replied that she would sort this out. The head of the country attacked the eagle with a longitudinal beam, but it managed to dodge the blow. The force of the blow was so powerful that it flew further along the trajectory and cut off the nearest rocks. Seeing this picture, Susan realized that she could not cope with such power. So she took to the sky, realizing that the best way out now would be to retreat. Lillian looked at her opponent and said that the girl would not run away so easily. Her wings would not be able to carry her too far. As she flew away, the eagle understood that Lillian was quite strong and that she definitely couldn't win on the ground. But in the sky, she had a chance. The predator knew that no one flies as fast as she does, and if the girl follows her, she will lose in an air battle. But if she still fails to catch up with Susan, she will safely reach help. It was necessary to gain time because that talisman would very soon recreate a new army of predators for her. Then, her brothers and sisters will attack the country of women again, and this time they will win. And when the time comes, Susan will pass on the inhabitants of this country to her friends for use, and their exceptional ability, which is not passed on to men, will become hers. Suddenly, something in the chest area spoke, and the girl felt that someone was holding on to her. Ben held on to the predator, and his face was pressed against her chest. Susan blushed slightly from what she saw. The guy asked her to fly slower, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hold on. Susan was in shock. She didn't understand when the hero managed to grab her because she didn't even feel anything. And the guy replied that he was here from the very beginning. But seeing how the eagle was giggling stupidly to herself, he did not dare to disturb her. The girl screamed at Ben to let her go or she would kill him. The hero looked at the lush chest to which he was pressed and said that he could not unclench his hands because the ground was very far away. Besides, Susan is like a super-fast air taxi. If he lets her go, she will immediately disappear. Whether she would be able to kill Ben remained to be seen. And at that moment, the girl felt that something was wrong. She began to feel strange, as if all the strength was leaving her body. The girl began to tremble and moan, asking the guy to let her go. The two enemies fell like stones to the ground, and Susan added that if he did not let her go, she would not be able to resist any longer. There was a loud crash as they hit the ground, and the eagle and Ben landed somewhere in the thicket of the forest not far from Lillian. Some time passed, and the head was able to find the guy along with the predator. Susan was unconscious and sitting under a tree, and she was tied up with rope in a rather interesting way. Ben smirked and said that now the enemy would not be able to escape from them. Lillian was a little embarrassed, but still said that she had been alive for quite a long time. But she had never seen anyone tied up like that. She wondered where the guy learned to do that. Ben was taken aback by the awkward question and replied that he had seen it on TV and that it didn't matter anyway. The guy noticed that this bird had a spiritual level. Its strength was like Jessica's, which meant it was unlikely to be able to organize such a large army of predators. Apparently, the girl was someone's puppet, so it was necessary to find out who was behind her. The hero confidently said that torture was his trump card, so he would do it. Lillian doubted his words. Ben began to wake up the eagle by hitting her on her cute face. The girl did not wake up, and the guy continued to wake her up, saying that he had not absorbed all the power, so Susan should not pretend to be dead. Little by little, the eagle began to come to her senses and slowly opened her eyes. But suddenly she looked at her chest, and this picture shocked her. The girl saw that she was tied up in a rather unusual way and could not move at all. An outraged Susan began to shout at Ben, asking what he was going to do with her. The guy smiled coquettishly and said that he hadn't done anything yet. He just needed to tell who ordered Susan to attack the country of women. And then the hero promised not to touch her. The eagle calmed down a little but was embarrassed that she was in such a position. She replied that she would not say anything because it would do her no good. Suddenly, Ben slammed his hand against the tree next to Susan and said that the girl already knew about his ability. As soon as he touches a woman, her strength suddenly begins to leave her, and so on until she becomes obedient. Hearing these words, Lillian was horrified. She did not know if the endless darkness had such an effect, and wondered if the guy had tried it on her. Ben leaned over Susan and said that it didn't matter whether she wanted to talk or not because he could loosen her tongue. Embarrassed, the girl looked at the guy and tears began to flow from her eyes. All sorts of vulgar scenes of Ben torturing her came into her head. She thought that this was exactly the way the guy would get information. Putting aside her fantasies, Susan shook her head. She thought that they shouldn't do anything like that because they were from different families. Ben was already leaning over the girl and his expression was both sinister and lustful. The guy said that it was time to start the torture. Susan got scared and screamed that she didn't want this pervert to come near her. The eagle quickly gave in and shouted that she would tell everything, but the hero should not touch her. After some time, the predator told about the talisman and the mysterious people in cloaks. Ben was surprised by the story. He did not understand what kind of talisman the girl was talking about. Susan said that the morning talisman was given to her by a man in dark robes, whose face she could not see and did not know who he really was. But the talisman does work. It requires blood to activate, after which it will summon predators of a level lower than the creator. Ben speculated that the black-robed figure had caused Susan to attack the land of women. The girl replied that this was not so. She believed the words of another predator and voluntarily went against the country of women. Ben thought that this predator was most likely a demon of the mountain pass, and that guy in black wouldn't have just given the eagle a talisman. She was simply used, and she didn't even know it. The hero told Susan that he did not notice any talisman in her home, so where is it now? The girl was a little embarrassed and replied that he was with her. But since she was tied up, let Ben look for it himself. The guy didn't understand where exactly the talisman was. Most likely it was some kind of trick. Susan shouted that she was tied up, so there couldn't be any tricks. The girl said everything she knew, and whether to believe it or not was the hero's business. Lillian said that if the talisman really was with her, it could only be in one place. Ben became worried and asked the head of the fencing school where this item could be. Lillian looked at Susan's chest and said that it might be in the girl's safest place. The warrior walked up to the eagle and extended her hand to her lush chest. Susan began to feel embarrassed about the search for the talisman. She said that the item was a little further away and wanted the search to end quickly. Lillian found a mourning talisman, and Ben was surprised that the item was very small and looked like a fake. Susan explained that it was real. It was small now. But if you dripped blood, the talisman would grow and release its power. Lillian hid the talisman in her safe place, and Ben said that the talisman was their only clue. Even though Susan was used, it was she who harmed the country. So until they figure out how the talisman works, the girl will be in the land of women, in prison, where torture awaits her. Lillian asked Ben to wait. The guy asked what the girl wanted to add. Lillian became embarrassed and said that she did not want to go back today and that the matter could wait until tomorrow. Night fell. Susan was tied up and sleeping under a tree, and our heroes were sitting on the shore of the lake. There was quite a romantic atmosphere, a beautiful view of the mountains and peacefully croaking frogs. Ben was worried because it was the first time he was in such a situation. The guy decided that he needed to think of something to talk about so that it wouldn't be so awkward. Lillian took the initiative, fixed her hair, and addressed the hero. She thanked the guy for today. When Ben is next to her, her soul is at peace. The hero said that there was nothing to thank him for because they only found a talisman and a bird, nothing more. Lillian replied that she had brought Ben to the land of women only to anger Kathleen. But the boy not only did not resent it, but also helped them when trouble came. The previous master of the school handed over her post to Lillian when she was 18 years old. And in addition to this, the girl's fragile shoulders were given the responsibility of defending her country. As neighboring countries perished one after another, Lillian still stubbornly tried to keep her city alive. But over the past few years, the burden had become too much for her. Ben listened to the story and thought that the girl had to go through something that other people could hardly even imagine, because becoming the head of an entire country at 18, and even in difficult times, is very difficult. Lillian stretched and happily declared that even though it had been a busy day, for the first time she felt very light. The girl lay down on the green grass and asked Ben if he knew why she felt so light today. The thing is that for the first time in her life, she met a guy she could rely on. Ben became worried and told the girl to repeat her words because he had not heard them. Lillian sat down, looked at the hero, and repeated that she had met a guy she could rely on. Ben pretended not to understand what she was talking about. The hero asked again if she was talking about him. Lillian got down on all fours and said that it was a stupid question because he was the only one nearby. The girl added that this was her first time spending the night away from home, so she asked the guy to be more kind to her. Ben was shocked and responded that the leader was behaving inappropriately and that events were moving too fast. Lillian blushed and said that her mentor had once told her that men were bad people and should not be trusted, but that was a lie, because her words had nothing to do with the truth. The girl was silent for a moment and then asked Ben why he didn't feel anything for her. At that moment, the guy's heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of his chest. The situation was very awkward. Ben did not suspect that the head of the country of women had such a side. The hero looked at Lillian's large breasts and didn't know what to do. The guy thought that if, seeing such forms, no feelings arise, then can one even consider oneself a man? Ben swallowed with excitement and thought about Kel's seal. The guy didn't know if he could overcome it. But the hero's patience ran out. He could no longer restrain himself at the sight of such a beautiful girl nearby. At that very moment, he was struck by a hellish pain that swept through his entire body. Ben fell to the ground and began to sway from side to side, holding on to his most important place on his body. Seeing this situation, Lillian said that it turns out that the guy, when he thinks about something vulgar, his body is pierced by pain that makes him want to die. The girl assumed that the hero was affected by the seal of the lizard's technique. Ben was surprised by what he heard and asked Lillian how she knew about his symptoms because such things are not talked about left and right. It was all quite simple. The lizard technique was developed in the land of women by Lillian's mentor. She was as strong as Dracula, and in her youth she was an extraordinary beauty. However, one day a certain Casanova deceived her feelings and left her alone. To settle the score, she not only blinded him, but also invented the lizard sealing technique. Ben remembered the only blind person he knew and assumed it could only be him. Lillian confirmed that it was Dean Lee. He relied on his natural beauty and deceived the teacher. So all the residents of the country of women hate him. Now Ben understood why the girl he saved had sparkling eyes when she saw the hero. It was because he killed Dean Lee. Lillian added that according to the tradition of their country, every girl who reaches 20 years of age must leave home and find herself a groom. If she gives birth to a boy, she will take care of him herself. But if it is a girl, she is obliged to send her to school for education and training in fencing. To prevent the same thing from happening to the country's female residents, as happened to her mentor, she developed a technique and passed it on to Lillian. So the guy was lucky that he met her. After all, the head of the School of Swordswomen could remove the seal of the lizard technique from the hero. Ben couldn't believe his ears. Was he finally going to be freed from this nasty seal? Lillian said that in order to remove the seal, the hero needs to undress so that the girl can look at him. A couple of seconds later, Ben jumped up and took off his pants, revealing his valuable device. Lillian examined the guy and said that the technique works. It is a little different from the one that her mentor taught her, but the principle is the same, so she can handle it. The girl took her powerful sword in her hands and told the hero not to worry because everything would pass quickly. The guy panicked and asked why she needed a sword. Lillian replied that the seal needed to be cut off and that the hero should not worry because her blade was fast and swift. Lillian swore she wouldn't hurt Ben and struck him several times with her sword. After the ritual, the guy realized that he really wasn't hurt, but it just seemed like his blood and energy were starting to boil. The power from his entire body was gathering together and seemed about to burst out. Ben was all on fire. He told Lillian that he had a high fever and the guy couldn't control himself. His body felt like it was about to burst. The hero became increasingly angry and suddenly all his clothes were torn and his muscles became much larger than they were before. The sight made Lillian drop her sword. She didn't expect such an effect from removing the seal. The girl turned red. She assumed that all the sealed power of the guy had burst out. At that moment, Ben knocked the head of the fencing school to the ground. Intoxicated by his thirst, the hero asked Lillian for forgiveness because he was unable to control himself. The girl tensed up from such a surprise and told Ben to do with her as he wanted. Having come to his senses a little, the hero asked if it was true that he could do this to her. Lillian replied that she was ready. Susan sat by the tree and heard the passionate moans of the couple who succumbed to pleasure. The eagle was wondering what they were doing there, and whether they had forgotten that she was still here and could hear everything. Meanwhile, in the Protoss, Kathleen sat on top of the wall and thought about what had happened. The girl was worried about Ben and she was wondering what he was doing now and whether he missed her. Kathleen was worried that the hero was alone, imprisoned in a country of women, and that they would do something bad to him. Throwing aside her vulgar thoughts, the paladin decided to save the guy from this hell into which he had been dragged. Kathleen jumped off the Great Wall with lightning speed and went straight to the land of women. The girl wanted to save her lover at all costs, so she flew at maximum speed. Meanwhile, in the clearing where our heroes were, day had come and a scorching sun appeared in the sky. Naked, Lillian rose to her feet, reaching for the sun and welcoming the new day. She enjoyed the warm rays and noticed that her mood was much better today than before. The girl looked at the sleeping Ben and thought that she had no idea that the guy was so good. Perhaps it was because he had been sealed for a long time. At night, the hero was like a tiger, and for a very long time they did not go to bed. Ben began to wake up and held in his hands soft silk that felt like the skin of a goddess. Having come to his senses, the hero looked at the fabric and realized that he was holding stockings in his hands. Memories of him taking all these things off, Lillian immediately came into his head. The lovely girl was already lying next to him and told Ben that he had completely satisfied her last night. Ben became agitated and replied that it was all because of the removal of the seal. The power surged and his mind became clouded. For some time he was not at all aware of what he was doing. Lillian sat closer to the hero, saying that nothing terrible had happened and that the guy shouldn't worry. After all, now the beauty believed that she belonged to him, and the hero could not deny it. Therefore, if the hero deceives her and leaves for another, then she will again put that seal on him. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Protoss, an orange car was racing along bridge number 7. Behind the sports car sat Jenna, who was driving Leia somewhere. To avoid getting bored on the road, Jenna decided to talk to Leia. She asked how long the girl had known Kunai because she had never heard the warrior talk about him. Leia wasn't particularly happy with where she was headed and replied that the monk had once been a servant in her family. Jenna was struck by what was said because the old man was an S-rank guard. It turns out that Leia was from a rich family, but the girl replied that this was an old story and he was not yet a monk then. The fast car stopped at the foot of a small temple where old man Kunai lived. The girls got out of the car and Jenna said that they would wait for the master here and then go to the head of the country of women. Leah's face was blank. Jenna noticed it and asked if her friend was okay. The girl noticed that the warrior was somehow sad, despite the fact that they had come to her native land. But suddenly, Jenna saw a terrible picture of the area and everything immediately became clear to her. The village where the girl lived as a child was completely destroyed and now resembled only an abandoned area. Leia closed her eyes and old memories that she had long forgotten came flooding back. In her memories, the girl saw her parents, who were killed and lying bloody on the ground. Little Leia sat near a mountain of dead relatives and begged them to wake up. Suddenly, a man began to approach the little girl, holding a blade in his hand that emitted a dark aura. A tearful Leia heard footsteps and turned to face the strange stranger. The guy was covered in the blood of his victims and said that he needed to kill all his relatives to sharpen the blade in battle, and the girl remained the last victim. So the warrior swung his sword and said that it wouldn't hurt because his weapon was fast. Leah's thoughts about old memories were interrupted by a monk who greeted the guests. The old man did not believe that Leia would come to his temple. He said that he had been waiting for her here for a long time. Jenna was glad to meet the master and also greeted him, but Leia dryly asked why the old man was looking for a meeting with her. Kunai replied that his life was coming to an end, but he still had one little thing left to do in this world, and so he wanted to entrust its execution to Leia. Meanwhile, in the clearing where the sweet couple was, day had already come and the heroes had to return to the land of women. Lillian made Ben shorts out of feathers that at least somehow hid his dignity from the eyes of other girls. The guy wasn't particularly happy with his outfit because he felt rather awkward looking like that. Lillian said that the guy himself was to blame because he was so overwhelmed with power that his clothes came apart at the seams and the beauty could not allow the hero to walk naked in front of her students. The headmistress blushed and said that she couldn't wait for them to return and for her to personally take measurements of the future clothes. The girl wanted to measure the neck, chest, waist, hips, and shoulder width. Susan looked at the dreaming girl and assumed that, judging by the drooling saliva, she didn't want to grope him for the sake of it. After some time, our heroes were already heading to the city. Ben was leading the captive, and Lillian was flying next to her on a sword and telling Susan not to even think about resorting to her tricks. Otherwise, she would pacify her for a blow. Approaching the borders of the country, a voice was heard asking the students what they had done with Ben. The guy thought this voice was familiar. Kathleen was serious and said that if she didn't see the hero today, there would be a conflict. The students replied that he had left with the head and was not in town. Suddenly, a male voice called out to Kathleen, causing her to immediately become embarrassed. The girl turned completely red and realized that it was Ben. It was his voice. The beauty turned around to make sure it was the hero, and then she saw a pleasant sight. The girl saw beautiful, strong muscles that were like those of the guys from her imagination, and beads of sweat were running down the hero's expressive abs. Ben stood as if nothing had happened and asked why Kathleen had come. Was she really looking for him here? Kathleen didn't hear him. She was boiling with love more and more and thought that she was dreaming all this. After all, she saw Ben's naked body, and at that moment her nose started bleeding. The paladin trembled and fell to the ground, covering her face with her hands. The hero became worried when he saw the blood and thought that the girl was wounded. Lillian smirked, thinking that the pursuit of her man had led Kathleen all the way to the doors of her house. After all, the paladin was very persistent. An hour later, our heroes moved to the house of the head of the fencing school. Kathleen woke up in bed and thought about how embarrassed she was that she had passed out in front of Ben. The guy was sitting next to her and noticed that the girl had woken up, which immediately made her blush. Ben held the soup in his hand and said that Kathleen had lost a lot of blood and had fainted, so the guy had made her a soup of dates and lotus seeds, which was good for anemia. The hero sat closer and offered to eat before the soup got cold. The girl noticed that Ben was a very caring guy. The hero held out a spoonful of soup to feed the girl, who thought that if they were together, she would be very happy. The guy didn't understand where so much blood came from because he examined the paladin, but couldn't find any wounds. Kathleen became worried and said that it was all because of the dry water. She was suffering from excess internal heat. That's why her nose started bleeding. It's normal. Because Kathleen got excited, the blanket fell off her, exposing her ample breasts in front of Ben. The guy instantly turned red and told the girl that her blanket had fallen off. Kathleen said it was okay that it fell and looked down at herself. At that moment, she was shocked by the picture she saw, and only now did she understand what had happened. After all, the girl was completely naked, and her lover saw her lovely figure. Kathleen screamed so loudly that the whole house heard her screams. The girl did not understand where her clothes were and why she was naked now. Ben replied that all her clothes were stained with blood, but fortunately it was washed off. Kathleen covered herself with a blanket and asked the hero if he did something to her after seeing her naked body. Ben turned away and replied that he had simply cooked her soup and had no other intentions. It seemed that these words disappointed the beauty. Deep down, she still wanted the guy to do something with her. Lillian came into the room and told Kathleen not to make up anything. After all, she personally asked the maid to take her clothes to the wash, so the girl may not be inspired once again. Lillian threw her clothes on the bed and told Kathleen to get dressed quickly, to which the girl asked why she was so kind to her if they were enemies. The head replied that she was not as petty as the girl thought, because she was her guest, and therefore Lillian would not offend Kathleen. Besides, there are problems in her country now, and they have already attracted the attention of others, so most likely the heroes will need the paladin's help. A couple of minutes later, our heroes were already walking down the corridor. Lillian needed to give instructions to her students, but she would rather be alone with Ben now. Suddenly, someone's gentle hand pulled Ben by his clothes. The guy turned around and asked Kathleen what the girl wanted. The sweet beauty asked if Lillian had caused him any trouble, since he had already proven to them everything they needed. Ben blushed and thought that Lillian was right when she told him why she actually brought him here. Kathleen even came to him, and the guy realized that she really liked him and did not want to upset the girl. The hero smiled and replied that he had already figured out how to settle everything here, so Kathleen need not worry. A jealous Lillian turned to the cute couple and asked what they were both whispering about. Kathleen stated that she asked Ben if the warrior was using her powers as leader to make his life as a guard more difficult. Lillian replied that she would never do that because she loved him dearly. Kathleen was indignant and asked what kind of expression Lillian had when she thought about Ben. Was she really up to something? Lillian got angry and said that she was thinking about what she wanted to think about and that Kathleen should mind her own business. Ben put his hand to his face, disappointed that the girls hadn't lived in harmony for even 5 minutes. After some time, our heroes left the house where Lillian's students were already waiting for them. The girls noticed that Ben was here too. Yesterday, he helped them a lot. Besides, the hero defeated Dean Lee, and it was unclear why the head called him dissolute, because he looked like a very good young man. Many girls liked the guy. They thought he was very handsome and strong and wanted to be closer to him. Lillian interrupted the whispering by commanding everyone to be silent and listen to her. The leader said that not long ago they were attacked by a huge number of predators. Victory was theirs, but there were many wounded, so they cannot relax. The girls must unite and protect their country because it is small, but the students must not allow others to push them around. If they are attacked, they must destroy the enemies. The students raised their hands and shouted that they would defeat all the offenders and that they would never return to their country again. Ben noted that Lillian was worthy of being called the head of the country because in just a moment she raised the fighting spirit of her subordinates. One of the students approached the hero and asked the guy to pay attention to her. The girl asked embarrassedly if Ben remembered that he had saved her yesterday. It was the daughter of the elder of the fencing sect, Alex. Suddenly, the woman who lit the cigarette advised the girl not to get close to the guy, and besides, the stranger wanted to discuss something important with the head. Lillian turned to the woman and asked if she had found any leads on the case the chief had assigned her. The stranger slowly exhaled the smoke from her cigarette and replied that she had found everything she needed. It was the elder of the fencing sect, Betty, who said that the morning talisman was connected to the legendary Grandmaster Harry, who had committed suicide. Lillian frowned when she heard the name and demanded to know everything Betty knew about it. After some time, our heroes were already sitting in the headman's house and listening to the report. Betty said that the previous chapter had already fought with him, so she knew something about the man. He had mastered the most complex ancient Western techniques. His strong point was the creation of magical artifacts, which are now commonly called talismans. He possessed an extremely vile SSR rank ability that allowed him to take away people's abilities and then place them into a talisman item. To make the talisman special, he looked for unusual abilities, and as a result, every country declared him wanted. Harry was not only a talented wizard, but also a collector of talents. The better the ability, the more interesting it was to him. Lillian understood what the elder was getting at, and assumed that based on what he had said, they could only have attacked because of one person. A disappointed Ben pointed to himself and realized that everyone was referring to his abilities. Betty replied that it was because of the hero that the predators attacked, and it was he who brought trouble to their country. Yesterday's attack could have been a joke, so Ben needs to leave the country quickly. Otherwise, they will be in even more danger. Kathleen was indignant and asked what was the point of dragging the guy here then, and now driving him away. Betty calmly replied that she was telling it like it is. Dying for one guy is a bad trade for the country. Lillian sternly asked the elder if she thought the chief was a coward who would cling to her life. This is not even taking into account the fact that Ben protected them from predators yesterday, and besides, he is her man. It doesn't matter who the master is. Even if God himself comes, no one will lay a finger on the hero. Kathleen supported Lillian and said that she was also ready to swear on her life to protect Ben. Alex also did not stand aside and said that Ben is their benefactor and her mother is wrong. The guy needs to be protected and they cannot turn away from him. But suddenly the two girls fully understood the words that Lillian had said. Kathleen turned to the chief and asked when Ben had become her man. Lillian chuckled and remembered that the paladin didn't yet know what had happened. Kathleen asked what she needed to know and where the head had already dragged the hero. At that moment, Ben understood that the massacre was about to begin. Lillian turned to the hero and said that last night she had done with him what a husband and wife were supposed to do. The girl added that after such a night she can consider the guy hers. The story told was like a bolt from the blue for Kathleen, shattering her dreams of a bright future. The girl silently turned around and, like a robot, to the hero's surprise, headed to the other end of the room. There she sat down on the carpet and kept repeating to herself that Ben and Lillian were doing marital things. Alex followed her to the other end of the room, and she also had plans to get closer to the hero. She sat down next to Kathleen and said that she shouldn't have come here, and that it would have been better if the king of the boars had eaten her yesterday. Ben turned to Lillian and said that he seemed to have broken a few girls' hearts without even knowing it. This whole situation with love triangles was interrupted by Betty because they had much more important things to do. She asked Lillian if her decision was final, since their guard had already endured many hardships, and if the girl was ready to endure danger for the sake of the young man. The head of the fencing school turned to the elder and firmly replied that she agreed. Ben was amazed that the warrior answered without hesitation. It seemed that she was truly ready to do anything for the hero. The decision disappointed the elder. She thought that her sister's successor was very similar to her. They were both blinded by love. Betty stood up from her chair and said that if the head decided so, then they were obliged to obey, but they should prepare well. If they want to kill the Blood King, they will have to face a fighting force comparable to that of the state. Meanwhile, Susan was in the dungeon of the country of women, well guarded by the headman's students. She didn't like her situation. She cried and thought about where her brothers were now. She was tied up and wondering why her brothers didn't come to her aid. She was so uncomfortable here that it was hard to breathe. And yet, she could have destroyed everyone here. Meanwhile, on one of the mountains, someone was pouring aromatic tea, the smell of which was amazing to the imagination. The beast with a shaggy mane picked up a mug of fresh tea and took a small sip. It was a spiritual-level predator, the king of beasts, a green lion who really liked this aromatic drink. He asked what kind of water is used to prepare this tea. The elephant brought his trunk to the tea and also drank a little and replied that he learned how to prepare this green tea from people. They have a special technique for planting tea. It was a predator of the spiritual level, the god of well-being Henry. The elephant said that if the king liked the drink, then he would order his subordinates to plant their entire mountain with tea. Then they would be able to drink as much as they wanted. The lion suggested that their sister would like this tea, to which the elephant replied that the girl was very young and had a strong character. She said a few words and ran away from the mountain. After drinking some more tea, the green lion declared that he had raised the eagle poorly and that it would be better for him to go look for her. At that moment, someone kicked the guard who was guarding the entrance to the mountain where the animals lived. The weak predator fell right at the feet of the king of beasts and could not move. Suddenly he blushed and said that he really liked the blow and he didn't think that such a thing was possible. This feeling was similar to what you experience when you are with a woman. The green lion got angry when he saw his guest. He didn't like such an unceremonious intrusion. The predator said that for a tiny person she had a lot of strength and also courage, since she allowed herself to run amok in his domain. Suddenly the king of beasts hit the table, breaking his mug of tea, and asked the guest if she was tired of living. The deadly poisonous Judy calmly replied that she had not come here to provoke the animals, but to help them find their little sister. The girl took a feather out of her chest and said that she knew where it was. The elephant was shocked by what he saw. He recognized Susan's feather and asked where Judy got it. The girl headed towards the table and on the way stepped on the face of the poor security guard, who had already had enough of it. Sitting down at the table, she replied that the sister of the beasts was in the underground prison of the country of women. And there is only one way to free her, and that is to combine their efforts and attack the country. The king of beasts said that it is not so easy because the head of Lillian and her subordinates are not so easy to defeat. Judy looked at her chest and replied that the lion should not worry because she had two talismans that would help win their little sister back. The god of well-being, Henry, was stunned. He recognized the color of the glow that emanated from the stones. The king of beasts also could not believe that he saw a stone of overcoming in front of him, and besides, there were two of them. Judy confirmed that it was him. These two fragments will allow the beast to temporarily increase their level to divine. Night fell, and by this time our heroes had already gone to their rooms. But the girls still did not leave Ben alone. Lillian asked the hero if he was tired yet, since he had been looking at the map all evening. The girl couldn't stand it and suggested that the guy put things off until tomorrow and go to sleep with her. To which Ben replied that Lillian could go alone since they didn't have much time to get ready. Kathleen looked at the leader with disdain and firmly told him not to interfere with Ben because he was planning how to organize the defense and how to conduct the battle. Lillian replied that she didn't need to be reminded because she knew for sure and why Kathleen was sitting in her office anyway. The girl replied that Ben was a Protoss guard and she was obliged to ensure his safety. The hero tried not to pay attention to the girls who were always arguing and concentrated on work. Looking at the map, he came up with a plan. The guy said that last time the enemy attacked to assess their strength, and they already knew how their defenses were located. The enemy operates at night, and they operate during the day, so they need a plan that the enemy would not guess so that they can change their current disadvantageous position. Kathleen was increasingly delighted with the hero's resourcefulness. The girl thought that Ben had become a truly wise guardian. Lillian also noted that the plan was worthy of her man. It was so daring that she wanted to try it. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and said that guests from the Protoss had arrived. Lillian headed to the door and wondered who could come to her at such an hour. The girl suddenly opened the door and saw guests on the threshold, whom she did not expect to meet. On the threshold were two of Ben's protectors, Jenna and Leia. The girl said that she was a guardian of the Protoss and had come to her master. Ben was glad to see Jenna, and Lillian wondered why the girl called him master. The blonde noticed that on the way here there were a lot of corpses of predators. Apparently they had a battle here. The girl suddenly ran and jumped into the guy's arms, saying that she was very worried and it was good that her master was not hurt. The hero gently hugged the girl and calmed her down, saying that everything was fine and nothing had happened to him. Lillian was stunned by the picture she saw. She could not accept the fact that her boyfriend was hugging some girl. The jealous head sharply asked who these people were and why Ben was hugging one of them. In order to calm Lillian down, the girls told her why they had come here. The leader said that she had heard somewhere the excuse that they had come to protect Ben. Kathleen was indignant because she realized that Lillian was laughing at her. Ben confirmed the words of his friends, saying that they had come to protect him since ever since he had ended up in the Protoss, they had been the ones taking care of him. Jenna always silently paid for the guy and explained how everything works in this world. Leia guarded the hero from the street every night and took care of his safety. The girls are not only Ben's bodyguards, but also his friends and family. Lillian noted that the hero was a highly moral guy, and there was no point in being jealous of him over trifles. Jenna said that not only she and Leah, but all the sisters like the owner, and therefore they follow him at the call of their hearts. Lillian became wary when she heard about other sisters and asked if there were other bodyguards. The hero turned pale because he understood that something would happen now when Jenna told everything. The blonde said that she was the first, then Leah joined, Sarah and Lucy. After that, Vanessa and Jessica moved into their house. They also want to protect the owner. Kathleen and Lillian's expressions darkened when they heard how much competition they had. Jenna added that, by the way, there is another protector, Eliza, who is the hero's fiancé. These words finally finished off Lillian. She charmed a guy who has 6 girls who like him, plus a fiancé. Ben was covered in sweat as he looked at the head. The girl gave off an icy chill. Lillian became very menacing in appearance and demanded an explanation from the hero. Under pressure from the interrogation of the head of the School of Swordswomen, Ben told in detail about his life in the Protoss. She did not stop being jealous, but understood the situation, realizing that not everything depended on him. The hero breathed a sigh of relief because finally his battle on the love front was over. As Ben left the house, he felt like Leia had changed in her behavior. The guy turned to the girl and asked if she was hiding anything from him. Jenna became wary, and Leia thought about the hero's words and did not know what to answer. The girl glanced at her sword, which emitted a dark aura. The warrior didn't show it and said that she was fine. There was no need to worry about her. It would be better for the heroes to think about how to kill the Bloody King. The answer surprised the hero, because he clearly felt that Leia was under enormous pressure. Apparently, it seemed so to him. Meanwhile, Kathleen was sitting by the lake nearby, watching the frogs croaking peacefully. She took one of them in her hands and asked the frog why she lacked determination. The girl thought that if she had taken the initiative earlier, she and Ben would be together now. Suddenly, something rustled in the woods behind Kathleen and headed in her direction. The girl turned around sharply to see what was watching her. Judy stood in front of her, not expecting to see anyone there. The poisonous girl recognized the paladin. She was wondering what she was doing in the country of women. She did not expect to meet such a difficult opponent here. Kathleen stood up and realized that this was not a resident of the country. She asked the girl who she was and why she was walking around here in the middle of the night. Judy realized that the paladin had no idea who she was, and therefore she had a chance to get away. The predator said that she was just passing by and that the girl should not pay attention to her. Judy turned around to leave and said she wouldn't bother Kathleen, but the girl asked her to stop. The paladin took out her sword and said that the stranger smelled like a high-level predator, which was extremely suspicious. Considering that she appeared close to the country, Kathleen assumed that the girl was a minion of the Blood King. Judy turned around and replied that the paladin wasn't as stupid as they said, since she had thought of it. The girl with violet eyes stopped and offered to fight since the paladin understood who she was. Kathleen didn't need any persuasion. The girl rushed to attack her opponent first. She delivered 2 blows with her blade which formed 2 divine arcs. Kathleen's blow swept across the ground, the force of the blow creating 2 deep trenches resembling a cross. Judy managed to jump away from the attack in time and did not receive any damage. The girl said that the fame of Kathleen's abilities was deserved, but one should not attack strangers thoughtlessly. After this, the poisonous Judy began to be covered with strange patterns similar to red tattoos. The patterns matched the girl's mouth, and after that she released a poisonous mist from her mouth. A pink mist began to fill the clearing. The paladin was right in the center of this skill. Kathleen covered her nose with her hand and realized that it was poison. The girl guessed that the enemy's ability was poisoning. Judy said that holding her breath wouldn't help because her obscenity poison doesn't spread through the respiratory tract. This poison enters the body even through the tiniest pores and spreads instantly. The point is that only the girl's lover can neutralize it. The predator's words surprised Kathleen because it was not a simple poison and it seemed she began to understand how it worked. It turns out that in order to neutralize the poison, the girl needs to get closer to Ben. Kathleen was shocked that someone came up with such a vile poison. Paladin decided that she needed to get out because strange pictures were already starting to creep into her head. Judy said that she wouldn't be able to leave. The more Kathleen resisted, the faster the poison spreads. So she needed to quickly figure out where to find her lover. Otherwise, she would die if she didn't manage to do it overnight. Kathleen fell to her knees, her mind filled with vulgar thoughts. But the paladin knew she couldn't sit and wait for her death. So the girl decided to do something because she had little time left. After these words, she immediately left the battlefield heading to the land of women. Judy was surprised that Kathleen simply ran away and did not continue fighting. She thought that Kathleen was a very innocent girl and assumed that she went to her beloved to neutralize the poison. Meanwhile, Lillian's house smelled of delicious noodles that were on the table. Jenna prepared this dinner and called her master to come and taste the delicious food. But suddenly, she heard the sound of water running from a shower nearby. The blonde assumed that the hero was there now, washing himself after a hard day. She walked into the room and saw Ben in the shower, taking a shower. Jenna was embarrassed because the glass in the bathroom was slightly translucent and she could slightly see the hero's body. The girl sat down next to her dinner and decided to wait for the guy here until the owner came out. Meanwhile, Lillian was walking along the terrace and thinking that she had lost her temper a little and that jealousy was not typical of her, even though there were a lot of girls around Ben. But they had not made any progress. The girl believed that there was only room for her in the guy's heart, and that she needed to turn up the heat tonight so that he would finally become hers. Lillian walked quickly into Ben's room and the door swung open. Before he could even walk through the door, the leader suggested that the hero sleep together today. But to her surprise, she saw only Jenna, who sheepishly replied that the owner was currently in the shower. Lillian was indignant and asked what she was doing in the guy's room late at night, to which the blonde replied that she had simply brought him something to eat. Suddenly, the girl's argument was interrupted by a crash that made the entire house shake. Lillian thought it was an earthquake, and Jenna assumed it was the Blood King visiting. A crater formed near the head's house, which was watched by Leia, who was guarding her master. That earthquake was Kathleen, who fell to her knees trying to get up. The paladin had little time, and she only wanted to spend a little time with Ben so that the poison would wear off. The girl headed to the hero's room. Leia watched this spectacle and thought that the guy already had 3 girls in the room, and it was unlikely that he would be able to handle all 3 of them at the same time. Meanwhile, it was quiet outside the city. Judy slowly went about her business. She didn't care that Kathleen had managed to escape because her level of poisoning should have been enough to make her contagious. Judy hoped that the girl would spread the poison throughout the country, thereby providing great assistance to the predator. Ben finished washing himself and picked up a brush to brush his teeth. A shower really helps to clear his thoughts. But the hero needed to continue developing a plan. The hero left the bathroom and thought only about how to make sure that no one could invade the country of women. But what he saw before him drove all thoughts of war out of his head. There were 3 hot girls in his room who were behaving very strangely and flirtatiously. Lillian said that she had been very petty and that she needed the guy to punish her immediately. Jenna added that it was very cold outside and her owner was hungry, so she needed to feed him enough. The guy dropped the brush from his hands at the sight he saw. He was shocked and didn't know what to do next. Ben asked what was going on here if Lillian was testing him. Suddenly, Kathleen ran to the hero, who was very happy to see him. The girl pounced on the guy and passionately kissed him on the lips. He never expected such an outcome. Ben was amazed that such an innocent girl would just go and kiss him. Kathleen pushed the hero onto the bed, and the guy thought that this shouldn't happen. The girl he knows wouldn't do this. The hero noticed that Kathleen's vision was clouded. He assumed that someone was controlling her mind. The girl could no longer think about anything. She only wanted Ben to save her. She said that she was able to gather up her courage and come to him. There was little time. The hero had to do it to her right now. Her mind was completely clouded, and the paladin said that she could no longer control herself. At that moment, Ben realized that some kind of poison was affecting the girl. Suddenly, his head was turned by a tender leg in stockings. Lillian asked him to pay attention to her too, and not just to Kathleen because she needed his love too. A third girl with large breasts fell onto the bed next to her and didn't want to lag behind her friends. Jenna told the hero that she came to him for the first time. She hoped that the guy would not drive her away. Watching the girl's lust, Ben realized that the poison could be transmitted, and if it was picked up in the country, the consequences would be terrifying to imagine. The hero confidently stood on the blood and said that this disease needs to be dealt with right now. To the girl's surprise, he did not use the method they wanted. Ben folded his hands to call the technique. The hero began to concentrate his power, and endless darkness appeared around him. The ability began to suck the poison out of the girls' bodies, gradually returning their minds. Ben knew that this way he would be able to neutralize the poison and prevent its spread. All that would remain was to deal with its side effects. Even though the guy really wanted to, he couldn't allow himself to do this to those whose minds had become clouded. Suddenly, he felt the full effects of the poison on his skin. The hero's nose started bleeding and his muscles became tense, and the side effects left him unable to stand on his feet. The guy managed to realize that this was an unusual aphrodisiac, and if he resisted its effect, it would only get worse. Ben lost consciousness, and all the girls were able to come to their senses and began to try to wake up the hero. Lillian began to worry about the guy. She did not want to become a young widow. Jenna didn't understand what happened to Ben, but it seemed that the hero was starting to come to his senses a little. Kathleen explained that it was all because of the poison that the guy had absorbed in order to save them. Lillian ordered the girl to save the guy because she was a paladin, to which Kathleen replied that her abilities would not help here. The thing is that in order to neutralize the poison, it was necessary to mix yin and yang. Kathleen said that it was her fault, and therefore she would save him herself, and suddenly threw off all her clothes. The girl stood in her underwear. She decided to help Ben get rid of the poison in the only way she knew. Lillian was outraged that Kathleen decided to figure everything out herself, because the hero had saved them all. So the head decided that they all should help the boy get rid of the poison. Jenna and Lillian also got rid of their things in a flash. The naked girls caressed the hero and decided to try their best to rid him of the poison. Kathleen also did not want to remain on the sidelines because she was the main culprit of the incident. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes, feeling that something was happening to him. He stood on the street where it was snowing. The weather was cold, but for some reason the hero stood without clothes. But at the same time, he did not feel cold, but on the contrary, he felt warmth and comfort. Suddenly, the voice of one of the girls reached the guy and told him to remain calm. After all, the 3 beauties were determined to warm the guy up properly. Meanwhile, Leia was sitting on the roof of the building and interesting sounds began to reach her. The girl assumed that her friends and Ben had already begun to act. A strong wind blew, which distracted Leia from listening to the passionate moans, and the girl began to think. She looked at the demonic sword she was clutching in her hand and remembered what the old man had told her. The monk said that this sword was his companion in all his travels. It was a pity that he gave it to the wrong owner. As a result, his mistake became irreparable. All these years, Kunai was next to the sword. Every day he prayed to save him from cruelty. But now, the old man's time is running out. So he wants to pass the blade to Leia because her soul is pure, as before. The girl replied that this sword was soaked in the blood of her family, and a few lines of prayers could not wash it away. Leia believed she could still reason with her brother, just like she had when she tried. The warrior turned around and said goodbye to Kunai, advising him to get rid of the sword. The monk said that it was impossible to destroy it because it contained the souls of Leia's family members. The old man's words interested the girl, and she asked him to tell her what he meant. The monk said that the sword was called evil not because it could lead astray. The most important reason is that the souls of those who died from him will fall into his slavery. But nothing can grant eternal life. So gradually they will become the source of the sword's power. Kunai said that there was only one way to save the innocent souls sealed within the blade. One can only trust that the gift of light sealed within Leia will help to cleanse evil. The best solution would be to give the blade to the girl so that over time it will be cleansed. Leia lay and thought about the words that the old man told her. She thought about whether she would be able to control this blade. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest visited the master's temple. The tattooed guy with the blade behind his back took his mask with his hand to show his face. The unknown warrior greeted his mentor and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was Leia's older brother, the bloodthirsty King Blake, who asked the monk to return what was his. The old man sat in the lotus position and replied that after so many years of exile, the boy had finally come to him. But until now, he had held incorrect judgments. Kunai firmly told his student that if he wanted to get the sword, he would have to go through him. Blake began to take out his blade and replied that he did not want to fight his teacher because he was already old, and the old man should take care of his health. After these words, the guy directed his attack with the blade at the monk. The purple arc of energy that the sword released crashed into the monk's divine shield and began to crack, trying to break through it. Blake said that this was a worthy answer for his teacher. It was not easy to pass such a defense with a sword strike. The arc burst, and the old man replied that his momentary human weakness had once led to the boy losing his way. For Kunai, now was the opportunity to correct the mistakes of the past, and most likely this opportunity could be the last in his life. The monk's eyes glowed with a yellow divine light, and the old man asked the rebel Blake to die again. The teacher and student stood opposite each other and prepared to fight to the death. Blake noticed that this was the first time he had seen such a power of vision in his mentor. Apparently, the old man was determined to kill him. Kunai replied that since the rebel had come and found him, there was no other outcome for him. The old man began to concentrate his internal energy and said that this time his hand would not tremble. The monk waved his hand towards the rebel, from which a sign of power flew out. Blake wasn't afraid of the attack because he knew what his master was capable of, so he put his hand forward to hold it back. A huge golden figure crashed into the guy, but he was able to hold back the force of the attack. Blake didn't really try hard and told his teacher that he was weaker than last time. The monk's eyes grew brighter, and he replied that the boy was too arrogant and should not be like that. The golden figure doubled in size, and the pressure on Blake became much stronger. The guy's face changed. He realized that this was an arhat of Buddha. Apparently, the old man still had something to surprise the rebel with. The monk's attack began to press harder on the guy, and from such force he began to move back, and the cracking of bones was heard in his hand. At that moment, Blake couldn't withstand the pressure and fell off the mountainside. While the guy was falling into the water, he thought that his arm was broken, but it was good that it was his left arm, which meant he could still control the blade. The monk did not want to let Blake go. He followed him and said that his student had deviated from the fighting style he had previously followed. The old man hung in the air and said that true martial arts do not depend on the sharpness of the blade. All the power of martial arts was contained only in the heart. A huge amount of energy was concentrated around the monk, which he released. Kunai added that only when the guy realizes these words will he be able to worthily bear the title of warrior. After this, the old man sent hundreds of Buddha signs to attack the place where the fighter landed. The mentor understood that Blake wanted to use his water technique, so Kunai decided to evaporate all the water around. Golden figures fell into the lake and evaporated the place where they landed. After some time, all the water in the lake evaporated, and the old man watched his opponent from the air. Bloodied Blake lay at the bottom of the lake. The guy noted that the technique of the SSR rank teacher was extraordinary. It took him a huge amount of energy to evaporate all the water in the area. Although Blake lacked some of the teacher's instructions, he still managed to absorb some amount of water. So he raised his sword and released a huge blast of water at Kunai. The old man protected himself with his ability and said that today was the day Blake died, so he didn't even have to try to win. The Blood King was disappointed that even this attack could not touch his teacher. The kunai slowly landed on the bottom of the lake and walked towards Blake. The monk said that it was time to finish what he had started. He advised the student to die and become part of the land of his homeland. This was the last good deed that he could do for his teacher. Kunai said that the boy had harmed 206 people and 7 Protoss guards in his life. His crimes could not be forgiven, and in the name of the Protoss representative, the old man sentenced him to trial. Before the sentence was passed, the monk asked if the rebel had any last words before he died. Blake smiled at how pompous the monk seemed when he gave his speech. The student asked his teacher if it was not he who made him so cruel. Blake pointed to the village and asked the old man to take a closer look at it. The rebel said that he could not do it alone. If it weren't for the old man's words, he would have lived like any other person. He would have had the opportunity to inherit his father's business and also fulfill his duties as a brother. But unfortunately, everything went wrong when Kunai handed him the demonic sword. Blake asked the old man if it was fair that he alone was blamed for the destruction of the village. The old man sighed in disappointment and said that he was wrong when he assumed that the boy would be able to resist him. It was his fault. And to pay for his mistake, the monk decided to commit suicide after the death of his disciple. Blake chuckled. The boy laughed at the fact that the monk was confident in his victory. A hole appeared in the ground behind Kunai, and something was moving towards the old man. Blake said that the monk's self-confidence would be his undoing and attacked him from behind with his sword. The old man did not expect such an ambush and did not have time to dodge. The blade pierced his chest. The bloody king stood there and laughed at the fact that he had managed to outwit his teacher. Kunai turned around to see what had struck him. He didn't understand what had happened or who had done it. Behind the monk stood a copy of Blake that looked like dark matter. At that moment, the old man realized that from the very beginning of the fight he had two opponents. The rebel's copy pulled out his sword, revealing a mortal wound, and the monk fell to the ground, swaying. Blood gushed from his mouth. The monk could not believe that this would be his end. The old man lay on the ground in a pool of his own blood, hurt by the fact that he was never able to correct his mistake. Blake walked up to the monk's body and apologized. Everyone who had the chance to see his second face was already dead, and Kunai was no exception. A dying monk asked before his death if he could ask his disciple a question. The old man said that the boy knew very well that his Buddha block was capable of repelling any attack on its own, so why was Blake confident in the success of his attack from behind? The rebel chuckled and replied that it was because the kunai reflected his technique. The thing is that the monk would have ignored the guy's previous attack in a normal situation, but this time he reflected it. And then Blake realized that by using his extraordinary techniques at the same time, the old man sacrificed his defense. Kunai closed his eyes and was surprised by the guy's ingenuity. Before he died, he smiled, realizing that at least his student had not underestimated his teacher's abilities. After some time, it started to rain, accompanied by loud peals of thunder. The sky wept. Having lost another guardian, the student buried his teacher and stuck his broken arm next to him. Blake arrived at the temple where the legendary demonic sword was located. The guy stood at the entrance and felt its call coming from this temple. Blake held one hand to his shoulder, where the arm he had cut off himself had once been. All his years as an exiled rebel, his existence miserable waiting for that sword. The boy entered the temple and couldn't wait to get his treasure back. Opening the door, he entered the sealed room where the legendary sword was kept. But to his surprise, he was not there. All the efforts of the bloody king were in vain. The sight he saw made his cheekbones clench. His rage knew no bounds. After all, the old man had managed to outwit him. Meanwhile, somewhere in the land of women, Leia sat on the roof of Lillian's estate. The girl was guarding her owner despite the weather. Suddenly, she sneezed and was surprised by it. She thought about how she had never been sick before, and she had a bad feeling as if something had happened. The girl got up and thought that this was all nonsense. A new day was dawning and her watch was over. She decided to go take a warm bath. Meanwhile, warm water began to gurgle in Ben's room. The guy woke up and decided to wash up after a hot night and the side effect of the technology. Ben stood and thought that last night, it seems, he did something bad, and the guy was wondering what the girls would do when they woke up. The hero raised his head to look in the mirror and was surprised. A red trail similar to the one Kathleen had brought yesterday came out of his mouth, and his body began to become covered in pink patterns. It seemed that the poison was activated by the ability because Ben had absorbed it, meaning that the ability was now in his collection. The hero smiled because he had received an interesting skill and thought that every cloud has a silver lining. When he fell into the Protoss, he constantly relied on the power that was consumed by the endless darkness. Only thanks to this, he was able to stand on par with other S-rank guards. But Ben clearly felt that after Dean Lee, the absorbed energy did not have the usual effect on him. It was similar to the mechanics of the game, where to raise an already high level, you need several times more experience. If the hero wants to overcome the barrier, he must start with his own abilities. If he can master them all perfectly, then his power will become limitless. While the guy was thinking about his powers, he came out of the bath and was surprised by what he saw. He saw a naked Jenna, who was covering herself with a blanket. The girl said that it seemed that the poison did not have a bad effect on him. Lillian was also sitting nearby and noticed that the three of them had done a good job. Kathleen also did not stand aside. She became embarrassed and said that due to an emergency yesterday, they had to neutralize the effect of his poison. And although there was a reason for this since it happened that way, the girl decided that she should become his. Ben blushed when he heard these words and replied that they could all become his girlfriends at the same time if they wanted. Lillian didn't like the hero's plan and called him an animal. The guy asked the chief if there was a spacious training ground where no one usually went. Lillian was surprised by such a sudden question and asked why he needed such a place. Saliva began to flow from her mouth, and she thought that Ben was still poisoned and wanted to go round with her again. The hero said that everything was fine with him, he just wanted to find a secluded place for his practices. Although there was little time left, even a little training could increase his chances of winning. Lillian smiled and replied that he was worthy of being her man. Because the guy was still so reliable, the head decided that they would all have to try. A week passed, and a chilling aura wafted from the western sea island. The Grand Master of an isolated island sat in his abandoned castle. There were countless bloodthirsty monsters gathered here, and at the head of them sat on the throne a man in a cloak, with 4 of his closest subjects standing next to him. The man declared that the time had come, and it was time for them to move into battle. The stranger in the cloak extended his hand and concentrated the sinister energy into it. Behind the horde of predators, a portal began to appear that led to the land of women. It was a portal of the vortex of emptiness that was created by the Grand Master. The man ordered all the predators to enter him. It was time to take over this country once and for all. His eyes glowed purple, and he ordered his warriors to destroy every single one of them. The master's words invigorated the hearts of the monsters who were preparing to attack. A horde of predators began to enter the portal, behind which an impregnable country awaited them. One of the master's companions said that the predators were full of zeal. Even he was inspired by the master's words. The unknown man threw off the black robe that hid his identity. It was a muscular man nicknamed Fist-Crushing Eric. He was eager to get into the fight and test out his new gear. Eric had a Buddhist rosary hanging around his neck that had been enchanted by the Grand Master, and he wanted to try it out on the S-rank guard Lillian. A huge fighter jumped into the portal and said that he wanted to fight in the vanguard. The second unknown figure also threw off his robe and said that Eric was a fool. It was a refined little girl with black wings, nicknamed the Fallen Angel Sif. The girl was upset that such a strong and simple-minded man as Eric was as famous as she was. The angel flew into the portal and said that a fierce battle awaited them today. The girl hoped that her comrades would not die in the battle. Blake was stunned by what he felt. He couldn't understand whether this feeling was just his imagination or whether everything was really as he thought. The guy felt a weak aura on Eric's body that seemed familiar to him. His thoughts were interrupted by Judy, who called the boy's name. The girl said that the guy's thoughts were on his face and asked if his injured arm hurt. Blake coldly replied that he was fine and that Judy should not poke her nose into other people's business. And the girl was dumbfounded by such a firm answer. Judy considered Blake arrogant because he took her gesture of goodwill for interference in his affairs. The girl could not understand why he was so cold with her, because men usually cannot resist her beauty. The couple's quarrel was interrupted by the Grand Master, who said that they should also move forward. Meanwhile, in the country of women, at first everything was quiet and calm. The sun was setting behind the horizon and night was coming. But the peaceful silence was interrupted by a portal that appeared out of nowhere, from which predators emerged. The Grand Master's puppets have already scattered throughout the land of women. But what was unusual was that there was no trace of human presence here. This place had turned into a ghost town. The ghost-level puppet predators looked around and tried to find at least someone. One of them remarked that it was too strange that in such a big city there was not a soul. Everyone had run away somewhere. Suddenly, the sky became covered with clouds and loud peals of thunder rumbled. The voice in the sky said, "SSR rank ability, lightning discharge. Its advantage is its wide range." The weak predator could not understand who was speaking. It was Ben, who pathetically told the predators to feel the power of thunder. There was an explosion and hundreds of lightning bolts struck the ground. They hit different parts of the city, hitting predators. They were instantly killed and didn't even feel anything. Half of the army died from one ability. The entire city was covered in purple energy, coming out of the corpses like cherry blossom petals in spring. The hero said that the first time the enemies broke into the country of women, they entered through the front, but the leader Lillian defended her country. Ben, covered in lightning, stood with Jenna. He realized that the enemy would come from behind this time. The country is surrounded by a steep cliff along its entire perimeter, and there is only one road to it. Such a location makes it inaccessible. The easiest way to attack would be to go straight into the country. That way, it would be easiest to take over. The hero realized that this was what the bloody kings were counting on, but unfortunately, if they could find the country's weakness, then so could he. Judy chuckled and told her master that he had miscalculated and the boy had fooled him, to which the Grand Master replied that victories and defeats were a common thing for warriors. The Blood King just lost a large number of his ghost-level puppets. However, he still had other fighters, such as the demon-level predator puppets, the Tauren. The monsters ran towards the heroes and Ben asked his friend if she was ready. The girl replied that there was no need to worry about that. The blonde rose into the air and began to concentrate her energy to increase gravity. The Tauren stopped and were surprised that they couldn't move. Their body felt like it weighed a ton. Ben summoned 2 lightning swords and said that he trained every day under the pressure of this technique and now he does not feel it. No matter how many demon-level predators appeared, they were no threat to the guy. The hero jumped towards his opponents and his speed was so high that it was similar to the speed of lightning. The Taurens also noticed that the guy was quite fast. It was impossible to keep track of his movements. Ben instantly appeared above one of the predators and swung his sword to strike. Lightning flashed from the blade and the uncomprehending predator was cut in half. The guy was standing on the corpse, but suddenly a second Tauren appeared next to him who was ready to strike the hero. The predator said that the boy was used to such pressure due to training, but now he would die. And at that moment, Ben quickly cut the opponent's stomach. The Tauren fell to the ground, showing no signs of life, and the hero noticed that his opponent had been talking too much. Ben stood on the corpse of a monster, which dissolved into the air, releasing energy. The guy understood that the council's fears were not in vain, because bloodthirsty kings really could destroy an entire country. They have a ton of demon-level predators under their control, and their fighting power is comparable to that of an entire country. If they had not evacuated civilians, the consequences would be scary to imagine. Ben continued his battle and jumped on his next opponent, the giant demon-level centipedes. There were a lot of them, but it was not a problem for the hero. He swung his blades to attack in the air. The guy decided to use the electrical surge to hit more opponents than just attacking them with punches. The hero's lightning passed through the monsters, cutting each one into 2 parts. Thanks to the endless darkness, he could feed on energy while in battle. The longer he fought, the stronger he became. The number of predators did not matter. They were just food. Jenna was happy for her master. She saw the fruits of his training. The guy became much stronger. Ben sat on a mountain of corpses. All the predators that came out of the portal were destroyed by one person. However, despite the fact that the hero absorbed their energy, he was tired and could hardly catch his breath. He understood that although he had absorbed a lot of energy, it seemed that it was not enough to make a breakthrough. Moreover, the hero was physically exhausted. Ben remembered that the ability to control the earth was a useful thing. That predator could feed on the life force of the flora and fauna around him to continuously supply himself with strength. Therefore, the hero decided to also use the SR rank ability, Exploitation, because he once absorbed it too. His plan worked and the guy's strength began to return. Even the wounds began to heal. Looking around, the hero saw no more enemies, which meant they had dealt with the consumables. Ben is joined by Kathleen and Leia. And now, it's time to deal with the bloodthirsty kings. 5 dangerous enemies stood at the portal, and hundreds of swords were pointed at them. It was a squad of heavenly swords riders. Lillian said that they can restore it home, but she only has 1 man. The leader turned to her enemies and said that today this place would become their cemetery. The Grand Master told his allies that they were surrounded and completely defeated, a first for the bloodthirsty kings. Eric replied that it was even more interesting this way. That guy had been a vessel of endless darkness for a long time, and he was tired of holding back. The thug decided to finish off Ben first, and then find the head of the fencing school. The mysterious cloaked figure forbade him to touch the hero. Eric was surprised and asked why he shouldn't do this, since he was their target. The Grand Master slowly began to lower his hood and said that their target was the endless darkness. But its energy was not enough. It needed to be charged. His face opened. It was Grandmaster Lloyd. He replied that the guy's ability now would not be able to awaken the level of the progenitor. Ben stood and looked at one of the 5 bloodthirsty kings, and for some reason froze in place. The hero went deep into himself, because a voice inside him said that this man was the same person. He remembered his face. Ben turned around and noticed that he hadn't heard that voice for a long time. It was familiar to him. It was Kel's voice. Kel said that although he couldn't remember the specific situation, he hadn't forgotten his face. It was the face of the very man who had killed the former king of the Protoss, Kel. Ben realized that his enemy was Lloyd. The guy remembered their agreement to help take revenge. Kel said that the master was very different from the hero's previous enemies. He was an extremely dangerous man, and even at the peak of his abilities, the king was no match for him. And unfortunately, Ben was far from his peak, so in his current state, his chances of winning were 0. The boy was shocked to hear such words, but he knew that if one could not win, there was another way to do it. They need to join forces to win. This battle is not for his sake alone, but for the sake of preserving the entire country of women. Moreover, this time the hero will not fight alone but together with his defenders. Kathleen was heading towards the enemy and thought that she already belonged to Ben, so she was ready to give her life protecting him. Leia was interested in another enemy, her brother. The girl decided that today would be his last. Lillian began to concentrate her ability and commanded her swords to attack. Suddenly, out of nowhere, stars appeared in the sky and seemed to be falling to the ground. Lillian sat on her hovering blade as hundreds of swords flew towards the Blood Kings behind her. It seemed that such a number of swords could not be reflected, but suddenly the sound of blades hitting the wall was heard. All the swords that Lillian aimed fell to the ground without hitting their opponent. The leader was disappointed. The kings used an unexpected technique that was similar to her friend's ability. A protective sphere of wings formed around the Blood Kings, repelling the attack. These were the black wings of a fallen angel, which were as strong as steel. Eric said that since he can't touch the bearer of endless darkness, then he will deal with Lillian. Lloyd replied that he can do with her whatever he wants. The brute prepared for the attack and said that everyone in the sky was his prey, and that the rest should not interfere in this fight. The man jumped into the sky at great speed, trying to get closer to the enemy. Eric clearly saw the target in front of him. He shouted to the leader that it was time for her to taste his fist. Suddenly, a strange object flew past him, which he couldn't immediately notice, which is why he let it get so close. Eric assumed it was a secret weapon since it had missed him. But then he realized it wasn't. It was a cigarette that someone threw at him at great speed. Unexpectedly for the king, the cigarette butt exploded and the force of the explosion threw him away from the head. Eric fell to the ground and slid across it, leaving a trail until he hit a rock. The dust from the fall cleared, and the big guy was slammed into the rock with such force that he left a small crater in it. He was furious. The man did not understand how one cigarette butt could cause such an explosion. He wondered who dared to attack him. Suddenly, someone slowly began to approach the offender and Eric asked if it was her doing. The elder of the country of women smoked a cigarette and replied that any rabble was not worthy of fighting with their leader. The girl exhaled smoke from her cigarette and said that she would be quite enough for him as an opponent.